Chapter 551. The Thunder Eagle was restrained by a powerful force. Lei Gong could feel it clearly, because the Thunder Eagle was his own origin spirit. Mental strength. The thing that controlled the Thunderhawk was an extremely powerful spiritual force. He directly locked the Thunderhawk in place. His mental power had sealed the space around the Thunder Eagle, causing it to struggle in such an environment, making it difficult for it to escape. When Li Zongjie woke up again, his aura was completely different. Although he could make a move just now, it took a certain amount of effort to adjust his power to perfection. Otherwise, it would leave some effects that were difficult to eliminate in the future. Qi Yanran's appearance helped Li Zongjie win this crucial time. That was why she stabilized the power. Li Zongjie stepped forward and grabbed the Thunder Eagle's original spirit by the neck. This hand directly penetrated the space and caught the Thunder Eagle's original spirit in front of him. The terrifying power of the Thunder Eagle's original spirit also crazily spread to Li Zongjie's body. Rumble! However, when the power of thunder and lightning poured into his body, there was no movement. It seemed that there was only some insignificant power spreading. The power in his body shook easily and suppressed the power of the Thunder Eagle's original spirit. Immediately, the power returned to the Thunder Eagle's body. Boom! The Thunder Eagle's body was directly blown away and fell to the ground with a bang. Seeing this scene, Qi Yanran was shocked. Her longevity tree had no power to fight back in front of the Thunder Eagle. It could only passively take a beating and barely carry out a certain degree of defense. She never expected that Li Zongjie would actually blow away the Thunder Eagle after waking up. At the same time, he also broke the surrounding thunder and electromagnetic field. Qi Yanran breathed a sigh of relief and quickly sat down to recover her longevity tree's consumption. The struggle just now had consumed a great amount of power, causing the longevity tree to be slightly injured. Fortunately, the longevity tree's recovery ability was very strong. Therefore, Qi Yanran's injury was not serious. After all, the longevity tree was a true tree king. While sitting cross-legged to recover, Qi Yanran raised her head and looked in the direction of Li Zongjie. Li Zongjie easily beat up the Thunderhawk, causing it to be seriously injured. When it fell to the ground, the light on its body was incomparably dim. Lei Gong was also very surprised that Li Zongjie could still stand up. At the same time, he also felt that Li Zongjie's condition seemed to be somewhat different. Your strength. You were actually able to make a breakthrough in battle. This kind of opportunity to make a breakthrough in battle was very rare. Often, in this kind of crisis, they would suddenly find a way to break through their own bottleneck and then directly reach the sky in one step. It was this kind of strength that made Lei Gong feel very surprised. What a pity. If you join Qingyuan Manor, you will definitely have a brilliant future. But today you must die. With your growth speed, it won't be long before you can kill me. It's too dangerous. Lei Gong was also a person who loved talents. When he discovered that Li Zongjie actually had such talent and potential, and could still stand up tenaciously under such pressure, no matter where such a person went, he would have an extremely bright future. If Qingyuan Manor could use him, it would naturally be a good thing. But now, it seemed that he could only kill Li Zongjie. Qingyuan Manor is nothing. Li Zongjie could not help but sneer. His eyes were filled with disdain. Then he looked at Lei Gong and said indifferently, "This sovereign is magnanimous. I will allow you to make one more move." Then Li Zongjie waved his hand, motioning Lei Gong to attack him. Who was Lei Gong? He became famous at a young age, and now his reputation was even more well known in the world. How many people in the world did not know that the weapons produced by his bright thunder workshop were unparalleled in the world? But this arrogant kid actually thought that he could compete with him, and he was so arrogant to let him make the first move. Then, I will let you know what is called true strength. When I tear your mouth apart later, I'd like to see if you can still say such arrogant words. Lei Gong immediately let out a cold snort. Then he abruptly unleashed his attack. Boom! The thunderous lion rushed out ferociously, and the lightning light wave in its mouth had already been prepared. Li Zongjiu's figure flashed and appeared in front of the thunderous lion. The thunderous lion had just opened its mouth and was about to spit out the lightning light wave, but the sudden appearance of Li Zongjiu really startled it. It almost swallowed the lightning wave back into its body. Swallow it back for me. Li Zongjiu directly stretched out his hand and covered the thunderous lion's mouth. The lightning light wave did not have a chance to be spat out and was directly trapped in Li Zongjiu's mouth. Boom! The thunderous lion also seemed to have intelligence. It opened its eyes wide and felt the attack of this power in disbelief. In an instant, it swallowed it back into its stomach. A violent roar resounded. An extremely tragic explosion set off at the scene. The thunderous lion's stomach was directly blown open, and it was torn apart on the spot. Only its head was intact. The thunderous lion's figure also gradually disappeared, because its power could no longer maintain its form. Instead, it was all integrated into the thunderous blade, and it once again became the blade spirit of the thunderous blade. It was not an easy task to completely erase the power of the Yuan spirit. However, it could be beaten to the point that it could not reveal its original form, and it would always be in a state of serious injury. Perhaps it would take hundreds of years for the injury to recover. Of course, the premise was that someone had to constantly nurture it and let it obtain the power to be reborn. And if there was no one to take care of it, the power of the Yuan spirit would also disappear one day. The thunderous blade itself had also lost its luster. Under such circumstances, Lei Gong immediately pulled out the thunderous sword upon seeing this. He circulated his Yuan power, and the sharp sword that contained the fury of thunder suddenly slashed down from the sky, as if it wanted to destroy the power between heaven and earth. You have already used up your move, Li Zongjiu said indifferently. As his voice fell, Li Zongjiu's figure rushed out once again. Lei Gong's sword was already very fast, but Li Zongjiu's speed was even faster. His figure instantly appeared in front of Lei Gong, and the sword slashed down. My thunderous sword slash can split mountains and rivers. Break your mother's head. Facing the sword, Li Zongjiu directly punched out. Bang! This kind of action was simply suicide in the eyes of ordinary people. Who would be stupid enough to use their own fist to fight against someone else's blade? And Li Zongjiu was just like that. The moment he punched out, Qi Yanran saw it, and even thought about how to collect Li Zongjiu's corpse. However, in the blink of an eye, the thunderous sword in Lei Gong's hand flew out, and with a swoosh, it directly pierced into a mountain ridge. What? Lei Gong, whose hand was empty, immediately realized that things were not good. When did Li Zongjiu's physical strength become so strong? Could it be that his hand was made of millennium meteoric iron? All of a sudden, Li Zongjiu extended his hand and grabbed Lei Gong, bringing him in front of him. Then he threw him over his shoulder. The strength of his whole body was also loaded onto Lei Gong's body. In an instant, a loud bang was heard. A terrifying force spread out from the ground and whizzed forward. Bang! 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 The airwaves spread out hundreds of meters, and the cracks on the ground were densely packed like a spider web. Seeing this scene, Qi Yanran could not help but feel a wave of pain. At this moment, when his body landed, it was likely that all the bones in his body had already been shattered. Were people nowadays all so violent? Chapter 552. Li Zongjiu threw Lei Gong to the ground. Lei Gong's internal organs were severely injured, but he still managed to hold on. Lei Gong spat out a mouthful of blood on his clothes. He grabbed Li Zongjiu's sleeve tightly. You! In the next moment, Li Zongjiu lifted his leg and gave Lei Gong a flying kick, sending him flying 100 meters away. Bang! This could be considered a heavy blow to Lei Gong, causing him to be in a semi-conscious state. He was unable to speak for a long time. When Lei Gong stood up, He deeply felt the pain this time. The owner of the Bright Thunder Workshop, one of the giants of the Qingyuan villa, was beaten up like a drowning dog. However, Li Zhongjie did not feel proud at all because in his eyes there was no such thing as arrogance. In his eyes, whether it was the Origin ancestors, Origin generals, Origin kings, or even the Origin emperors in the future, they were nothing in Li Zhongjie's eyes. They were just a bunch of trash waiting to be slaughtered. If you could reach the absolute saint realm, you would be able to make Li Zhongjie pay attention to you. Although Li Zhongjie didn't reach the absolute saint realm in his previous life, however, his strength was already at the peak of the Supreme Being realm. Otherwise, how could he kill the 4 supremacies of the Dragon Clan? Doing such a thing was basically challenging the entire Dragon Clan. In this continent, it was considered one of the most outrageous acts. However, if Li Zhongjie hadn't swallowed the elixir and wanted to completely refine the 4 dragon souls, Li Zhongjie wouldn't have died at that time. While Lei Gong was still in a daze, he knew that he was done for this time. This Li Zhongjie was actually so secretive. Enduring the intense pain all over his body, Lei Gong finally took out a medicinal pill from the storage ring. After consuming it, he felt that his body was slightly better. He got up with difficulty. His physical quality wasn't weak, and he was also a blacksmith, so his body didn't collapse so quickly. However, it wasn't easy to kill Li Zhongjie. It wouldn't be easy even if he wanted to leave now. Li Zhongjie walked forward and picked up the thunder-bursting sword. The true power of the bursting thunder sword had yet to be unleashed. Just as Lei Gong had said before, the bursting thunder sword still needed to undergo some kind of tempering. Only after tempering would it truly possess an unstoppable sharpness. However, it was a pity that Lei Gong wouldn't have the chance to temper the sword. Li Zhongjie gently waved the thunder-bursting sword in his hand at this moment. Suddenly, a strong murderous aura spread out and shook slightly. Lei Gong stood up straight and looked at Li Zhongjie. Although he felt extremely surprised, he wasn't afraid at this moment. How could he, the owner of the Bright Thunder Workshop, die here so easily? Don't forget Lei Gong's own identity and status, coupled with the identity of Qingyuan Villa. If he were to die, then Qingyuan Villa would suffer an enormous loss. Therefore, Lei Gong wasn't afraid of the latter. If Li Zhongjie wanted to kill him, he would have to go through Qingyuan Manor first. Li Zhongjie didn't continue to approach with the sword in his hand. It seems that you're only relying on the primitive emperor's avatar. Li Zhongjie looked up at the sky and sneered. The corners of Li Zhongjie's mouth curled into a cold smile. There was a figure hidden in the void. Li Zhongjie's mind power had already broken through to the Yuan King realm. He was also quite sensitive to the surroundings. At this moment, the power that Li Zhongjie could sense had already discovered this figure. This person wouldn't make a move unless it was absolutely necessary. Lei Gong had also thought of this. If he, a blacksmith master, was accidentally killed when he went out, or if he relied on someone, it would be a great loss to the Qingyuan Villa. Therefore, they had to send people to protect him. At the same time, they also had to act as a form of surveillance. Therefore, Lei Gong wasn't afraid of Li Zhongjie killing him. Lei Gong was surprised when he saw Li Zhongjie looking up at the sky. How did Li Zhongjie know? Could it be that he was able to sense the presence of this primitive emperor? However, judging from Li Zhongjie's behavior, it seemed like he didn't take the primitive emperor seriously. He even wanted to provoke the other party. Such an attitude was undoubtedly too arrogant. Wind and clouds gathered in the sky. As it condensed, Li Zhongjie immediately felt a strong aura descending from the sky. The descent of this tyrannical will immediately made Li Zhongjie and Qi Yanran, who was still behind him, wary. When Qi Yanran felt this vast power, she realized that this level was actually beyond the range of what she could accept. Qi Yanran had never thought that her level was low. However, when she came out to interfere with Li Zhongjie today, she immediately encountered a Yuan monarch. In fact, this was enough to make Qi Yanran somewhat fearful. Some of Qi Yanran's opponents were only at the origin ancestor level and had yet to reach the level of a Yuan monarch. At this moment, she didn't expect to encounter a veteran Yuan monarch. Now, just this sudden display of power was enough to make Qi Yanran feel deeply shocked. The power in front of her was a terrifying aura that spread like the mountains and seas. Primitive emperor, realm, Qi Yanran's eyes narrowed. Such a vast and boundless aura had to be from a Yuan monarch. Even the Qi family didn't have such a powerhouse. I'm doomed. This was the next thought in Qi Yanran's mind. In addition to admiring Li Zongjiu's ability to provoke enemies, she also understood that it would be difficult for her to survive today. However, looking at Li Zongjiu's arrogant look, it seemed like he already knew and didn't care about the other party at all. Could it be that Li Zongjiu was prepared to give up? Otherwise, Li Zongjiu wouldn't have the strength to fight against a Yuan monarch powerhouse. The figure that emerged didn't speak. This clone couldn't be used for long, and it must be very risky to attack in the vicinity of the sacred flame, royal city. Therefore, the Yuan monarch phantom didn't say anything and slapped down with his palm. Boom! Tens of thousands of meters high in the sky, a terrifying aura that could destroy the heavens was transmitted over. The force that suddenly descended seemed as though it was about to swallow a person. However, this power was controlled within a certain range and didn't spread too much. It directly slashed down on Li Zongjiu. Qi Yanran, who was behind him, was also enveloped. Great timing. I can't wait to see how strong this flesh is. Li Zongjiu's eyes were burning with fighting spirit. At this moment, there seemed to be a golden light all over his body, and a golden light flashed in his eyes. The skin under his clothes had already been covered by the golden lines. Li Zongjiu's power also erupted from the inside out. Dragon Cannon Fist. When the power of this punch condensed in his hand, it was as if a golden dragon was being held in Li Zongjiu's palm. At this moment, it suddenly bloomed and shot directly towards the sky. Even the Yuan monarch's clone was shocked. Chapter 553. The moment Li Zongjiu's dragon cannon fist was unleashed, it seemed as though a golden dragon was pulling the power of the earth and soaring into the sky. With a loud bang, it collided with the palm of the Yuan Emperor's avatar. There was an earth-shattering sound of collision. At this moment, the terrifying power caused everyone to feel excited. It was as if someone had used a fist to violently hammer their hearts. What? The Yuan Emperor's avatar saw a ray of light rushing towards him. That terrifying dragon cannon fist had actually directly penetrated his palm, transformed into a golden dragon, and directly destroyed his clone. The Yuan Emperor's avatar was instantly shattered by the impact of the golden dragon. However, before the Yuan Emperor's avatar was completely destroyed, he could clearly feel the power coming from the golden dragon. It was so real that it wasn't caused by any technique, but the true power of the origin spirit. It was just that Li Zongjiu's move had wrapped this original spirit in it. Because no one had seen Li Zongjiu's original spirit before, this golden dragon seemed to be a form condensed by this move and not a real thing in the eyes of ordinary people. However, the Yuan Emperor's avatar could clearly feel the power coming from the origin spirit. It was a true origin spirit. Li Zongjiu actually possessed a dragon clan's origin spirit, and it was even from the Golden Dragon clan. The Yuan Emperor's avatar could only feel the power before it was destroyed, but it was also destroyed. In the next moment, the Yuan Emperor's avatar disappeared without a trace. However, the power of the giant palm did not weaken in the slightest. Li Zongjiu did not say anything and directly grabbed Qi Yanran behind him and fled into the distance. It wasn't so easy to fight with the Yuan Emperor's avatar, so Li Zongjiu could only use this method to deceive the Yuan Emperor's eyes and finally destroy the latter's power with a punch. It would take a long time to condense another avatar. When Li Zongjiu flew a few miles away with Qi Yanran, a violent explosion suddenly came from behind. The dust that was stirred up also rushed to 100 meters in the sky. At the same time, the terrifying airwaves that permeated the surroundings were like thousands of galloping horses. They were frantically destroying everything in the surroundings. Whoosh! Li Zongjiu's figure suddenly landed behind a mountain peak and hugged Qi Yanran. Li Zongjiu immediately hugged Qi Yanran in his arms. Qi Yanran didn't even react. She didn't understand why Li Zongjiu would do this. Could it be that this was the after-effect of practicing martial arts? If so, should she help him? Thinking of this, it seemed to be a very shameful scene. Although Qi Yanran was usually cold, she was also a young girl in a budding state. But the next moment, she knew. The mountain peak that the two of them were on was directly shattered in the next second. This was a small mountain peak that was close to 50 meters high. When this terrifying power surged over, he instantly felt the terror of this power. The small mountain peak of more than 50 meters was easily destroyed in an instant. The impact of the stones that exploded in an instant was extremely powerful. This was already a few miles away, but they did not expect the aftermath of this move to be so strong. The terrifying power spread out. Some huge stones directly bombarded Li Zongjiu's back. Moreover, a powerful shockwave spread out from the ground and rapidly swept forward. Even Li Zongjiu, who was enduring the continuous bombardment, felt extremely painful. He also held Qi Yanran tightly in his arms. This woman was really a hindrance. If he was alone, it would not be difficult to avoid this move. But Qi Yanran helped him just now, so naturally he had to protect this girl. This terrifying impact lasted for nearly a minute. Li Zongjiu's back was already in a state of being riddled with holes, giving off a soul-stirring feeling of terror. However, Li Zongjiu did not care about his injuries at all. In the process of getting up, the serious injury on his back was gradually recovering. When ordinary people saw this scene, they would feel extremely shocked and incredulous. How could someone have such a powerful self-healing ability? Those fatal wounds were recovering little by little in such an environment. It was simply strange. Qi Yanran finally breathed a sigh of relief and quickly left Li Zongjiu's body. There were a lot of ambiguous situations between the two of them. If it continued like this, then Qi Yanran's reputation of innocence would be ruined. Although Qi Yanran did not suffer much damage from the violent explosion just now, her whole body was covered with a lot of dust. She looked dusty and dirty. For a goddess who usually liked to dress up exquisitely, it was rare to see such a scene. You look quite good like this. Li Zongjiu could not help but glance at Qi Yanran. In his previous life, Li Zongjiu was not interested in relationships. He even deliberately froze his heart. From the moment his family was destroyed, Li Zongjiu's heart was completely frozen. Nothing in this world could shake Li Zongjiu's heart. But this life was different. Everything was beautiful, and it also allowed Li Zongjiu to have a different state of mind and experience some different things. Occasionally flirting with the beauty in front of him was also a way to make him feel relaxed and happy. Shut up! Qi Yanran stomped her feet in anger. What was this? He was clearly laughing at her. She risked her life to save him, but in the end, she was ridiculed by him. Dozens of rays of light rapidly flew across the sky, obviously heading towards the center of the explosion. How could the experts in the city not be alarmed when such a huge incident happened outside the Holy Flame Royal City? Even the experts in the Holy Flame Royal City could clearly feel the intense explosion outside. That was why they had rushed over. Let's go, if you don't want to get into trouble. Li Zongjiu looked up and said faintly. At the same time, he also looked back at the original direction. Lei Gong was definitely not dead. Li Zongjiu did not care about Lei Gong's life now. Lei Gong's life would be his sooner or later. If he wanted to take it, he could do so at any time. But after this step, he could roughly understand the strength of the experts in Qingyuan Manor. In the initial exchange just now, he could roughly feel the strength of the primitive emperor expert. It was just a first-grade primitive emperor. In the primitive emperor realm, The gap between the grades was quite serious. If the one who attacked today was the clone of a third-grade primitive emperor expert, it would not be easy for Li Zongjio to kill him today. Even if he wanted to retreat, it would not be easy. If it was only a first-grade primitive emperor, Li Zongjio's current strength of a first-grade primitive king. In addition, it was the power of 4 great origin spirits that were used at the same time. It was also possible to fight it head-on. Qi Yanran also knew that this matter involved a lot of things. It was better to leave quickly before anyone saw her. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two of them took advantage of the night and quietly entered the city. Chapter 554. After entering the city, it was naturally much safer. You're so dirty. Do you want to take a bath at my place? Li Zongjio looked at Qi Yanran and said. Qi Yanran immediately turned around and glared at Li Zongjio. She had never thought that Li Zongjio would have such a hooligan mind. Despicable. Qi Yanran said coldly. Then she walked forward by herself, leaving Li Zongjio with her back view. Li Zongjio naturally waved his hand helplessly. This could be considered the most embarrassing day of Qi Yanran's life. Li Zongjio also found a nearby inn, asked for a room, took a bath, and slept comfortably for the night. Now that he had finally broken through to the Yuan monarch realm, he would be able to protect himself even within the sacred flame royal city. If Li Zongjio was really forced into a corner, he would really be able to do anything. Now, some of the things that Li Zongjio did were not too arrogant. They only involved some low-level interests. Perhaps in the eyes of some people who really held power, Li Zongjio's behavior would lead to him being killed sooner or later. It was unknown how many people wanted to use this method to control the market and a large amount of money. Perhaps Li Zongjio was in the limelight now. However, one must know that there were many people who wanted to be in the limelight. Among these people, all of them had the opportunity to be in the limelight. Moreover, they were once at the level of ambitious and ruthless characters. To be able to achieve this level was already very good. Although these ambitious and ruthless people had grown to such an extent, when you reach a certain critical value, if you don't know how to restrain yourself and accidentally offend some rules, then what awaits you may be easily beheaded by others. There was no doubt about this. Everything had turned into smoke, vanishing into thin air just like that. Just this point alone was not so easy to grasp, because human desires were endless. In the eyes of many people, perhaps a person similar to a king would appear, but it was definitely not now. Li Zongjio rested comfortably in the inn for a night. On the second day, when he returned to the Heavenly Dawn Medicine Manor, he discovered that the activity of the Genius Pavilion had not changed. This was because the further one progressed, the more difficult it became. Li Zongjio wasn't worried at all. It wouldn't be that easy to pass this test. At the same time, he also saw Kuin Arashir, whom he had not seen for a long time. Looking at Kuin Arashi's exhausted face, it was obvious that he had suffered a lot during this period of time. Learning itself was a very painful thing. It was impossible to digest it easily unless one was as talented as Li Zongjio. Only then would it be easier to learn. After meeting Kuin Arashir and chatting for a while, Kuin Arashir left directly. There were still many things to deal with on the other side. Learning under Sun Yu was not so easy. By the way, there seems to be an exchange of alchemists in Monarch City next month. It's a banquet. I guess the Academy will let you go. What exchange? I'm not free. Li Zongjio waved his hand. It's a little boring, but I heard that the alchemists who will be present will be given gifts, and there will be a lottery on the spot. The first prize is a 6th-grade medicinal herb. Kuin Arashir said, not only will there be many girls who learn alchemy, but there will also be many influential officials in the imperial court. This is a good opportunity to amaze the world. Moreover, with your identity, they will probably urge you to go. You have to be careful. I heard from my master that many people are jealous of your qualification as an imperial alchemist. Li Zongjio was disdainful when he heard this. A group of immature brats actually dared to be arrogant in front of him. If they wanted to snatch something from Li Zongjiu, then they should be prepared to have their hands chopped off by Li Zongjiu. I'm quite interested in the 6th grade medicinal herb, Li Zongjiu said. This kind of medicinal herb could only be found by chance. If one did not have a certain channel, then there was no way to get these medicinal herbs. Therefore, Li Zongjiu also cherished this opportunity very much. For now, if he wanted to obtain these medicinal herbs, he would have to go through a lot of channels and even use some bloody means to get to this level. However, Li Zongjiu was not worried. As long as he reached this level, and the strength of the Great Delight Casino was also increasing bit by bit, there would always be a chance. Moreover, in this Heavenly Dawn Medicine Manor, there was still a hard-working, primitive Emperor-level powerhouse. Although the strength of this primitive Emperor powerhouse was not as strong as before, and he was only at the peak of the Yuan monarch realm now, Li Zongjiu also knew that if this person's strength recovered, he would definitely be at the primitive Emperor realm. Moreover, he was not considered too low in the primitive Emperor realm. It was very likely that he was a 4th grade primitive Emperor powerhouse. Li Zongjiu had reason to believe that the number of primitive Emperor powerhouses in the huge, sacred Flame Royal City was not small. At the very least, there must be at least one primitive Emperor powerhouse hidden in the 4 major families. Otherwise, they would not have been able to establish their status. However, the number of people at the 4th grade primitive Emperor realm would definitely not be more than 10. Therefore, Li Zongjiu had promised the elder of the library to help him get rid of the poison. This was the poison of the primordial sky scorpion, not a simple poison. Even the primitive emperors could not withstand the poison, let alone detoxify it. Even if they were to get close and inhale a little of it, it would be a more comfortable death for them to die on the spot. In order to get rid of such a poison, Li Zongjiu not only needed high-grade elixir pills to increase his strength, but he also needed to rely on the power of these elixir pills to carry out the last layer of protection. Without this protection, Li Zongjiu would not have dared to deal with such a poison rashly. Of course, if Li Zongjiu's cultivation returned to the supremacy realm, getting rid of such a poison would be as easy as lifting his hand. All right, I'll head over to Master's place first. You have to pay attention to your safety while you're in the city. I've heard that many people want to deal with you. News about you can often be heard in the academy. Kuan Erishur said. Li Zongjiu waved his hand. These small threats were nothing in his eyes. Speaking of settling accounts, Li Zongjiu had almost settled all his accounts in the city. Now, there was still one account that he had yet to settle. That was the account with the 9th prince, Xianming, that he had yet to settle. This billion purple yuan won't be settled so easily. Li Zongjiu came out of the Heavenly Dawn Medicine Manor and went to the Great Pleasure Casino first. Chapter 556, Revenge Blindly Searching. Li Zongjiu did not know where to find that guy. He couldn't keep releasing his mental strength to search. If he did that, he would be too arrogant. Under the prying of his mental strength, there would be no privacy at all. At this time, the exterior of the Great Pleasure Casino was in a state of renovation. Because of the previous few storms, the Great Pleasure Casino had directly withstood these storms. This was somewhat impressive. It immediately became famous. How could a person who liked to gamble like a small and ordinary place like this? Therefore, the more troublesome a place was, the more they liked it. In such a stimulating environment, they could stimulate their own potential. This was what gamblers were willing to do. Aya, Bosley, you're finally here. I've been waiting for you here for a long time. When Li Zongjiu walked into the casino, it was obvious that someone had already gone to inform him of his arrival. However, the first person to block his way turned out to be a somewhat familiar middle-aged man. Judging from his attire, he was just an ordinary person. You are. Li Zongjiu looked at the middle-aged man in front of him and suddenly frowned in doubt. Not everything was worth remembering by Li Zongjiu. Boss Lee, have you forgotten? A few days ago, I was still at your door. It's me. The Tusk Battalion. Wang Ding said repeatedly. How embarrassing is this? I'm also a battalion commander, and I have nearly 5,000 people under me. These 5,000 people are the troops who can enforce the law in King City. Their power is not ordinary. Although under normal circumstances, carrying out a task requires time and opportunity. However, it doesn't mean that there are no other ways to deal with you. Just by colluding with a few people, you can easily not survive in this city. Oh, you're the battalion commander that night, right? Why are you looking for me? Li Zongjio finally remembered. No wonder he looked familiar. Fortunately, the time was relatively recent. Otherwise, Li Zongjio would have a hard time remembering such an unimportant person. Last time I misunderstood Boss Lee and caused a big fight between us. Therefore, I specially came to apologize to you. In private, I'm still very easy to get along with. My battalion commander position is just an idle position. Wang Ding could not help but say. Then, with a wave of his hand, someone immediately brought over 2 wine jars. The jars were sealed with mud, but the fragrance emitted from the bottle could still be smelled. Good wine. These 2 jars of penetrating bottle fragrance are considered as an apology. In the future, we can still interact more. It's not easy for us to work in the city. We all want to take care of each other. Li Zongjio glanced at Wang Ding and then looked at the wine jars that were handed over. This Wang Ding was quite tactful. If you're promoted, what's your rank? Li Zongjio did not reach out to take it, but asked directly. I'm the battalion commander of the City Guard Army's Tusk Battalion. The City Guard Army has a total of 7 battalions. If I'm promoted, I'll naturally be the deputy commander. The deputy commander has the authority to directly mobilize 3 battalions. Okay, within half a year, I'll help you become the deputy commander. Within 2 years, I'll make you a battalion commander. As I said, you'll follow me in the future. Li Zongjio said directly. These words did not have the slightest concealment. Fortunately, the people that Wang Ding brought this time were all his own trusted subordinates. If other people heard this, they might directly go back and find someone to deal with him. Wang Ding, the reason is the young master. I'm serving you like a dog. Wang Ding was immediately pleasantly surprised. One must know that Wang Ding's journey was very difficult. The water in the military camp was very deep. If he wanted to solve these things and continue to rise, it would be more difficult than ascending to the heavens. Wang Ding's eyes lit up. Wang Ding's eyes lit up. With Wang Ding's own means, it was just that he could not be promoted so far. As for people like him who had no background and were inferior in terms of means, they would basically be replaced in a short time. This was an environment where talents were changing, and it was not something that one could say that would work. In this regard, Wang Ding was also very clear. If he could not find a backer, his end would be very miserable. Judging from the situation last time, Wang Ding had already smelled something fishy. Therefore, he took the risk and waited here for Li Zongjio to appear. Moreover, he had to obtain Li Zongjio's protection. At present, he only had this bit of value in his hands that could be used. If he couldn't even use this last bit of value, then he would really have reached the end. This road was not easy to walk. It was as if he was treading on thin ice, which made Wang Ding feel extremely painful. If it wasn't for the fact that the situation was too critical, he wouldn't have come to Li Zongjio for help. This was such a shameful thing to do. In the future, he would have to live under Li Zongjio's banner. Judging from the situation last time, if he could rely on Li Zongjio, it would be a way out for his own situation. Li Zongjio's background did not seem to be so simple. Therefore, Wang Ding was so persistent. In the future, you will be like them. Just call me young master. I don't need your help for the time being. If you have any trouble that you can't solve, such as military funding or sponsorship, you can come directly to Tai Fei. It just so happened that Tai Feihe was walking down from upstairs. He first greeted Wang Ding, then listened to Li Zongjio's introduction. From the looks of it, he seemed to have dragged a city guard battalion commander into the water. Blindly absorbing power like this was naturally not a stable thing. However, for the current Wanyuak casino, if there was a city guard behind it, it would only get smoother and smoother. This was something that was not even a doubt. With Master Wang's addition, our casino has gained another strong pillar. After learning that Wang Ding had joined the casino, Taifai looked at Li Zongjiu as if he were looking at a deity. He had actually roped in people from the military. Furthermore, as far as Taifai knew, Wang Ding had taken the initiative to join them. When had Li Zongjiu's name become so famous? This was a very big deal. If military funding is lacking, we just need to hold 1 or 2 military competitions. With the Wanyuek Casino's funding, there won't be any problems. It will be reasonable and legal. Taifai said with a smile. When he heard Taifai's words, Wang Ding almost burst into tears. If he could obtain such a large amount of funding, then his position would definitely be stable. Regardless of the cost, there was nothing to be afraid of as long as he had money, upgraded his equipment, and stabilized the morale of his troops. Although it was said to be a formation of the dynasty's military was actually only responsible for part of the expenditure. The rest of the expenditure would have to be handled by the regiment commanders and battalion commanders themselves. Otherwise, how would they be able to manage all the troops in the country? However, if they did not have the authority of the military, then their troops would not be able to do anything illegal and would be annihilated. The 7 battalions of the City Guard Legion had their own individual troops. It was as if each of them had their own battalion. The battalion commanders of the first 3 battalions were grouped together, while the ones at the back were in pairs. His Tusk battalion was left alone. Originally, this name was quite resounding, but it was unable to keep up with the others. Naturally, it would be ostracized. Thank you, young master. Thank you, Brother Tai. Taifai was naturally overjoyed. If he wanted to hook up with the City Guard battalion commander, he would have to spend a lot of money and energy if he were to take the initiative to do so. There was even a possibility that he would be caught red-handed and turned upside down. Therefore, this kind of thing usually had to be tested repeatedly before it could succeed. However, because of Li Zongjiu, Wang Ding actually took the initiative to join him. It seemed a little out of place. A dignified battalion commander actually joining a small casino. No matter how one looked at it, it did not seem right. However, Wang Ding's foresight was not weak. The casino was secondary. Li Zongjiu was the true mountain. Chapter 557. Victory. Take care of each other. Help each other. Haha. Wang Ding was naturally overjoyed. Although Wang Ding did not take Li Zongjiu's promise to heart, now Wang Ding only needed to ensure that there was support behind him and that no one would stab him in the back. Even if he joined Li Zongjiu, it was impossible for him to wait for Li Zongjiu to help him with everything. There were more things that needed to be done by himself. By the way, do any of you know where the 9th prince is? That kid still owes me 1 billion purple yuan. This debt is not so easily settled, Li Zongjiu said lightly. He had already released the person in advance. So, according to the interest, it wouldn't be too much to ask for 2 billion purple yuan, right? This was what Li Zongjiu thought. He even felt that this was too merciful. Since when had he become so reasonable? Although this would earn him the gratitude of others, it would also harm his own interests. Li Zongjiu thought so and intended to wait for the 9th prince to thank him. The 9th prince's location is usually kept a secret. Even if we were to purchase the information from the Rain Pavilion, it would cost an astronomical price. However, since Battalion Commander Wang is here, it shouldn't be difficult for us to find the 9th prince's whereabouts. As he said this, Taifai looked at Wang Ding. Wang Ding's eyes widened. He had never expected that he would have to pay such a big price to betray the 9th prince. If the 9th prince was killed by Li Zongjiu, Wang Ding would be an accomplice. Li Zongjiu looked at Wang Ding. This was the job of the city guards. Moreover, the status of a battalion commander was not low. If they sent someone to investigate the surroundings, they would be able to get the results very quickly unless the ninth prince was deliberately hiding his whereabouts. However, given the ninth prince's arrogance, he would not do such a thing so easily. Ahem, although we have not received any notice of the ninth prince's whereabouts, I know that it is a habit of the ninth prince. Every dark moon in the sky, he will book the entire spring flower and autumn moon pavilion. As for what he is doing, no one knows. However, the ninth prince has always maintained this habit. Wang Ding said. It had to be said that Wang Ding's reaction was extremely fast. In such a situation, Wang Ding had to give an answer. Otherwise, if he stood aside, the ninth prince would not come to collect him. The previous matter of the military expenditure would probably be ruined. However, if he were to reveal his daily whereabouts, he would definitely be able to be traced back to Wang Ding if something were to happen. Then, Wang Ding would be directly implicated, and he would even be sentenced to death for his crimes. Now, Wang Ding only mentioned one of the ninth prince's habits. As long as it was someone familiar with him, they would more or less know about it. Naturally, even if Wang Ding said it, it would not be a threat. It was relatively easy to get rid of this relationship. Perhaps there would be room for struggle and justification. Now that they had just joined, they would have to risk their lives. It would be somewhat unstable. Several people were also well aware that if they revealed everything at the beginning and were honest with each other, they might be deliberately sent by the ninth prince to lure them into the trap. If there was something fishy going on, it would be dangerous. The day of the dark moon is the day of the overcast moon. Isn't tonight the day of the overcast moon? Li Zongjio pinched his fingers and immediately calculated tonight's weather. It was better to come at the right time than early. This was obviously a very coincidental time. Wang Ding did not know what Li Zongjio was going to do, but it seemed that he was going to take action. Therefore, he smiled and said softly, Young Masterly, after I went back last time, I asked someone to inquire about it. The one who dealt with you that time was not the ninth prince. The ninth prince did not know about this at all. It was someone else. If my information is not wrong, the one who gave the order was the fifth prince. Wang Ding once again threw out a heavy bomb. Tai Fai at the side was suddenly shocked. Why did the fifth prince intervene again? Could it be that there is a problem related to the fifth prince? Tai Fai was indeed a little surprised by the fifth prince's sudden intervention. How could such a situation happen? Until now, they did not seem to have angered the fifth prince's sphere of influence and did not touch the fifth prince's interests. However, the fifth prince's sudden intervention made them a little confused. They looked at Li Zongjio, but Li Zongjio also casually waved his hand. What's the big deal? It's the same even if the fifth prince comes. Li Zongjio said indifferently. It was an arrogant attitude that did not put anyone in his eyes. Chapter 555. Searching blindly, Li Zongjio didn't know where to find that guy. He couldn't keep releasing his mental strength to search. If he did that, he would be too arrogant. Under the prying of his mental strength, there would be no privacy at all. At this time, the exterior of the Boyu Casino was also in a state of renovation. Because of the previous storms, the Boyu Casino had directly withstood these storms, which was somewhat amazing. It immediately became famous. How could a person who liked to gamble like a small and ordinary place like this? Therefore, the more troublesome a place was, the more they liked it. In such a stimulating environment, they could stimulate their own potential. This was what gamblers were willing to do. Oh, Bosley, you're finally here. I've been waiting for you here for a long time. When Li Zongjio walked into the casino, it was obvious that someone had gone to inform him of his arrival. However, the first person to block his way turned out to be a somewhat familiar middle-aged man. Based on his appearance, he was just an ordinary person. You are. Li Zongjio looked at the middle-aged man in front of him and suddenly frowned in doubt. Not everything was worth remembering by Li Zongjio. Bosley, have you forgotten? A few days ago, I was still at your door. That it was me. That the Tusk Battalion. Wang Ding said repeatedly. How embarrassing is this? I'm also a battalion commander, and I have nearly 5,000 people under me. These 5,000 people are the troops who can enforce the law in Monarch City. Their power is not ordinary. Although under normal circumstances, carrying out a task requires time and opportunity. However, it doesn't mean that there are no other ways to deal with you. Just by colluding with a few people, you can easily not survive in this city. Oh, you're the battalion commander that night, right? Why are you looking for me? Li Zongjio finally remembered. No wonder he looked familiar. Fortunately, the time was relatively recent. Otherwise, it would be difficult for Li Zongjio to remember such an unimportant person. Last time I misunderstood Boss Li and caused a big fight between us. Therefore, I specially came to apologize to you. In private, I'm still very easy to get along with. My battalion commander position is just an idle position. Wang Ding couldn't help but say. Then, with a wave of his hand, someone immediately brought up 2 wine jars. The jars were sealed with mud, but the fragrance emitted from the bottle could still be smelled. Good wine. These 2 jars of penetrating bottle fragrance are considered as an apology. In the future, we can still have more interactions. It's not easy for us to be in the city. We want to take care of each other. Li Zongjio glanced at Wang Ding and then looked at the wine jars. This Wang Ding was really quite reasonable. If you're promoted, what's your rank? Li Zongjio didn't reach out to take it, but asked directly. I'm the battalion commander of the City Guard Army's Tusk Battalion. The City Guard Army has a total of 7 battalions. If I'm promoted, I'll naturally be the deputy commander. The deputy commander has the right to directly mobilize 3 battalions. Okay, within half a year, I'll help you become the deputy commander. Within 2 years, I'll make you a battalion commander. As I said, you'll follow me in the future. Li Zongjio said directly. These words didn't have the slightest intention to hide. Fortunately, the people Wang Ding brought this time were his own trusted subordinates. If other people heard this, they might directly go back and find someone to deal with him. Wang Ding, the reason is the young master. I'm serving you like a dog. Wang Ding was immediately pleasantly surprised. One must know that Wang Ding's journey was very difficult. The water in the military camp was very deep. If he wanted to solve these things and continue to rise, it would be more difficult than ascending to the heavens. Wang Ding's eyes lit up. Wang Ding's eyes lit up. With Wang Ding's own means, it was just that he couldn't be promoted so far. For people like him, who had no status or background and were inferior in terms of means, it wouldn't take long for him to be replaced. This was a big environment where talents were replaced. It wasn't easy to say what you wanted. In this aspect, Wang Ding was also very clear. If he couldn't find a backer, his end would be very miserable. From the situation last time, Wang Ding had already smelled something fishy. Therefore, he took the risk and waited here for Li Zongjio to appear. Moreover, he had to obtain Li Zongjio's protection. At present, he only had this bit of value in his hands that could be used. If he couldn't even use this last bit of value, then he would really have reached the end. This road was not easy to walk. It was as if he was treading on thin ice, which made Wang Ding feel extremely painful. If the situation wasn't so critical, he wouldn't have come to Li Zongjio for help. This was such a shameful thing. In the future, he would have to be under Li Zongjio's banner. From the situation last time, if he could rely on Li Zongjio, it would be a way out for his own situation. Li Zongjio's background didn't seem to be so simple. Therefore, Wang Ding was so persistent. In the future, you will be like them. Call me young master. I don't need your help for the time being. If you have any trouble that you can't solve, such as military funding or sponsorship, you can come directly to Tai-Fai. It just so happened that Tai Feihao was walking down from upstairs. He first greeted Wang Ding, then listened to Li Zongjio's introduction. From the looks of it, he seemed to have dragged a city guard battalion commander into the water. Blindly absorbing power like this was naturally not a stable thing. However, for the current Wanyuak casino, If there was a city guard behind it, it would only get smoother and smoother. This was something that didn't even need to be doubted. With Master Wang's addition, our casino has gained another strong pillar. After finding out that Wang Ding had joined, Tai-Fai looked at Li Zongjiu as though he were looking at a deity. He had actually roped in people from the military. As far as Tai-Fai knew, Li Zongjiu had taken the initiative to join them. Since when had Li Zongjiu's name become so famous? This was a very big deal. If there is a shortage of military funding, we only need to hold 1 or 2 military competitions. The Wanyue Casino will fund this. Then, there won't be any problems. It will be reasonable and legal. Tai-Fai said with a smile. When he heard Tai-Fai's words, Wang Ding almost burst into tears. If he could obtain such a large amount of funding, his position would be stable. Aside from the cost of bribing, there was nothing to be afraid of as long as he had money, upgraded his equipment, and stabilized the morale of his troops. Although it is said to be a division of the dynasty, in fact, the dynasty is only responsible for part of the expenses. The other part of the expenses will have to depend on the regiment commanders and battalion commanders. Otherwise, with so many troops in the country, how can they manage all of them? However, if they didn't have the name of the military, they wouldn't be able to establish their own troops. If they were illegal, they would be annihilated. The 7 battalions of the City Guard Corps had their own individual troops. It was as if each of them had their own battalion. The battalion commanders of the first 3 battalions were grouped together, while the ones at the back were grouped in pairs. His Tusk Battalion was left alone. Originally, this name was quite impressive, but it was unable to keep up with the others. Naturally, it would be ostracized. Thank you, young master. Thank you, Brother Tai. Tai-Fai was naturally overjoyed. If he wanted to hook up with the City Guard Battalion commander, he would have to spend a lot of money and energy if he were to take the initiative to do so. There was even a possibility that he would be caught red-handed and turned upside down. Therefore, this kind of thing usually had to be tested repeatedly before it could succeed. But because of Li Zongjiu, Wang Ding actually took the initiative to come over. It seemed a little out of place. A dignified battalion commander actually came to seek refuge in a small casino. No matter how one looked at it, it didn't seem right. However, Wang Ding's foresight wasn't weak. The casino was secondary. Li Zongjiu was the real mountain. Chapter 556. Take care of each other and help each other. Haha. Wang Ding was naturally overjoyed. Although Wang Ding did not take Li Zongjiu's promise to heart, he only needed to ensure that there was a strong support behind him and that no one would stab him in the back. Even though he had joined Li Zongjiu, it was impossible for him to wait for Li Zongjiu to help him with everything. There were more things that needed to be solved by himself. By the way, do any of you know where the 9th prince is? That kid still owes me 1 billion purple yuan. This debt is not so easily settled. Li Zongjiu said indifferently. He had already released the person in advance, so according to the interest, it wouldn't be too much for him to ask for 2 billion purple yuan. Li Zongjiu thought so and even felt that this was too merciful. Since when did he become so reasonable? Although he would gain the gratitude of others, it would also harm his own interests. Li Zongjiu thought so and intended to wait for the 9th prince to thank him. The 9th prince's location is usually kept a secret. Even if we were to purchase the information from the Rain Pavilion, it would cost an astronomical price. However, since Battalion Commander Wang is here, it shouldn't be difficult to find the 9th prince's whereabouts. Tai-Fai looked at Wang Ding as he said this. Wang Ding's eyes widened. He had never expected that he would have to pay such a big price to betray the 9th prince. If the 9th prince was killed by Li Zongjiu, Wang Ding would be an accomplice. Li Zongjiu looked at Wang Ding. This was the job of the city guards. Moreover, the status of a battalion commander was not low. If they sent someone to investigate the surroundings, they would be able to obtain the results very quickly, unless the 9th prince was deliberately covering his tracks. However, with the 9th prince's pride, he wouldn't do such a thing so easily. Cough, cough. although we haven't received any news about the ninth prince's whereabouts. I know that he has a habit of booking the entire spring flower and autumn moon pavilion every dark moon. As for what exactly he does, no one knows. However, the ninth prince has always maintained this habit. Wang Ding said. It has to be said that Wang Ding's reaction was very fast. In this case, Wang Ding had to give an answer. Otherwise, if he just stood aside, the other party wouldn't come to collect him. Then the matter of the military expenditure would be ruined. However, if he were to reveal his daily whereabouts, he would definitely be traced back to Wang Ding if something were to happen. Wang Ding would be directly implicated, and he would even be punished to death. Now, Wang Ding only revealed one of the ninth prince's habits. As long as it was someone familiar with him, they would more or less know about it. Naturally, even if Wang Ding revealed it, it wouldn't be a problem. It wouldn't be a threat. It would be relatively easy to get rid of this relationship. Maybe there would be room for struggle and justification. Now that they had just joined, they would have to risk their lives. It would be somewhat unstable. The few of them were also well aware that if they were to come clean and be honest with each other, they might be deliberately sent by the other party to lure them into the trap. If there were any tricks involved, it would be dangerous. The day of the dark moon is the day of the overcast moon. Isn't tonight the day of the overcast moon? Li Zongjio pinched his fingers and immediately calculated tonight's weather. It was better to come at the right time than to come early. This was obviously a very coincidental time. Wang Ding didn't know what Li Zongjie was going to do, but it seemed like he was going to take action. Therefore, he smiled and said softly, Young Masterly, after I went back last time, I asked someone to inquire about it. The one who dealt with you that time wasn't the ninth prince. The ninth prince didn't know about this at all. It was someone else. If my information is correct, the one who gave the order was the fifth prince. Wang Ding once again threw out a heavy bomb. Tai-Fai, who was at the side, was suddenly shocked. Why is the fifth prince intervening again? Could it be that there is a problem related to the fifth prince? Tai-Fai was indeed a little surprised by the fifth prince's sudden intervention. How could such a situation happen? Up until now, they didn't seem to have angered the fifth prince's sphere of influence. They didn't even touch the fifth prince's interests. However, the fifth prince's sudden intervention made them a little confused. They looked at Li Zongjio, but Li Zongjio just waved his hand casually. What's the big deal? It's the same even if the fifth prince comes. Li Zongjio said indifferently. It was an arrogant attitude that showed that he didn't put anyone in his eyes. Seeing Li Zongjio's attitude, Wang Ding was actually a little worried. Such a person was either crazy and fearless, or a fool who didn't know anything. The fact that Li Zongjio was able to survive until now only showed that he was lucky. At this very moment, Wang Ding's heart was actually a little worried. Was Li Zongjio really up to it? If he wasn't careful, he might just board a pirate ship and not be able to come back down. Take me to the Spring Flower and Autumn Moon Tower. Li Zongjio looked at Wang Ding and said indifferently. Wang Ding was stunned when he heard this. Was Li Zongjio trying to send him to his death? If he took Li Zongjio to the Spring Flower and Autumn Moon Tower to find trouble with the ninth prince, wouldn't that be telling the ninth prince that he, Wang Ding, was unhappy with him and had come to find trouble with him? Immediately, Wang Ding's expression turned extremely ugly. Tai-Fai naturally understood Wang Ding's thoughts. If he didn't want to pay a price and take risks, how could he obtain high returns? Tai-Fai was very clear that if he didn't put in effort and didn't share weal and woe with him, he wouldn't treat him as one of his own. Since he had boarded this ship, he would have to do these things to prove himself. Battalion Commander Wang, please. After saying that, Tai-Fai gestured with his hand. Wang Ding looked at the current situation and knew that he wouldn't be able to walk away so easily. In his heart, he thought that he had boarded a pirate ship. However, he still gritted his teeth. If he couldn't find a way out with Li Zongjio, then Wang Ding's future would be very difficult. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before he was taken down. This way, The few of you go back and deal with the matters first. The rest of you follow me." Wang Ding also brought some people with him. These were all personal guards that he had trained, so naturally they were trustworthy. That was why he brought them to such a place to meet Li Zongjiu. If there was really a problem at the scene, then he could kill his way out so that he could prepare some forces at hand. However, if he went this time, it would be a disaster. It was estimated that he wouldn't be able to return. Therefore, he also ordered a few people with families to leave first. If something happened in a while, it would be terrible. Chapter 5:57. Wang Ding brought Li Zongjiu to the Spring Flower and Autumn Moon Inn. Tai Fai wanted to go with them, but he was rejected by Li Zongjiu. After all, the casino needed Tai Fai to take care of it. Wang Ding and a few of his subordinates brought Li Zongjiu to the Spring Flower and Autumn Moon Inn. Although the Spring Flower and Autumn Moon Inn was a place for dancing, drinking, and banquets, it was also open during the day. This way, even those who didn't come for pleasure could taste the special delicacies of the Spring Flower and Autumn Moon Inn. It wasn't easy to run a brothel nowadays. Either the ladies had to be pretty, or the delicacies had to be unique. Only these two things could attract different customers. The Spring Flower and Autumn Moon Inn's top lady was the famous courtesan in the entire Sacred Flame Imperial City. In addition, the delicacies were also very exquisite. The most famous dish was the autumn water mandarin fish. The water for this dish was transported from the long autumn river, which was thousands of miles away. The mandarin fish was fished up every day by specialized fishermen from the Wen River, which was one of the three major rivers of the Xinyan dynasty. It was delivered to the Spring Flower and Autumn Moon Inn's kitchen in the shortest time possible. The supply of such dishes was limited every day, and the price was higher with each serving. This was because there were fewer and fewer dishes later on. When Li Zongjiu and the others arrived at the Spring Flower and Autumn Moon Inn, the sky was still dark. Since Wang Ding had introduced the autumn mandarin fish, Li Zongjiu naturally had to try it. In his previous life, Li Zongjiu also liked to eat, but they were all snacks from his hometown. After reaching a higher realm, the things he ate were relatively miscellaneous. Therefore, his appetite wasn't high. If it wasn't a top-notch delicacy, he wouldn't touch it. On the contrary, people at Li Zongjiu's realm liked it more when it was strong liquor that was as sharp as knives. "Dear guests, please come in." The waiter who came to receive them was dressed normally. However, in the middle of the stairs, in the middle of the living room, there was a large platform. On the platform, there were a few women with heavy makeup who were performing a song and dance. Her flamboyant twisting and turning caused some of the drunken people to become intoxicated. The waiter could tell that the gazes of Wang Ding and the others were different. Although they were dressed simply, their steps were filled with a domineering aura. Their gazes were sharp. These people's identities weren't simple, so he didn't dare to neglect them. During the day, the Spring Flower and Autumn Moon Inn was only opened. In the evening, the second floor and the third floor, the second floor, the second floor, and the third floor, the second floor was an Autumn Moon Inn. The second floor was, and the third floor were the rooms had and the others. The third floor had rooms where the smaller rooms had. Rooms and Autumn Moon Pavilion were the small rooms. Small rooms and Autumn Moon Pavilion were rooms. Rooms. Ding. The autumn and moon were. And autumn moon. They, and an autumn moon and the moon or autumn and the sun moon. And autumn to the place and autumn and the autumn were autumns. For people sat at the same table, while the other three sat at another table. Let's start with 2 autumn mandarin fish, 1 for each table. Li Zongjiu raised his hand and said. When Wang Ding heard this, his expression changed. People who could come to the Spring Flower and Autumn Moon restaurant were naturally not simple. As for the autumn mandarin fish as a famous dish, it was even more extraordinary. He had ordered 2 at once. It might cost more than 100,000 gold coins. Moreover, the price of the second autumn mandarin fish was more than twice the price of the first one. Dear guest, you have a good eye. Our restaurant's famous dish, autumn mandarin fish, is priced according to the current price. The price of this fish is 170,000 gold coins. One fish would cost 170,000 gold coins. Are you robbing me? Wang Ding suddenly slammed the table and glared. He almost drew his sword. After all, Wang Ding was a battalion commander of the city guards. Although he knew that the price here was expensive, he didn't know that it was so outrageously expensive. Because Wang Ding was born in a poor family, he didn't have many connections. How could he have the opportunity to come to such a place to spend money? Therefore, he had only heard of the legends here. Even though he was now a battalion commander, he had a headache every day because of the military expenditure. He had already tightened his belt. How could he have the opportunity to spend money like this? Now that he walked in, he heard that one fish was actually worth 170,000 gold coins. If that was the case, then the life of this fish was equivalent to the lives of 3 soldiers of the fierce Fang Battalion. If someone in the fierce Fang Battalion died in the line of duty, they would receive 50,000 gold coins as compensation. Of course, if they performed meritorious service, it would be calculated separately. However, this was the most basic allowance, which was 50,000 gold coins as compensation. And this fish actually cost 170,000 gold coins. It's like this, customer. Because the cooking method of the autumn water mandarin fish is very unique and the ingredients are very fresh, the price is a little more expensive. The waiter wasn't in a hurry. Of course, he couldn't get into a conflict with this customer. Otherwise, wouldn't he be courting death? Therefore, he still patiently explained with a smile. If this customer suddenly exploded, then there would naturally be people who would deal with him. Perhaps if something were to happen to him, he would be able to receive a large sum of compensation. Therefore, the waiter had a clear plan in his heart. AI, just charge a little. Naturally, there will be people who will pay the bill. Li Zongjio waved his hand and said, after Wang Ding came in, his aura was out of tune with the surroundings. They had worked so hard outside to protect the country, but these people were here to be extravagant and wasteful. This really made Wang Ding angry. The fierce Fang Battalion was the most impoverished battalion in the entire city guard army. Although they naturally wouldn't starve to death in Monarch City, the benefits they received during the holidays were much lesser than others. It was inevitable that they would feel unbalanced. Therefore, Wang Ding felt very apologetic. Li Zongjio's words were naturally respectful. He immediately sat down. Those guards who were ready to draw their swords also sat down one by one, suppressing their breaths. Li Zongjio suddenly realized that these people in front of him seemed to be more impulsive than him. Looking at the situation, if it weren't for him being here and holding them back, these people would have directly rushed out and fought with these people. This kind of situation was really unimaginable. Did he directly bring a bunch of firecrackers to eat? The second fish costs 310,000 gold coins. May I ask if you want 1 or 2? The waiter asked again. After all, the price was almost doubled, although this was the usual price. The most important thing was that this kind of aquamarine fish had a symbolic meaning after being ordered. If it was delicious, it was at most a little fresh. Its taste might not be comparable to roast duck, roast chicken, or braised pork. Up until now, there were very few people who could order 2 dishes at a time. Although the price was affordable for most people, no one's money was easy to come by. Naturally, they knew how to cherish it. It was already good enough to get 1 fish to taste. After all, ordering 2 fish at once was expensive. Yes, bring them all up. Li Zongjio was rich and overbearing. He was here to collect debts. This amount of money was nothing to him. You guys learn well now. In the future, you will be collecting my debts. Li Zongjio said to Wang Ding. Wang Ding couldn't help but smile awkwardly. Collecting debts? Why does it feel a little strange? The waiter quickly reported the menu. Since it had been confirmed, there shouldn't be any problems. If they couldn't afford it after eating, the Spring Flowers and Autumn Moon restaurant wouldn't treat them as a joke. They could make you spit out as much as you want in a minute. Chapter 558. What do you mean? We came from the northeast just to have a bite of this autumn mandarin fish. How dare you say that we don't have it? We've been here for 3 consecutive days. What do you mean? Are you looking down on us from the northeast? A few men in mink fur coats, tiger fur coats, and songhua hats shouted at the waiter who just came. Looking at their attitude, it was impossible to let them go today. Li Zongjio and the others were eating side dishes and watching the show. When Wang Ding saw this scene, he subconsciously wanted to stand up and teach these people a lesson. There were always some people who had an inexplicable self-confidence, thinking that the world was their home and they could go anywhere. And it seemed that everyone in the world had to give in to them. But that didn't work here. But Wang Ding remembered that he was now a plainclothes officer, and these things didn't need him to do anything. After all, they came here today to settle accounts with the 9th prince. Just by listening to it, it was already very awesome. Open the wine and distribute it to the brothers. Li Zongjiu said. The 2 jars of wine that Wang Ding brought just now were the best of the best. At this moment, just by gently removing the mud seal on it, a fragrant aroma was already wafting in all directions. The whole room was filled with the fragrance of the wine. The penetrating bottle fragrance is really worthy of its reputation. The wine in this jar is probably even more fragrant. Li Zongjio suddenly laughed. It was rare to be able to drink such a precious wine. It was indeed a delightful thing. Wang Ding and the others didn't expect that they would also have such an oral taste. Each of them was rubbing their hands together. Everyone poured the wine into their bowls. Even if a drop spilled, they wiped it with their fingers and licked it clean. The wine in the jar in their hands was really quite delicious. It attracted a lot of attention. These 2 jars of wine were specially brought by Wang Ding from his hometown. When he first joined the army, he had already buried the wine. It was only now that the wine was dug up. Smelling the fragrance of the wine, it seemed to remind him of the scene when he first joined the army. It smells so good. Which table is the wine? Let me, Zhang Chunying, have a taste. The burly man dressed in mink fur immediately walked over with large strides. Behind him, 5 or 6 burly men followed closely. Looking at their attire, they seemed to be here to do business, but each and every one of them had trained their muscles. They also seemed to be here to open a martial arts school to teach fist techniques. No one knew exactly what kind of background he had. Sir, here's the autumn mandarin fish you ordered. Immediately, 2 plates of autumn mandarin fish were placed on the table between Li Zongjio and the other table. Zhang Chunying saw that in front of Li Zongjio's table, there was a bowl of autumn mandarin fish that he wanted, but when he ordered, the waiter said that there wasn't any. He immediately felt that he had been played for a fool. Wasn't this provoking him? Immediately, he grabbed the waiter and pulled him up. Fuck your grandmother. Didn't you just say that the autumn water mandarin fish is gone? What the fuck is this? Zhang Chunying was about 2 meters tall. When he lifted the waiter up, the waiter looked like a little chick that had been lifted up. He was really pitifully small. These are the last 2 mandarin fish. All of them have been ordered by this sir. The waiter hurriedly said. It turned out that today's portion of autumn mandarin fish was all on Li Zongjio's table. No wonder the previous price was so expensive. It was reasonable. However, if Wang Ding was here to eat, even if he was beaten to death, he wouldn't spend so much money to eat in such a place. There were countless barbecue stalls and supper stalls at the city gate. If he had spent more than 100,000 yuan, he wouldn't know how many roasted kidneys he could eat. 2. Zhang Chunying casually threw the waiter and his hand away. He grabbed a chair nearby and placed it in front of Li Zongjio's table. He forcibly sat down and just happened to sit beside Wang Ding. I'm Zhang Chunying, the owner of the Northern Martial School. I specially brought my group of brothers to Monarch City to prepare to open a school for teaching. Unfortunately, before it was opened, I was hungry. I heard that the girls here are tender and eat good food, so I came to see. How about this? Each of you eat one fish, and this fish will be taught to a friend of yours. Take it away." When Zhang Chunying sat down, he was like a giant beast sitting there. Just based on his body alone, he was already much stronger than Wang Ding and the others. When Zhang Chunying finished speaking, he directly reached out and prepared to take the autumn water mandarin fish away. Wang Ding couldn't sit still at this moment. Even if you are fucking powerful, you actually dare to be arrogant in Monarch City. You really dare to provoke the lion in the lion's den. You're courting death. Wang Ding slammed the table, and the guard sitting on the other side of Zhang Chunying immediately greeted Zhang Chunying's head with a fist. However, before the fist landed on Zhang Chunying's face, it was directly wrapped by a broad hand. Crack! Ah! Zhang Chunying directly broke the guard's wrist and sent another fist over. The guard was directly sent flying more than 5 meters away and fell to the ground with a bang. The rest of the people also started to make their moves. They wanted to teach these country bumpkins a good lesson. Wang Ding also threw an elbow to the side and directly imprinted it on Zhang Chunying's head. However, Zhang Chunying's head didn't move at all. Instead, he looked at Wang Ding with an extremely disdainful gaze. "You people from Monarch City only have this much strength?" The corners of Zhang Chunying's mouth twitched slightly. Seeing this, Wang Ding was immediately shocked. Although this move was a little bit reserved, and he was afraid that it would blow Zhang Chunying's head, Wang Ding seemed to have overestimated his own strength and underestimated Zhang Chunying's strength. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Chunying directly slapped Wang Ding's face with his palm. Bang! Wang Ding was directly put on the ground, and the chair was also directly smashed down. He now no one objects, right? Zhang Chunying couldn't help but loosen his bones. The other guards were also directly put on the ground. These people's fist techniques were fierce and fierce. Without 20 or 30 years of martial arts, it was absolutely impossible to block them. This fish tastes good, but unfortunately, you won't have the chance to taste it. Li Zongjiu used chopsticks to pick up a piece of fish and put it into his mouth, as if he didn't see the movement just now. What he saw was only the people in front of him swaying. However, he didn't care at all. It was as if these people were beaten down, but he didn't have the slightest fear. "You're courting death." Zhang Chunying immediately sneered. He immediately raised his arm and punched towards the table in front of Li Zongjiu. At this moment, a relatively weak hand gently stretched out and caught Zhang Chunying's falling arm. Chapter 5:59. A trace of astonishment flashed across Zhang Chunying's eyes. When he saw that the person who attacked was actually an extremely frail scholar, he didn't look like a scholar at all. He was able to easily block Zhang Chunying's fist with such a hand. This caused Zhang Chunying to be extremely shocked. "Sir, you really don't put my spring flower and autumn moon in your eyes," that scholarly man said indifferently. Tall and skinny, scholarly as though he had no bones. He looked like he would be blown away by a gust of wind, but in reality, he contained such a powerful force. It was truly shocking. A gigolo actually dares to act dumb in front of me. Although Zhang Chunying was shocked, in the next moment, a beast-like force erupted from his body and hammered forward. Boom! Although that gigolo's strength was not bad, when faced with this move, he still felt as though he couldn't charge up his strength. It was as though he was suppressed by the other party's aura to the point that he couldn't breathe. When he finally breathed in, Zhang Chunying's fist had already sent that gigolo flying with a bang. Bang! That gigolo's body was also sent flying violently. He smashed a few tables consecutively. They didn't expect to meet such a ferocious bandit in broad daylight in the spring flower and autumn moon. This really caused them to be shocked in their hearts. Could it be that this guy didn't want to live anymore? There were always some people who thought that they were fierce and liked to cause trouble and show off their skills. However, in the face of the multiple forces of the sacred flame imperial city, they could only obediently bow their heads. After all, this was the royal city, and it wasn't a place where you could play around. When this punch landed, it also completely alarmed the manager of the Spring Flower and Autumn Moon Inn. At first, he thought that it was just a small fight. However, just now that gigolo, no, the guard that the Spring Flowers and Autumn Moon Pavilion hired at high price, was directly crippled with a single punch. It was obvious that the other party had come prepared. It was obvious that they were here to cause trouble. Immediately, the manager of the Spring Flower and Autumn Moon Inn hurriedly appeared. He came to stop the loss. However, before the steward appeared, Zhang Chunying didn't care so much. Today he must not eat this fish. Seeing that Li Zongjio was still leisurely eating, Zhang Chunying took a step forward, intending to shatter the table. With Li Zongjio's height, this slight step was like stepping on a small hill. However, before this kick landed, the other leg that was used as a support was kicked down by someone else. Zhang Chunying was unable to react in time and fell to the ground with a thud, falling flat on his face. When the rest of the people saw that their big brother had been knocked to the ground, they immediately roared and rushed towards Li Zongjio. "You're courting death!" The remaining 5 burly men rushed towards Li Zongjio one after another. However, Li Zongjio also flicked his finger, directly flicking the fishbone on the table away. Whoosh! 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 The flying fishbone was like a sharp arrow, instantly piercing through their throats. Immediately, the 5 of them fell to the ground, but they didn't die immediately. This was because there was only a small hole in their throats. However, the small hole in their throats showed no signs of healing. Furthermore, there was a force lingering around it, preventing the wound from healing. The few of them kept their mouths agape, unable to speak. These people were basically Yuan Zong experts, but they were all knocked down by a few small fishbones. "Old Ma, Old Nio, what's wrong with you guys?" Zhang Chunying turned around and saw that his brothers had been knocked down to the ground. Moreover, fresh blood was flowing out from the gaps between their fingers. From the looks of it, they seemed to be extremely terrified. "I'll kill you!" Zhang Chunying took out a broadsword from the cloth bag at his waist. There were 7 small holes on the broadsword, all of which were used to let out blood. The color of the blade had already changed. Clearly, the broadsword in Zhang Chunying's hand had already killed countless people in the process. Whoosh! Li Zongjio threw out the chopsticks in his hand. As the chopsticks flew out, Zhang Chunying used the broadsword in his hand to block them. Bang! The chopsticks were directly split into 2. However, the force behind them didn't decrease. With a whoosh, they pierced into Zhang Chunying's eyes. Ah! The yuan power around his body was actually unable to block Li Zongjio's chopsticks. The people eating here had some status and strength. However, they never imagined that Li Zongjio could actually kill so many people with just a pair of chopsticks and a fishbone. When they saw this, they were extremely shocked. Li Zongjio acted as if nothing had happened. He took out another pair of chopsticks and continued to pick up fish slices. Madame Fei Yen, the manager of the Spring Flower and Autumn Moon restaurant. Under the protection of 2 experts, they witnessed this massacre. When they saw Li Zongjio calmly eating fish slices in the pool of blood, they immediately knew that Li Zongjio wasn't a simple person. Immediately, they signaled with their eyes. Immediately, someone came forward to clean up the corpses on the ground. "I'm sorry for disturbing all of you. I'll apologize here first. Everyone who is sitting here today will be free of charge. Take it as an apology." Madame Fian was wearing a long skirt that reached her chest. She was swaying an embroidered fan in her hand. However, she didn't have the smell of ordinary cosmetics on her body. Instead, she looked extremely refined, making people feel sincerely fond of her. When she spoke, her soft voice made people feel a sense of numbness in their bones. "Haha, thank you, Madame Fian. It's just a small matter. That little brother over there is so skillful. Some people also wanted to take the opportunity to curry favor with Li Zongjiu. However, when they saw Li Zongjiu's incomparably cold attitude, they knew that it was extremely difficult to get close to this person. Damn it, my head! Wang Ding crawled up at this moment. Those people from before had all been cleaned up. Not even a trace of blood could be found on the ground. These people were either here for the Spring Flower and Autumn Moon restaurant or here for Li Zongjiu. In any case, they weren't here for the autumn mandarin fish. These people probably didn't expect that a mere plate of autumn mandarin fish would directly take their lives. It was truly terrifying. Damn it. Young master, are you all right? I'll immediately call people over to search for those people. Also, I think you guys don't want to open your restaurant anymore. With a bang, Wang Ding slammed the tiger seal token in his hand onto the table. This token belonged to whoever the emperor gave it to. Even if you snatched it away, it was useless. Therefore, Wang Ding carried this tiger token with him. No matter where he went, he would be the battalion commander of the Tusk Battalion. Madame Fian saw the information on the tiger token. It was actually a battalion commander of the city guards. This official wasn't high, but he wasn't small either. Just the thousands of troops under him and the authority to enforce the law were not easy to deal with. Sir, I'm really sorry. Those criminals have already been dealt with by this young master. I'm here to express my gratitude. Madame Fian quickly went forward and brought out the things that she had already prepared. This is our Spring Flower and Autumn Moon restaurant's signature wine, Bejeweled Nectar. Paired with this autumn mandarin fish, it's a double ultimate. Bejeweled Nectar. When he heard the name of the Bejeweled Nectar, Wang Ding's eyes almost popped out. In the entire Holy Flame Imperial City, the name of the Bejeweled Nectar was widely spread. However, because these wineries didn't have the exact recipe, or because there were problems with the raw materials, they couldn't produce the real Bejeweled Nectar. Most of them were high-quality imitations. When Wang Ding, who was addicted to wine, heard the name of the Bejeweled Nectar, naturally he was very excited. It's true. This is the legendary Bejeweled Nectar, Wang Ding said excitedly. Li Zongjiu glanced at Wang Ding indifferently. Could it be that this bumpkin from the countryside only knew how to embarrass himself? Put down the wine first. Also, let's talk about the medical fees. Li Zongjiu knocked on the table and said, Chapter 560. Hearing Li Zongjiu's words, Madame Fian was stunned. Looking at the young Li Zongjiu, who was only a teenager, she could not help but listen to him when he spoke. There was always a feeling of being high and mighty, as if he was a superior being. Madame Fian could be considered to have received some real high officials and nobles, some real high-ranking people, and Li Zongjiu also had the same aura as those high-ranking people. Madame Fian could not help but quickly recall where this Li Zongjiu came from. He was actually protected by a battalion commander of the city guard army. Of course, it depended on Li Zongjiu's strength. It seemed like he did not need the protection of these people at all. He was just there as a foil to support the situation. Why would such a person care about such a small amount of compensation? The guards that Wang Ding brought along with him only had some external injuries. They only needed some medicine to treat them slightly, and they would be able to recover in a few days. After all, the injuries were not to their necks or hearts. It was naturally not difficult for them to recover. As for the compensation that Li Zongjiu mentioned, it was naturally not something simple. The smart Madame Fian immediately understood that he wanted to extort a sum of money. When Wang Ding heard that Li Zongjiu was willing to help him ask for the medical fees, he was quite touched. There were not many bosses who were so considerate of them. That's right. So many of my brothers are injured. Are you going to just let it go like this? Wang Ding's expression also changed. If you don't give me an explanation today, I have plenty of methods to make your shop shut down. Speaking of scaring people, Wang Ding's ability was not weak either. In addition, Wang Ding himself was a battalion commander and an official. He did not need to be angry to show his power. If it was an ordinary shop manager, he would have been frightened by Wang Ding's aura. Rest assured, my lord, the shop will cover all of your medical fees. In addition, each of you will be compensated with 100,000 gold coins. Madame Fien smiled faintly and said slowly. It was obvious that Madame Fien understood the situation. If a soldier died in battle, the compensation would be 50,000 gold coins. Regardless of whether the soldier was injured or not, Madame Fien would double the amount. Just the 6 men under her command alone would be worth 50,000 gold coins. That was equivalent to taking away 600,000 gold coins. In addition to the medical fees, 700,000 gold coins was a solid foundation. How generous! Even Wang Ding was a little moved by her words. However, Wang Ding did not say anything. Instead, he looked at Li Zongjiu. In this aspect, Li Zongjiu was the best. He did not care about such a small amount, and was extremely calm, and Wang Ding admired him. Was calm to be was. Waiter, come over here. How much is this plate of fish? Li Zongjiu asked. The waiter looked at Madame Fien in front of him and seemed to be waiting for her order. Madame Fien nodded. The waiter said, replying to the customer, this plate is 170,000 gold coins. What about that plate? That plate is 310,000 gold coins. Including the food and wine on this table, how much is it? Replying to the customer, it is about 600,000 gold coins. The waiter said, all right, you can leave. Li Zongjiu waved his hand and looked at Madame Fien, who was waiting by the side. My 7 brothers on these 2 tables are all injured. You mean to say that my brothers worked so hard to fight, and it is only enough to pay for a meal here? Li Zongjiu's eyes gradually turned cold as he said this. Staring at Madame Fien in front of him, Madame Fien felt a chill down her spine. When the surrounding diners saw this scene, they were shocked. As expected, this kid was also a ruthless character. From the looks of it, he wasn't someone who could be easily dealt with. Not only Li Zongjiu, but Wang Ding's gaze also became rather sharp. This was because if they were to calculate, it was indeed the case. Wasn't this an insult to his brothers in the Tusk Battalion? Madame Fien looked at the men in front of her as if they wanted to eat them alive. Although she was thinking in her heart, it was really like this. Even if you worked hard for your entire life, even if you sacrifice your life, you might not be able to earn enough to pay for a meal. That was how cruel and realistic it was. There was nothing to say about this point. Madame Fien was clear in her heart. However, if she said these words out loud, she would completely offend this mysterious young man in front of her. She smiled apologetically. Young master, you misunderstood. Just as Madame Fien was about to continue speaking, a handsome voice suddenly came from behind her. That's right. Even if all of your lives were added together, you still wouldn't be able to pay for a meal. Do you believe me when I say this? As the owner of the voice appeared, those who were originally eating also threw down their chopsticks, one by one, and hurriedly bowed. Some people directly cupped their fists towards the young figure who was walking over, and then left their tickets on the table. Did you think that it would really be free just because you said it would be free? If it was before this person came, then it would be fine. However, after this person came, once he found out that you didn't pay for your meal, then you would be dead. Behind the young man, there were 2 girls who looked exactly the same. They were clearly a pair of twin sisters. However, no one dared to have any improper thoughts. In addition, the aura of these 2 girls was incomparably cold. Ordinary people didn't dare to get close to them. The person who came was the 9th prince. Outsiders called him Young Master Xianming. In just a short while, all the diners had already left. Young Master Xianming sat in front of another table. He looked at Li Zongjiu and the others. What he meant was that Li Zongjiu and the others didn't deserve to sit together with him. Madame Fien also slightly bowed towards Li Zongjiu and the others. Then she walked to young Master Xianming's side and poured tea for him. The reason why the Spring Flower and Autumn Moon restaurant could last until now was mostly because of young Master Xianming's influence. Otherwise, with Madame Fian's strength, it would be difficult for her to last until now. Of course, she might have had a backer in the past. However, the backer now was this young Master Xianming. With the 9th Prince's big name here, no one dared to act rashly. Everyone knew the rules. After young Master Xianming appeared, they all automatically left. If they stayed, they might be in danger of losing their heads. When Wang Ding saw the man who sat down, his heartbeat suddenly increased by 3 times. He almost had the urge to stand up and kneel down. However, the other party didn't reveal his identity. Moreover, in a place like this, the appearance of the 9th Prince had to be kept a secret. For example, although those people just now had such a thought, they couldn't say it out loud. If they did, wouldn't it be announcing to the world that the 9th Prince was actually a guest in a brothel? Chapter 561. However, as a subject, he would definitely be dealt with by the 9th Prince in secret if he were to return. This was because Wang Ding's current position meant that he was standing on the opposite side of the 9th Prince, even though it was hard to say which prince was backing him. Li Zongjiu poured a bowl of wine before standing up and walking to the opposite side of the 9th Prince. Bing Shuang and Bing Xue also took a step forward, wanting to stop Li Zongjiu. If an unknown person wanted to get close to the 9th Prince, they naturally had to stop him. However, the 9th Prince waved his hand generously, now that his cultivation base had broken through to the Yuan monarch realm. He could definitely be considered one of the best among the younger generation. At the very least, he would not bring disgrace to the name of the royal family. With such a majestic presence, he would definitely not disgrace the name of the royal family. A mere Li Zongjiu was not enough to make him feel afraid. You must be Li Zongjiu, who has been quite famous recently. I see that a lot of things have happened recently because of you. Are you trying to turn the world upside down? The 9th Prince said slowly. Li Zongjiu stood in front of the 9th Prince with a glass of wine in his hand. The two of them were separated by a table. Li Zongjiu's lips curled up slightly when he heard the 9th Prince speak. What did you just say? Li Zongjiu asked. Looking at Li Zongjiu, the 9th Prince was startled. Could it be that Li Zongjiu was the same as the rumors? There must be something wrong with his head. Did he have to embarrass himself? The outside world already had mixed opinions about Li Zongjiu. Many people had analyzed and studied Li Zongjiu's behavior many times, but they could not find out what was going on with Li Zongjiu. This was because most of the time, Li Zongjiu's way of doing things was simply based on his own mood. He didn't understand the ways of the world at all. Are you looking for trouble, Li Zongjiu? The 9th Prince said as he straightened up. He found Li Zongjiu's question very ridiculous. Don't tell me you want to hear me scolding you again. Are you deaf? Let me ask you, what did you just say? Li Zongjiu's eyes suddenly became sharp. The 9th Prince's eyes narrowed slightly when he saw this. This mere mortal actually dared to provoke the majesty of the royal family and even dared to look at him, a prince with such a gaze. This was clearly a provocation. The 9th Prince's eyes became incomparably sharp as the expression on his face gradually froze. Finally, he slowly spoke. Hee, since you want to hear it, I'll tell you more. You and the people around you, even if you add up all of your heads, it's still not worth the dishes on this table. Do you have a problem with that? As soon as the 9th Prince finished speaking, Li Zongjiu threw the wine cup in his hand and splashed it all over the place. Splash. With a loud sound, the wine was splashed onto the 9th Prince's face. Even the 9th Prince couldn't react in time because such a thing had never happened before. The two maids beside him were also shocked when they saw this. Madame Fian, who was standing behind him, widened her eyes and opened her mouth wide. She covered her mouth and did not dare to breathe loudly at this moment. Even Wang Ding and the others felt as if their hearts were about to freeze at this moment. Did Li Zongjiu, Just splash the wine on the ninth prince's face? Fuck you! How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? Li Zongjio threw the wine cup in his hand out. However, this time, the wine cup was shattered by the maids beside him. Immediately, the maidservant let out a delicate cry and spat out a soft sword from her sleeve. It coiled towards Li Zongjio like a spirit snake. Since they had already made their move, there was no need to hold back. The other maid was still guarding the ninth prince. Madame Fian quickly went up and wiped the water off the ninth prince's face. The soft sword in Bing Shuang's hand moved, and like a spirit snake, it flew towards Li Zongjio. Li Zongjio stretched out his finger and easily caught the moving soft sword between his fingers. Not bad at such a young age. Li Zongjio looked at the blue-clothed girl in front of him in astonishment. The girl's soft sword was controlled. She immediately shouted, and the terrifying Yuan power in her body flowed through the sword towards Li Zongjio's body. However, this amount of Yuan power was still insufficient in front of Li Zongjio. To be able to cultivate to the 7th grade of the origin ancestor realm, if you two sisters follow me, your future achievements will be greater. Li Zongjio's body did not move at all. Even when the other party released her Yuan power, it did not affect Li Zongjio much. It was like a clay ox entering the sea. There was no movement at all. The Yuan power released by Bing Shuang was directly absorbed by Li Zongjio. Impudent! Sister! Bing Shuang also saw that her sister was in a tough battle. Her figure flashed, and she sent a palm towards Li Zongjio. Frost condensed in the center of her palm. Bang! Li Zongjio also raised his palm and met Bing Shuang's palm. In the next moment, Bing Shuang's body flew backwards. Boom! As she fell, she directly smashed a table. After that, Bing Shuang's body was also entangled by a surge of Yuan power. This surge of Yuan power was the Yuan power released by Bing Shuang just now. It was actually all transferred to Bing Shuang's body. Bing Shuang! Bing Shuang shouted when she saw this. However, she was distracted, and Li Zongjio seized the opportunity. Li Zongjio gently crossed his fingers and flicked them. With a swoosh, the soft sword in Bing Shuang's hand was sent flying. Even Bing Shuang's body flew backwards. The soft sword in her hand also seemed to be affected by the force. It slightly overlapped in the air and finally pierced the ceiling with a bang. I think you are courting death. The ninth prince immediately slammed his palm on the table in front of him. Immediately, a loud bang sounded and the table was directly smashed into pieces. At the same time, the aura on his body also exploded. An aura that could topple mountains and overturn seas blasted out. Boom! The tyrannical aura was like an angry rhinoceros, crashing towards Li Zongjio. The ninth prince's eyes were incomparably cold. It was useless to keep someone like Li Zongjio alive. Therefore, he must let Li Zongjio enjoy the feeling of being stepped on under someone's foot. Usually in Royal City, everyone would always give in to Li Zongjio. However, the ninth prince did not show any mercy today. The power in his body suddenly exploded. Everyone raised their eyebrows. They did not expect that the seemingly weak ninth prince would actually possess such terrifying strength. Is that all you have? Li Zongjio threw out a slap and easily shattered the aura released by the ninth prince. In the next moment, his body flashed and suddenly appeared in front of the ninth prince. He grabbed with his hand. He grabbed the ninth prince's neck. He lifted the ninth prince up easily. The ninth prince immediately felt a strong sense of suffocation. This was the first time the ninth prince felt so close to death. The ninth prince even seemed to see the grim Reaper standing in front of him, ready to take away his soul. Young master, you can't kill him. He is the ninth prince. Wang Ding suddenly shouted when he saw the situation. The murderous aura in Li Zongjio's eyes gradually disappeared as he casually threw the ninth prince to the ground. Although the ninth prince already had the strength of a Yuan king, He was still too weak in front of Li Zongjiu. If he really wanted to kill the ninth prince, he would only need to move his finger. 1 second was enough. He did not even need extra time to kill the ninth prince. However, when he heard that this person was the ninth prince, Li Zongjiu gave up on killing him. It was not because Li Zongjiu was afraid of the ninth prince's identity. In fact, Li Zongjiu had more or less guessed that this person was the ninth prince. To be able to make everyone leave as soon as they entered, who else could it be? Wang Ding also heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Li Zongjiu put the ninth prince down. If Li Zongjiu really killed the ninth prince, it would be troublesome. Wang Ding would probably turn around and deal with Li Zongjiu. After all, the ninth prince was a member of the royal family. Such a crime would implicate 9 generations of the royal family. Chapter 562. The ninth prince was directly thrown to the ground. He hurriedly got up and leaned against a pillar as he panted. It was only at this moment that he was able to truly feel it. The air was so precious. Normally, when he breathed smoothly, he would not feel the preciousness of the air at all. However, when the ninth prince came to his senses, he was incomparably furious. You dare to murder a prince? I think you are rebelling. The ninth prince immediately pointed at Li Zongjiu and roared loudly. You shut up, you are asking for a beating. Li Zongjiu immediately glared at the ninth prince. At the same time, the aura within his body rumbled and directly blasted the ninth prince's body like an air cannon. The ninth prince was directly blasted away and fell to the ground with a bang. Puff! Even with the ninth prince's strength, he still spat out a mouthful of blood. The ninth prince, who was rolling on the ground, was naturally in great pain. He never thought that Li Zongjiu would be so bold as to directly attack him. The dignified ninth prince! Young master! Young master! The 2 sisters hurriedly rushed forward and helped their ninth prince up. Li Zongjiu was simply too audacious. The 2 sisters looked at each other. Even if they were to die, they would definitely protect their young master. Since you are the ninth prince, I will save some effort. Listen to me carefully. From now on, I will give you 3 days. 3 days later, 1 billion purple yuan. Send it to me. Do you hear me clearly? Li Zongjiu pointed at the ninth prince, who was sitting on the ground and vomiting blood, and said, What kind of status did the ninth prince have? When had he ever encountered such a situation? This was simply a bandit, a hooligan, and a bully asking for a debt. This debt actually fell on the shoulders of a dignified prince, which was somewhat unbelievable. If you can't pay in 3 days, I will directly take away your 2 young ladies as interest. As for your spring flower and autumn moon pavilion, within 5 days, each of my brothers will have to gather 100 million gold coins. Otherwise, I will tear down your broken pavilion. Li Zongjiu said indifferently. He did not hesitate at all. After he finished speaking, he did not even give them a chance to back out. Who would dare to back out? Even the ninth prince himself was stunned by Li Zongjiu's attack. How could this be? How could Li Zongjiu's strength be above his? In the younger generation, there were not many people who could surpass him. Suddenly, the ninth prince took a deep breath as a sharp glint flashed across his eyes. Boom! An incomparably obscure mental energy ripple immediately swept towards Li Zongjiu. Mental energy attack. This ninth prince was really stupid. He actually used such a clumsy mental energy attack in front of Li Zongjiu. You are really interesting. When the mental energy rushed in front of Li Zongjiu, it was completely blocked. Li Zongjiu's figure flashed and appeared in front of the ninth prince. He saw that Li Zongjiu was completely unharmed by his mental energy attack. A trace of horror immediately appeared in the ninth prince's eyes. In the next moment, Li Zongjiu's hand fell. Since you want to play, I will play with you. I will take your mental energy first. A throwing knife immediately appeared in Li Zongjiu's hand. In front of everyone, he directly stabbed the knife into the ninth prince's head. No! Even the ninth prince exclaimed. He couldn't believe that Li Zongjio really had the guts to kill him. The Frost and Bingxue sisters wanted to block and stop Li Zongjio's actions, but they were directly sent flying by Li Zongjio. Even if the entire Spring Flower and Autumn Moon Pavilion joined forces, they were still no match for Li Zongjio. They were all easily sent flying. If Li Zongjio wanted to kill them all, he could casually spread his mental energy and easily kill them all. No one could escape from Li Zongjio's hands. However, this knife stabbed into the ninth prince's head and didn't directly end his life. The ninth prince was in incomparable pain because the mental energy that he had painstakingly cultivated was constantly pouring into the vast throwing knife in his hand. No, the absorption was complete. The ninth prince roared and then fell to the ground powerlessly. "I'll keep your mental energy for the time being." Li Zongjio's lips curled up slightly as he said lightly, "If you can't gather the money, don't even think about taking back your mental energy." Looking at Li Zongjio again, the ninth prince knew that Li Zongjio wasn't a madman or a fool. He had real strength. However, this didn't stop the ninth prince from wanting to kill Li Zongjio. Even at this moment, he must kill Li Zongjio to vent the hatred in his heart. No matter what, he must take Li Zongjio's life. His dignity as the ninth prince couldn't be trampled on so easily. He must make Li Zongjio pay the price. "Let's go." Wang Ding and the others still hadn't reacted until now. Some of them were even trembling in fear. This was a prince. However, in front of Li Zongjio, he was no different from an ordinary person. He was even beaten up like a dead dog. "Let's go. Let's go." The bodies of Wang Ding and the others were also stiff. They followed behind Li Zongjio numbly. As they walked, they also looked back 3 times with every step. Now, it seemed that there was only one way to go. That was to follow Li Zongjio closely. Otherwise, once they left Li Zongjio's side, they would be instantly eliminated by the ninth prince's forces. After today's incident, he believed that the ninth prince wouldn't be too polite to Wang Ding. Although there wasn't any conflict between the two families before this, there was now. This made Wang Ding want to cry, but no tears came out. He had walked into a dead end. "Your strength is too weak. Take this elixir. After some time, come to my residence, and I will refine some elixirs for the brothers. If you can't improve your strength, you will die a horrible death sooner or later." Li Zongjio directly threw an elixir to Wang Ding. Wang Ding took the elixir in his hand. He thought that it was just some grade 3 elixirs. Although grade 3 elixirs were relatively precious, of course he should be grateful. However, when Wang Ding felt the aura of the elixir in his hand, he immediately widened his eyes. "Fuck, this is..." Wang Ding immediately exclaimed. He couldn't believe his eyes. He directly covered the elixir with his hand. This is grade 5 elixir." Wang Ding's face almost turned red. It was actually a grade 5 elixir. Any random level 5 medicinal pill was worth tens of millions of spirit stones. Even the deputy commander of the City Guard Corps might not be able to obtain a grade 5 elixir. However, Li Zongjio had casually thrown out a grade 5 elixir. Wang Ding's strength wasn't bad. However, it was only at the grade 8 Yuan ancestor level. Only by breaking through to the Yuan monarch level would there be a possibility of an additional advancement. Wang Ding naturally wanted to make a breakthrough, but he had no way to do so. He had no medicinal pills to support him, and there was no experienced person to guide him. Without a guide, how could he make a breakthrough just by exploring himself? Wang Ding's heart was filled with regret. He reckoned that there weren't many people in the entire military camp who hoped that he could break through. Therefore, relying on oneself was the most important path. Unfortunately, Wang Ding's talent was limited to this. As for Li Zongjio's gift, no reward, this elixir was simply a cardiac stimulant for Wang Ding. With this elixir, breaking through one's cultivation base wouldn't be difficult at all. Furthermore, even if there were areas that he didn't understand, he only needed to ask Li Zongjio for clarification. Given Li Zongjio's cultivation base, Guiding Wang Ding wouldn't be a problem at all. Besides Wang Ding, even the entire Tusk Battalion would be able to obtain elixirs. That was the true strength of the entire troop. Of course, it was impossible to distribute the elixir to everyone. Even in the Tusk Battalion, not everyone was on the same side. Therefore, they still had to be careful. "Thank you, young master. Thank you, young master." The Tusk Battalion members were also extremely touched. They weren't as hypocritical as the others. At least, there were genuine elixirs given to Wang Ding. Chapter 563. Li Zongjio did not use any deliberate means to subdue Wang Ding and the others. After all, Li Zongjio did not care about these things. Whether Wang Ding was one more person or one less person did not make much of a difference to Li Zongjio. However, Li Zongjio wanted to give it a try. If he subdued this Wang Ding, could it be that he was expecting these people to come and save him when he was in danger? When the tree topples, the monkeys scatter. If one wanted to become truly powerful, one had to constantly improve their own strength. Only then could one ensure that no one would be able to touch them. Wang Ding and the others left immediately. Today was indeed a thrilling day. To Wang Ding and the others, they were first beaten up by a group of people who came out of nowhere and were heavily injured. Then, a random group of people who came out of nowhere actually managed to defeat the entire Tusk Battalion. This meant that they really needed to cultivate and improve their strength. If they were to do something so shameful in the future, they might as well be beaten to death outside. Li Zongjio returned to the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor after the matters outside were more or less settled. 3 days were enough for Li Zongjio to reach the 13th level of the Genius Tower. Things were different now. Li Zongjio's strength was already at the Yuan Monarch realm. His mind power was also at the Yuan Monarch realm. If one had to point out, it would be that his physical strength was slightly weaker. In his previous life, Li Zongjio had only consumed a lot of elixir pills and had not deliberately cultivated. Thus, he had directly raised his physical strength to the Yuan Monarch realm. This was a very terrifying concept. This also meant that Li Zongjio could basically ignore many threats. If someone at the Yuan Monarch realm came to launch a sneak attack, Li Zongjio would not even need to make a move. Just the rebound force alone would be enough to kill the other party. Sometimes, one might not even be able to withstand an all-out attack. In fact, there were many unusual movements in the Sacred Flame Royal City today. For example, in the Spring Flower and Autumn Moon Pavilion. The matter did not end after Li Zongjio left. Li Zongjio was utterly tyrannical. The 9th prince was actually being tyrannical in front of the majestic emperor. This Li Zongjio was truly lawless. Was he really not afraid of the prince's revenge? When Li Zongjio left, Bing Shuang and Bing Shui quickly helped the 9th prince up. "Get out of my way, you bunch of trash!" The 9th prince spat out blood from the corner of his mouth. In front of these women, he had suffered a huge loss. He had lost all his face. How could he still have the face to look at these people? This caused the 9th prince to feel extremely displeased. He even wondered if he should kill all these people to protect his reputation. "Young Master Xianming, don't be impatient. That Li Zongjio is just a clown. It won't be long before he turns into ashes." Just as the 9th prince was sitting there fuming, a woman in a purple robe walked down from the pavilion. The woman was wearing a veil, which made her look light and ethereal. It was as if he was a riddle placed in front of them, making it impossible for them to see through him and figure him out. The woman in purple waved her hand gently. Bing Shuang and Bing Shui bowed and left. Madame Fian also bowed and left. "Palace Master Yinqi, you promised me that you would help me become the crown prince of the Xinyan dynasty. Now, among the many princes, my power has not increased. If you can't help me, then it's useless for me to keep you alive. I believe that the people from the Judgment Hall will be very interested in your whereabouts." The 9th prince coughed softly and looked at the woman in front of him with a pair of gloomy eyes. This is 10,000 flower dew. It can heal wounds and stop bleeding. It's effective in seconds. Palace Master Yun Qi placed an extremely exquisite bottle of 10,000 flower dew on the table. Even though the bottle looked like it was used to heal wounds, the ninth prince opened the bottle and drank a big mouthful of the 10,000 flower dew. The power of the 10,000 flower dew merged into the ninth prince's body little by little. It brought great relief to the ninth prince's injuries. The places that were originally in extreme pain recovered little by little. Even the color on his face was quickly recovering. This thing is not bad. Even the ninth prince, who was angry, praised the effect of the 10,000 flower dew. The fact that it had such a good effect really made the ninth prince raise his eyebrows. For ordinary people, 1 drop can cure all the pain and illness. If one takes more than 10 drops, it can even prolong one's life by a year. There are 600 drops in this bottle. It's a kind of compensation for the grievances that you have suffered. It's really regrettable that we didn't act in time. Palace Master Yun Qi said. The spring flower and autumn moon was actually just a cover. The reason why the ninth prince had such a habit was to carry out a secret plan with Palace Master Yun Qi. At the same time, Palace Master Yun Qi had also helped the ninth prince break through during this period of time. If not for this, it would have been very difficult for the ninth prince to break through to such a realm with his own talent and hard work. In terms of talent, Qi Yanran, who had a king-level original spirit, was better. However, even with Qi Yanran's strength, she had not broken through to the Yuan King realm. It was the same for someone as strong as Kuan Erishur. He had not broken through to the Yuan King realm. It was not just a simple realm. It was a very difficult threshold. It was not easy to cross over. Palace Master Yun Qi represented an extremely secretive sect. Some time ago, she had found the ninth prince and discussed the terms with him. Palace Master Yun Qi could help the ninth prince compete for the position of the crown prince. At the same time, the ninth prince would also provide protection for the people of Zishuan court behind Palace Master Yun Qi. Because of this, they had reached an agreement. Every month on a cloudy day, the ninth prince would come to the spring flower and autumn moon to cultivate with Palace Master Yun Qi. It was through this method that his strength increased. Although the cultivation method was somewhat unique, there was nothing wrong with it. Today, the dignified ninth prince had suffered such a great loss in the territory of Zishuan court. Palace Master Yun Qi and the other experts of Zishuan court did not appear. They just watched as he was beaten up. In the end, the Mind Power Land was forcefully taken away by Li Zongjiu. Chapter 564. Do you think you can make it up to me with these small favors? The ninth prince said coldly. Even so, the 10,000 flower dew did calm down the ninth prince's anger. This was another side effect of the 10,000 flower dew. It could keep people in a tranquil and peaceful state. It was a very rare and precious medicinal liquid. In fact, young Master Xianming, you should thank Li Zongjiu. Palace Master Yun Qi said slowly, "Oh, that brat extorted 1 billion purple yuan from me and humiliated me in front of all of you. He even forcefully took away my mental energy. Do I have to thank Li Zongjiu for this?" The ninth prince's eyes turned cold. Immediately, a murderous aura filled the air. If Palace Master Yun Qi was making fun of him, then he, the ninth prince, would have to use his real power as a prince to teach her a lesson. Of course, young Master's luminous moon qi has already been cultivated to the 3rd level. The reason why you haven't been able to break through is because young Master's cultivation is too smooth. In addition to the influence of mental energy, it has slowed down your cultivation progress. Palace Master Yun Qi said slowly. When these words were spoken, the ninth prince, who was about to fly into a rage, suppressed his shock at this moment. He paid great attention to such news because it was related to the state of his training. The bright moon genuine qi had indeed been progressing slowly recently. It seemed that there was always a force that was suppressing the progress of his genuine qi. Now that he heard Palace Master Yun Qi's words, he suddenly understood that it seemed to be the case. It was because his mental energy was in an extremely strong state that his bright moon, genuine qi, was hindered. Now, Li Zongjio took away his mental energy by force. In this world, there were not many people who could do this. However, Li Zongjio could do it. Therefore, for the ninth prince, this was a great opportunity. He had to seize this opportunity to make up for his losses. You're right. Misfortune may be a blessing in disguise. Ha ha ha. This prince wants to see if there is anyone in this world who can stop my sharpness. The ninth prince laughed out loud and then asked Palace Master Yun Qi to open the door of the secret cultivation room. There was a large array inside the secret chamber that could help the ninth prince condense his power and speed up the cultivation of the bright moon real qi. Even if it was only for one night, the effect of the cultivation would be dozens or even hundreds of times better than usual. It was precisely because of such an obvious effect that the ninth prince had come to the spring flowers and autumn moon house so diligently. Furthermore, he had almost never been absent. Today, however, Li Zongjio had forcefully taken away his spiritual power. It was originally a depressing matter, but Palace Master Yun Qi's explanation made the ninth prince happy. The cultivation of psychic power had always been under the guidance of Master Mirror Emperor, who served as the palace guardian elder in the imperial palace. It seemed that not everyone had the talent for dual cultivation. In the cultivation of psychic power and yuan qi, if there was a conflict between the attributes, there would be a state of mutual suppression. When the ninth prince entered the secret chamber to cultivate, Palace Master Yun Qi's aura suddenly turned cold. Palace Master Yun Qi's aura suddenly became extremely cold. It seemed that she had turned hostile in an instant. Go and investigate Li Zongjio's background for me. Who exactly is he? Is he here for Purple Xian Court or the ninth prince? Palace Master Yun Qi's eyes revealed a kind of invisible fierceness and viciousness. If such a person was enraged, no ordinary person would be able to stop him. Palace Master Yun Qi naturally noticed Li Zongjio when Li Zongjio made his move. However, when she discovered that Li Zongjio's strength had already reached the Yuan King realm and could kill the ninth prince, who was at the same level as him, she knew that Li Zongjio's strength was definitely not an ordinary cultivation method. Even Palace Master Yun Qi could feel it very clearly. Li Zongjio must have a stronger power that he had not used. If he used this power, even she, Palace Master Yun Qi, might not be a match for Li Zongjio. If he used a forbidden move, it would definitely bring great trouble to her. At the very least, the arrangements in the imperial palace would be destroyed in a moment. It would definitely be a great blow to Purple Xian Court. Therefore, Palace Master Yun Qi had to remain calm. She could only watch helplessly as Li Zongjio thoroughly tortured the ninth prince and the others. I can see that guy is very interested in the two of you. If necessary, I will arrange for the two of you to go to Li Zongjio's side, Palace Master Yun Qi said indifferently. Palace Master Yun Qi looked at the people around her and said indifferently. Bing Shuang and Bing Shue's eyes did not change at all. As long as it was the palace master's order, they would follow it unconditionally. They did not care about the fate and consequences. It could be said that this pair of twin sisters was carefully cultivated by Purple Xian Court. All these years they had been assisting the ninth prince by his side. Even the ninth prince did not know their true identities. Obviously, Purple Xian Court was also very powerful. They could actually cover the sky with one hand under the nose of the ninth prince. It was really shocking. If the ninth prince knew the truth, he would probably be so shocked that his teeth would fall out. However, what Palace Master Yun Qi did not know was who Li Zongjio was, and why he came to her Spring Flower and Autumn Moon Tower to make a scene. Was it because of the ninth prince or something else? If he was here to spy on the situation of Purple Xian Court, he must be looking for an opportunity to get rid of Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu, you'd better not do anything rash. There was a hint of uneasiness in Yun Qi's eyes. Judging from some of Li Zongjiu's actions, she obviously knew that Li Zongjiu was a fearless person. However, if Li Zongjiu did not come to target her, Yun Qi would be very willing to make friends with Li Zongjiu. That's right, Fian. Go and gather 1 billion purple yuan coins. Prepare the amount that Li Zongjiu wants for him. If he can calm down after receiving the money, give it to him first. Sooner or later, he will have to pay back this debt. Yes, Palace Master. Chapter 565. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Li Zongjiu also walked out of the door of the Genius Tower on the 14th floor. He had already reached the 14th floor. There were only 3 obstacles left. As long as he passed the 14th floor, Li Zongjiu would be able to easily obtain the lower half of the Universe 9 revolving needle. This way, Li Zongjiu would have fulfilled his promise to alchemist Nansheng. Li Zongjiu didn't like to owe people favors. Therefore, if possible, Li Zongjiu would rather deliver this item to Nansheng as soon as possible. Although it was possible that the current Nansheng had already forgotten about him, Li Zongjiu didn't care about this. He had some connections in his previous life, but in this life, they might not be able to collide again. Therefore, Li Zongjiu was very open-minded. However, Li Zongjiu also had a great ambition in his heart. Although it could be said that Li Zongjiu's cultivation in his previous life had already reached the pinnacle, but in front of the Nansheng family his influence was still very small. Of course, being able to achieve this little influence was already very impressive in itself. Li Zongjiu's pride in this life was to make his clan even more powerful than Medicine Master Nansheng's. He wanted to look down on all of heaven and earth. As for the future development, Li Zongjiu did not care. As long as he was alive, his Luoxia city's Li family would exist forever. When Li Zongjiu walked out, he happened to see someone walking up from the 13th floor. It's you. It's you who caused me to go through so much trouble. Come out. I want to negotiate with you. The girl with a long ponytail, whom he met for the first time, seemed to have an indescribable anger. At this moment, when facing Li Zongjiu, she could not wait to strangle Li Zongjiu to death. Who are you? Li Zongjiu looked at the girl in a long white dress in front of him. The latter's temperament gave Li Zongjiu a feeling of purity. This pure feeling was as if this girl was directly transformed from a medicinal herb. It was so magical. You don't even know my name, yet you dare to step on my head. Now I've finally caught you. The girl in front of him was so angry that her whole body puffed up. Seeing this scene, Li Zongjiu was really worried that this little girl's cheeks would directly puff up and then explode. Li Zongjiu also subconsciously stretched out a finger and poked the girl's puffed-up cheeks. Pooh! The pure girl's eyes in front of him and Li Zongjiu's eyes also looked into each other's eyes. The girl did not expect Li Zongjiu to be able to do such a thing, and Li Zongjiu did not seem to realize that his actions were a little too intimate for this girl. You, die. However, the extent of the girl's anger was not something Li Zongjiu could imagine. Immediately, he could see that the goddess's eyes seemed to be spewing out flames, and it was as if she wanted to swallow Li Zongjiu directly. In the next moment, the girl in white also released an extremely terrifying mental energy. It directly blasted towards Li Zongjiu. It was as if a stormy sea had rolled up in the mental world, and it directly fell towards Li Zongjiu. Unfortunately, in front of Li Zongjiu, who had seen many storms and waves, it was not worth mentioning at all. Similarly, his mental energy directly turned into a fish and easily drilled into the stormy sea. In the process of swimming, it also neutralized the opponent's mental energy attack. However, Li Zongjiu could also feel that the opponent's mental energy only wanted to show him who was the boss, and did not really want to kill him. If she really wanted to kill Li Zongjiu, she might have been killed by Li Zongjiu instead. This girl's mental energy is really vast. Although Li Zongjiu's mental energy turned into a fish and easily dodged. During the process of swimming, he could clearly feel the terrifying power coming from the girl's body. It was no wonder that she could advance by leaps and bounds in the Genius Tower and was even comparable to Li Zongjiu for a while. This showed that the latter's strength was not weak. Your mental energy has actually broken through to the king level. The girl looked at Li Zongjiu in shock. Is this very difficult? Li Zongjiu said disdainfully. She was merely at the king level, so what was there to be surprised about? Although the girl in front of him had a powerful mental energy, there seemed to be some kind of power protecting her in her body. Ordinary people might only have one secret, but this girl actually had two. Hearing Li Zongjiu's understatement, the girl was so angry that she wanted to eat him. What did he mean by, is this very difficult? It was obviously very difficult. She was only able to break through to the Yuan King level in such a short time because of her talent and the power of her bloodline. Even she had just broken through not too long ago. She had wanted to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat in the heavenly day medicine manner. However, she had not expected to encounter an extremely mysterious fellow who had actually overtaken her and forcibly stolen her limelight. This made her very unhappy. If she were to compare other things, she might still be lacking. However, in the Genius Pavilion, a powerful mind power was simply an unimpeded identity token. Under such circumstances, with her king-level mind power, there was no way she could have an opponent. Sure enough, there was an opponent. It was Li Zongjiu. She had originally thought that he was a freak, but he looked no different from an ordinary person and actually possessed the mind energy of a Yuan King level mental energy. This was something that surprised the girl herself. It wasn't easy for her to meet this freak today. The girl was prepared to teach him a lesson and let him know that he was wrong. He shouldn't have competed with her for the limelight. Most importantly, none of the rewards from the Genius Tower fell into her hands. How could she contribute to the family and obtain her freedom? Otherwise, once they graduated, they would have to go back to their family and stay in that boring alchemy room all day long. Or there would be a group of white-bearded old men studying there. It was very scary. Just thinking about it made them not dare to go back. They didn't even dare to ask to graduate. Do you want to become rich overnight? The young girl suddenly said to Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu could see that the young girl's eyes were constantly moving, as if she was planning something bad. Chapter 566. What do you have in mind? Li Zongjiu asked. The girl looked around. This is not the place to talk. Follow me. Li Zongjiu came out of seclusion today to collect debts, but he encountered this girl. He thought it would be better to delay it for the time being. After all, nothing big would happen. The girl in front of him was definitely not simple. Li Zongjiu was also curious as to why such a person would appear in the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor. Although the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor was not bad, in reality, with the girl's strength, she was on the same level as Li Zongjiu. There was no one who could teach them. In terms of alchemy skills, the two of them were stronger than any of the instructors in the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor. Li Zongjiu was so, and so was the girl in front of him. It seemed that the girl's goal was to enter the Genius Pavilion. 2 bowls of crystal sugar water. You're in luck. It's my treat today. Feel honored. The girl brought Li Zongjiu to a roadside sugar water stall. Although such a place was relatively simple and not as luxurious as a high-class inn, it often had a unique taste. When you got used to it, you would like to eat it very much. Therefore, Li Zongjiu also wanted to taste what this sugar water was like. 2 bowls of crystal sugar water were served in front of the two of them. Li Zongjiu was about to start eating, but the girl stopped him. Hey, little student, don't be in such a hurry to eat. We haven't talked about serious matters yet. Tell me, do you want to have a lot of money? The young girl asked mysteriously. At the same time, she looked around before moving closer to Li Zongjiu and speaking slowly. If you cooperate with me, I'll give you a lot of money. Oh, what do you want from me? Li Zongjio unconsciously avoided the girl's hand and took a bite of the sugar water in her hand. The taste was quite good. It was cold and refreshing, and there was a slightly sour taste in his throat. The feeling of eating it was quite good. Seeing that Li Zongjio had actually started eating, the girl didn't continue to stop him. She also couldn't wait to take a bite. Only you and I can clear the Genius Tower. The others are all trash. You and I can work together to clear the Genius Tower. You can make a copy of what you get and sell the original to me. The girl said in a low voice. Li Zongjio smiled as he listened. Are you talking about the 9 turns universe needle? He waved the bamboo scroll in his hand. The young girl only had time to clearly see the words carved on the scroll. Universe 9 revolving needles. Her eyes started to drool. In fact, from the looks of it, the other party looked as if he was about to jump out from his spot and start snatching it. Li Zongjio was also very fast. He put away the scroll in his hand and didn't give the other party a chance at all. There should only be the first part here, right? Although I already have the first part, your item isn't very valuable to me. If you can get the second part, I'll give you a very satisfactory price. The corners of the girl's mouth twitched as she spoke mysteriously. Li Zongjio, on the other hand, looked at the girl in surprise. He hadn't expected the girl to know about the universe 9 revolving needles. Furthermore, she also had the first part in her hand. This was what surprised Li Zongjio. The universe 9 revolving needles had never appeared on this continent before the Genius Tower. It seemed like someone from the girl's family had also cleared the Genius Tower before. However, due to the age restriction of the Genius Tower, it became more and more difficult towards the end. Hence, it had always been stuck at this step. In that case, someone from the girl's family had already cleared the Genius Tower before. Now that it was the girl's turn, she obviously wanted the second part of the universe 9 revolving needles very much. Although Li Zongjio didn't know exactly where the girl came from, he already had a few guesses in his heart. The reason she had come to the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor seemed to be for the universe 9 revolving needles. One had to know that there were many precious cultivation techniques at the back of the Genius Tower. These questions could be answered with a little calculation. However, the girl was very interested in the universe 9 revolving needles. There had to be a reason behind it. If I'm not wrong, the second part of the scroll should be the last stage on the 14th floor. How much do you think it's worth? Li Zongjio looked at the girl in front of him and asked playfully, How about this amount? The girl stretched out 3 fingers. 300 million purple yuan? Li Zongjio asked with a frown. Although 300 million wasn't a small amount, it was nothing to Li Zongjio, who had a net worth of tens of billions. The girl shook her head and revealed a faint confidence at the corner of her mouth. Li Zongjio knew that he seemed to have underestimated the girl in front of him. 3 billion? 3, the girl said. Li Zongjio continued to wait for the girl to continue. 3 upper grade primordial stones. Even Li Zongjio was slightly surprised when he heard this number. The exchange rate between upper grade primordial stones and middle grade primordial stones was at least 1 to 10, or even 1 to 20. This mainly depended on the purity. The preciousness of middle grade primordial stones could be seen from the fact that the Fog Elixir sect had only found 3 middle grade primordial stones in the remains of a peak origin ancestor. Although it was from a long time ago, it was definitely considered rich. The Li family also received a middle grade primordial stone at that time. Now, even Li Zongjio only had a few middle grade primordial stones left in his hands. These were found on Han Wuxiu's body previously. Before this, he had never even seen an upper grade primordial stone. 3 upper grade primordial stones was definitely a big deal. If 3 upper grade primordial stones were sold at the same time, it was estimated that some people would be willing to spend 60 or even 70 middle grade primordial stones to exchange for them. ordinary people wouldn't be willing to exchange for them. For consumables like primordial stones, the higher grade they were, the more precious they were. Just like the value of a 6th grade elixir, it was far from the value of a 5th grade elixir. There was still a huge difference between the two. 3 upper grade primordial stones is not a small amount. Li Zongjio nodded and said, if it was someone who had not seen the world, they might be shocked by these 3 primordial stones. But in his previous life, Li Zongjio had seen a lot of primordial stones, not to mention primordial stones of the highest grade and primordial stones of the highest grade. Even these upper grade primordial stones were just a pile of broken stones for Li Zongjio. Only the top grade primordial stones and the top grade primordial stones were slightly more attractive. The others were not in his eyes at all. However, his current strength was not as strong as in his previous life, so he still had to grasp these resources well. If this girl wanted to exchange some other things with Li Zongjio, then Li Zongjio wouldn't mind considering it. Unfortunately, Li Zongjio had already promised to give her the lower part of the universe, 9 rotating needle. Therefore, he could only refuse this girl's request. So you agree? The girl's eyes suddenly bloomed with brilliance. Li Zongjio shook his head slowly. You think too much. Chapter 567. Li Zongjio did not hold back at all. The girl heard that Li Zongjio dared to refuse her. Moreover, he dared to eat the sugar water she ordered. She immediately stretched out her hand and took the bowl of sugar water from Li Zongjio's hand. If you don't agree, don't even think about eating my sugar water, the girl said angrily. She did not expect this guy to be so ungrateful. After eating her sugar water, he dared to refuse her. If you think it's too little, I can give you 2 more upper grade primordial stones. This is the highest I can give you. I can't give you more. The girl said, 5 upper grade primordial stones. This was the most she had in her pocket. If she wanted anything else, she really couldn't take it out. It's not about the primordial stones. I have already promised to give this to another person. You're late, Li Zongjio said, but if you want it, you can buy it from her after I give to her. In this way, wouldn't it be the best of both worlds? Li Zongjio's idea was naturally good. However, the girl's eyes were burning with flames. Who dared to steal her limelight? She did not expect someone to act first. This caused the young girl to be extremely angry. She wanted to see exactly who this person was. Not only that, she wanted to let Li Zongjio know how powerful she was. Is that so? Then you're out of luck, because now you've offended a very powerful person. The difficulty of the 14th level depends on who breaks through first, the girl said as she clenched her small fist. She glared at Li Zongjio. Looking at her posture, it seemed like she wanted to declare war on Li Zongjio. One had to admit that this girl was quite scary when she was serious. After the girl finished speaking, she opened her mouth and directly poured the 2 bowls of sugar water into her stomach. She did not give Li Zongjio any chance. This made Li Zongjio stunned. Isn't this lass a little too excited? You, Li Zongjio pointed at the girl and was speechless. Li Zongjio believed that he was a very shameless person. If he couldn't come to an agreement, he would directly make a move and beat the other party until they had no temper. However, the girl in front of him was even more shameless than him. Not only did the negotiation not reach an agreement, but he was also not allowed to drink the sugar water. This was simply outrageous. How could there be such a thing? This made Li Zongjio flustered and exasperated. However, the girl also got up and left. You pay the bill. After saying that, the figure dashed out and disappeared in the blink of an eye. If Li Zongjio's guess was correct, then this little girl probably didn't have much money on her at all. Under such circumstances, she still dared to invite Li Zongjio and Tang Shui. Simply, he had never seen such an outrageous girl. Li Zongjio didn't know the girl's name. However, it wasn't difficult to find out. He just had to check who was first on the alchemy master ranking. With the girl's strength, She could easily squeeze into the alchemy master ranking even if she wasn't careful. Moreover, she could hang high in the first place, and no one could shake her position. Before Li Zongjiu appeared, she had to be a well-deserved overlord. He reckoned that the sudden increase in speed last time had something to do with this girl's breakthrough. This girl is awesome. Li Zongjiu shook his head, helplessly. Although the tang shui was delicious, Li Zongjiu still had serious matters to attend to. Li Zongjiu placed a 100,000 gold coin deposit check on the table and immediately got up and left. The stall owner was also an old woman who was close to 60 years old. She had been making sweet water her whole life, and many of her customers were returning customers. When the old woman went to clean up the table, she discovered that there was a banknote of 100,000 yuan on the table. She immediately widened her eyes and picked up the check to look at it repeatedly. Only then did she confirm that it was real. She immediately became excited. "Thank you, thank you." The old woman's eyes were filled with tears, and her hands were trembling. Li Zongjiu had casually given her a bank note, which was enough for the old woman's family to work hard to earn money for a lifetime. Spring flower and autumn moon in. When Li Zongjiu arrived at the brothel again, the sky was already dark. The spring flowers and autumn moon in's proper restaurant business had already closed for the day. What was about to begin was the true highlight of the show, the true reason why the spring flowers and autumn moon inn was known throughout the world. When Li Zongjiu arrived, he felt that there were many experts in the spring flower and autumn moon inn. "Come, young master, let's listen to the music. This little girl knows how to play and sing." A girl threw a handkerchief directly at Li Zongjiu's face. Li Zongjiu directly raised his hand. "Ask your family's lord to come find me." "Oh, this guest, since you're already here, why are you still standing outside? Come in with me, it won't be too late to wait inside." The girl wanted to pull Li Zongjiu, but she didn't manage to grab Li Zongjiu's clothes. She saw Li Zongjiu's figure flash in front of her eyes and walk out. When she looked again, he had already walked into the spring flower and autumn moon inn. Tonight was not a dark night. Therefore, the spring flower and autumn moon pavilion welcomed quite a number of esteemed guests, causing everyone to be extremely busy. Li Zongjiu walked in and realized that all the guests were gathered on the first floor. Starting from the stairs on the second floor, there were rows of strong men in black martial attire. They stood in rows and rows in a military posture. If it were someone who was slightly timid, they wouldn't even dare to get too close. "This guest, I'm sorry. I'm Xiaofeng. The upper floor is already full. Why don't I accompany you downstairs for a drink?" A gorgeously dressed girl with heavy makeup walked up. She was almost sticking her whole body to Li Zongjiu. "Your family's Madame Fei Yan?" "Yes, that's the name." "Where is she?" Li Zongjiu asked. These people really didn't have the attitude of admitting their mistakes. They didn't even send the money directly to the casino and wanted him to come here himself. "Madam is currently entertaining distinguished guests upstairs. It's not convenient now. Why don't I accompany you to play?" "What do you want to play?" "Play your father." Seeing that the girl called Xiaofeng still wanted to stick to him, Li Zongjiu directly raised his hand and pushed her away. She spun a few rounds on the spot and finally flew out. "Looks like I'll have to go through a lot of trouble again." Li Zongjiu looked at the rows of guards standing at the top of the stairs. Although these people had changed into casual clothes, he could still tell at a glance that the aura on their bodies was the aura of soldiers. "Stop! Unrelated people are not allowed to go upstairs." When Li Zongjiu was about to go up the stairs, he was directly turned around by the two men. They were like two walls in front of him. Chapter 568. Two burly men immediately blocked Li Zongjiu's path. Li Zongjiu did not waste any time. With a flicker of his eyes, his mental energy transformed into two palms and sent the two men in front of him flying. Slap! Slap! It was as if two invisible palms had slapped their faces, sending them flying. When the two men were sent flying, The guards were stunned for a moment. Then one of them roared, "Take them down!" Immediately, they rushed down from the stairs one after another. However, in the face of these people's attacks, Li Zongjio only raised his hand slightly. His powerful mental energy easily sent these people flying to the ceiling. Bang, bang, bang. When they fell, some tables and chairs were smashed into smithereens. Some of the guests were also at a loss. They hurriedly pushed away the ladies in their arms and turned to run, afraid that they would hurt them. Once the chaos started, who knew how many people took advantage of the chaos to escape? Some of them did not even have the time to pay before they disappeared without a trace. Seeing such a situation, the guard on the second floor, who looked like an instructor, immediately roared at Li Zongjio. "Who dares to be so impudent?" With this roar, an extremely terrifying aura immediately gushed out from him. Such a terrifying aura caused the scalps of the surrounding people to go numb. Li Zongjio, who was dozens of steps away, gently waved his hand. Slap! A loud and clear slap directly landed on the man's face. 3 of the black-faced instructors' teeth flew out. The black-faced instructor fell to the ground with a thud. When the black-faced instructor rolled on the ground and rolled into a private room, the people in the room immediately became angry. The person who booked the entire place today was an adult with 5 items. Although he himself was not much, he had an extremely strong background. Recently, he had directly established a relationship with the young master of the Shi family. This was even more out of control. This person was the son of the deputy commander of the city guard army. Currently, he was in charge of a group of guards that was specifically in charge of the deputy commander. Although his influence in the army was not great, he was able to influence the deputy commander. This situation was quite impressive. As long as young Master Guan Holiang opened his mouth, there would be a huge change in the city guard army. Logically speaking, it was rather indecent for someone of Guan Holiang's status to appear in the spring flowers and autumn moon inn. However, since the son of the newly appointed Shi family head was willing to cooperate with Guan Holiang, he was naturally more than happy to do so. The guards outside the door were Guan Holiang's troops and the Shi family's guards. However, when the black-faced instructor was beaten up, Guan Holiang's expression immediately became sullen and angry. Guan Holiang was not considered old. He was only about 23 or 24 years old. To be able to become the commander of the city guard army at such a young age, apart from his father, there was also a group of people supporting him from behind. Take the black-faced instructor in front of him, for example. If it were not for the loyal support of these people who had been imparting all kinds of knowledge to him since he was young, Guan Holiang would not have been able to reach where he was today. "Uncle Heibing, what happened to you?" Guan Holiang hurriedly went forward and helped the black-faced instructor up. Heibing's mouth was full of blood. When he opened his mouth, a pool of blood spurted out. Shi Baoshan frowned when he saw this scene. Then he signaled the experts behind him to send one of them out to see what was going on. Shi Baoshan could be said to be flushed with success recently. Although he had a little status in the Shi family in the past, he was really in a dispensable state and was not valued at all. However, it was different now. Shi Baoshan's father, Shi Chuji, had directly become the Shi family's patriarch. As the young clan head, Shi Baoshan's status and position naturally rose with the tide. In the past, he did not have the right to participate in some activities and venues. Now he was scrambling to be the first to invite Shi Baoshan to participate in them. Therefore, Shi Baoshan was becoming more and more arrogant. Recently, the Shi family had also given him a task, which was to get in touch with the city guard army. It would be best if he could get in touch with the deputy commander or even the commander. It seemed like there was a big deal to be done. However, Shi Baoshan was not clear about the main business content for the time being. Today, he had just gotten in touch with Guan Holiang, the son of the deputy commander of the city guard army. The two of them chatted happily. They were birds of a feather. Just when the discussion was about to reach a critical point, such a scene happened. The mood of the night was directly disrupted. Madame Fei Yen, although I, Shi Baoshan, am not a powerful person, I can still afford to book this place. Now that something like this has happened, are you not giving me Shi Baoshan any face? Shi Baoshan looked at Madame Fian, who was preparing the wine at the side. This woman who pretended to be virtuous, wasn't she just a whore? Sooner or later, he would get rid of her. Now was a good excuse. Madame Fian's expression changed slightly, because just now her subordinate also came to report the situation. In addition, Madame Fian had also guessed that the person who came wasn't someone to be trifled with. Last time, even the 9th prince didn't get any benefits from this person, let alone others. Perhaps the ending would be even more miserable. Initially, he wanted to stop them and explain the situation to them. However, Guan Holiang had already helped the black-faced instructor up. His eyes were filled with ferocity, and killing intent was released from his body. He was the dignified Guan Holiang, the commander-in-chief of the guards. He was actually slapped in the face when he was drinking here. How could Guan Holiang tolerate this? He had to capture this person, lock him up in the water prison, and torture him mercilessly. Someone who dared to offend him in the sacred flame royal city. This really surprised Guan Holiang. This person was obviously courting death. Follow me, all of you. I want to see who is this person who doesn't want his life. Just when Guan Holiang was about to walk out, he saw a figure being thrown in. With a bang, Guan Holiang was sent flying back. A second ago, he was incomparably brave, but in the next second he fell to the ground. Speaking of Guan Holiang's skills, which were honed in the army, shouldn't be too bad. Why couldn't he avoid such a situation? However, this matter happened too suddenly. He couldn't react in time and was knocked to the ground. Li Zongjiu walked in from outside. He scanned the surroundings and finally locked his gaze on Madame Fian. Chapter 569. So you're here. Have you prepared the things I asked for? Li Zongjiu looked at Madame Fian and said, there were other people in the house, but they were all ignored by Li Zongjiu. These small fries in front of him were not qualified to hang around in front of him. Therefore, he did not care at all. If they dared to disturb him, Li Zongjiu would not mind getting rid of them. Shi Baoshan was the one who was the most upset. In the past, Shi Baoshan would have been ignored. But now he was a popular figure in the Shi family, who knew how many people wanted to find connections with him and build bridges with him in order to climb up the Shi family's social ladder. If they could cooperate with the Shi family, even if it was just a little help in some business, it would be enough for them to work hard for a long time. Therefore, this kind of interpersonal relationship was very important. Recently, Shi Baoshan and Shi Baoshan had attended many dinners and were received by many people. Unknowingly, Shi Baoshan also thought that he was a very powerful person. Just this thought alone was enough to make Shi Baoshan indulge in his role. Now Li Zongjiu, a daring madman who came out of nowhere, a little bandit, a little hooligan, and the like, had actually ignored him. This made him very unhappy. Brat, don't you think it's rude to greet people when you enter? Shi Baoshan said indifferently. Immediately, he stood up and grabbed the sword of the person beside him. When he stood up, his body gradually released a murderous aura. Li Zongjiu directly waved his hand. Bang! Shi Baoshan was sent flying out of the window with his sword. He fell from the window on the 2nd floor and landed in the backyard. He did not even have time to say anything else. The expert that Shi Baoshan brought was only an ancestor-level expert. When he saw Li Zongjiu throw him out of the window, he naturally understood that Li Zongjiu in front of him was not someone he could compete with. Brat, you offended someone you can't afford to offend. You'll regret it. After the middle-aged expert threw out a harsh sentence, he directly jumped towards the place where his young master fell. Young master, are you all right? Guan Holiang, who was on the ground, was about to get up, but Li Zongjiu stepped on his face. When he stepped on his face, he used a little strength, and Guan Holiang was about to faint. Madame Fian was already used to Li Zongjiu's unscrupulous behavior. Calm down, young master. Just follow me. I've already prepared everything, Madame Fian said with a slight bow. Compared to Madame Fian's age, she wasn't too old. Right now, Madame Fian only looked to be 31 or 22 years old. Furthermore, she wasn't married, yet she directly gave herself such a title. When Madame Fian and Li Zongjio walked out of the private room together, Madame Fian was shocked. Madame Fian was completely shocked when she saw the corridor and the stairs, as well as the people lying on the ground all around the hall. For the sake of a mere 1 billion purple yuan, that had actually caused such a huge commotion. If this continued, then perhaps the special envoy department would come in a while. Not to mention that the spring flower and autumn moon in was the 9th prince's territory. Without the 9th prince's permission, even the special envoy department would not dare to get close to it. Needless to say, ordinary executive envoys would not dare to go to places that were slightly more serious. Some of the bigger cases would have to be handed over. Although the special envoy department's job was to protect the peace and prosperity of the city, most of the time they were like plainclothes constables. They would roam around the city and catch some people, investigate some cases of fire, theft, and molestation. Of course, the special envoy department wanted to make a comeback. However, it wouldn't be easy to make a comeback in such a turbid environment. But this time, Li Zongjio was probably going to fall. Now, Li Zongjio had directly offended a person with real power. For the time being, it was hard to say what Shi Baoshan would do. After all, Shi Baoshan's situation was like this. If he was not careful, he might be directly locked up by the Shi family. Or, if something unexpected happened in the Shi family, it would have a great impact on Shi Baoshan's situation. Another thing was Guan Holiang. One must know that Guan Holiang's father was the deputy commander of the City Guard Army. Currently, there were 7 military camps in the City Guard Army. As the deputy commander, he could mobilize the strength of at least 3 military camps at any time. He could directly take you away by force. If you killed the soldiers of the City Guard Army during this rebellion, they could use the name of rebellion to directly behead you on the spot. When that time came, the strength of the army wouldn't be as simple as a group of people rushing forward. When all kinds of battle formations were assembled and operated, their power could be said to be extremely terrifying. Coupled with some very powerful destructive equipment, it was simply not something that ordinary people could resist. Although there were places in the underworld like the 7-star Fire Room and the Bright Thunder Workshop which could independently forge weapons, it was said that the 7-star Fire Room and the Bright Thunder Workshop. However, the truly powerful place was obviously the Flame Hammer Pavilion of the Shenyan dynasty. The power of the armaments forged in the Flame Hammer Pavilion wouldn't be easily revealed. Ordinary people simply had no way of coming into contact with them. No one knew what kind of terrifying origin weapons were forged in the Flame Hammer Pavilion. For example, the fiercest siege chariot on the battlefield now. If they waited for the siege chariot to attack, it would basically take less than an hour to easily break through the city gate. Think about it. If such a battlefield monster was used to deal with a small family mansion, how long would it take? Therefore, although the weapons in the Jianghu were powerful, they were only small skirmishes. Once some large-scale origin weapons were used, it would be a display of the power of the Shenyan dynasty. If you want to exterminate the mountain bandits, but the terrain of the mountain bandits is extremely complicated, then I'll directly blow up the entire mountain. This is a true flattening. I can blow up the entire mountain and flatten it. There was no room for negotiation. Therefore, Li Zongjio offending Guan Holiang was a very stupid thing to do. However, Madame Fian wasn't in a hurry to explain to Li Zongjio. Even if Guan Holiang didn't make a move to deal with Li Zongjio, the 9th prince would still make a move and eliminate Li Zongjio. Otherwise, even Zishuan Pavilion would pay attention to Li Zongjio. If Li Zongjio was just an ordinary person, then his corpse would probably be floating on the Ding and river by now. However, it was also because Li Zongjio's intentions were still unclear that Zishuan Pavilion didn't want to complicate matters. Therefore, They tolerated Li Zongjiu until he reached this point. Madame Fian came to a room on the third floor. Looking at the room, it should be a study, but the atmosphere of the study was close to a kind of blurry pink. How could one read a book in such an environment? There are 1 billion purple yuan in this storage ring. In addition, there's 100 million purple yuan as compensation for what happened last time. Madame Fian took out a storage ring and handed it to Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu took the storage ring and gently scanned it with his spiritual power. He found that there were many boxes in the storage ring, all of which were millions of yuan notes. Where's the 9th prince's spiritual power? Madame Fian saw that Li Zongjiu didn't seem to have any intention of handing over the spiritual power, so she directly asked, Chapter 570, Mental Energy? What mental energy? Li Zongjiu asked. Li Zongjiu naturally knew what Madame Fian was talking about. She was talking about the kid's mental energy. However, if he wanted to preserve that tiny bit of mental energy, he would have to expend a lot more effort. Therefore, Li Zongjiu used the mental energy to hone his vast flying dagger. He used the mental energy to hone his vast flying dagger. The vast flying dagger in his hand was slightly sharper than before. At the very least, it would not be too strenuous for him to deal with people below the 5th grade Yuan King realm. Since it had already been used up, where was Li Zongjiu going to get back? Naturally, he could only pretend to be deaf and dumb. You took away the 9th prince's mental energy. Previously, you said that you would return it to him as long as he paid. Madame Fian became anxious when she saw Li Zongjiu trying to act shamelessly. Did I say that? Why don't I remember? Li Zongjiu scratched his head and asked Madame Fian, What time is it now? It's dinner time now. I'll take my leave first. You guys can continue playing. Li Zongjiu said. Then he left immediately. Madame Fian was so angry that she stomped her feet. That damned liar. All men are liars. Madame Fian looked at Li Zongjiu, who was leaving. She could not do anything to Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu was obviously prepared to act shamelessly. What could she do to him? However, Madame Fian did not chase after him. Soon, there was a secret compartment in the room. A figure walked out from it. It was Palace Master Yunqi. This was also part of the plan. If Li Zongjiu came, she would bring Li Zongjiu to this room. If Li Zongjiu had any intention of targeting Zishuan Court, Palace Master Yunqi could take action secretly and kill Li Zongjiu directly. However, since Li Zongjiu left so quickly, it seemed that he didn't come for the Zishuan Court. Although this method was a bit rude, it was also more principled. Palace Master Yunqi also appreciated this point very much in her heart. It seems like this person's target is not us. There's no need to worry. Madame Fian said, Don't be happy too early. I always have a hunch that this person already knows about my existence. Although the secret compartment in this room was specially built to conceal the aura very well, she always had a hunch that Li Zongjiu already knew about her existence. It was just that he did not care. Even if he wanted to kill Li Zongjiu just now, it would not be easy. Thinking about it this way, this Li Zongjiu was really a terrifying person. But according to the information, Li Zongjiu was just a complete loser half a year ago. He did not have any cultivation talent at all. Even if we spent a lot of money, we still couldn't cure this guy. Madame Fian said. Obviously, she was also very curious about Li Zongjiu, because after that, Li Zongjiu's strength directly improved. It was as if he was soaring. He directly improved to such a level. Madame Fian and the others did not know where to start. Before this, there was not even a trace of him. This was the most powerful existence. That was why these people valued Li Zongjiu so much. If they wanted to make someone become an expert overnight, they would have to use this method. The most famous method was some people from evil sections. Li Zongjiu's origins are mysterious. Recently, the the southern border's poison cult seems to have already started to track us down. I estimate that they've already started to make arrangements in the southwest region. We must act quickly. Otherwise, once the southern border's poison cult invades on a large scale, our Zishuan pavilion will definitely suffer a calamity. Palace Master, is the poison sect in Nanjiang really so powerful? They're not just powerful. They can even kill people without leaving any bones behind. This is a truly vicious method. Palace Master Yun Qi said. Only a few of them had witnessed the prowess of the poison sect. For Palace Master Yun Qi, she did not want to see such a tragic scene again. Madame Fian was also very confused. Why were the people from the poison sect in Nanjiang so relentlessly pursuing them? Could it be that there was some deep hatred between them? Palace Master, why did the people from the poison sect in Nanjiang want to kill everyone from our Zishuan court? Even with Madame Fian's qualifications, she still did not know what exactly happened at that time. She only received a notice from the higher-ups that they had to immediately move and cover their tracks. Therefore, this group of people fled here in a panic. Apart from this, there were many other branches that were currently scattered outside. Until now, they had not been able to meet up. Palace Master Yun Qi was also silent for a while. Then, she looked at Madame Fian in front of her. Our Zishuan court only recruits women. In addition, all of our disciples have extremely special constitutions. That's why they can cultivate the moon god technique of our Zishuan court. And the moon god technique that we cultivate is the best refining material for the people from the poison sect in Nanjiang to refine their parasites. The higher the cultivation of a person, the more powerful the parasites they refine will be if they become the property of the poison sect in Nanjiang. If the people from our Zishuan court are caught, they'll suffer a fate worse than death. Palace Master Yin Qi's eyes flashed. Not only did she feel worried about the tragic end of some of her sisters after they were caught, but she also felt anger and a deep resentment towards the poison sect in Nanjiang. In Pavilion Master Yun Qi's heart, she could not wait to kill all these people. However, she did not know what to do. Right now, Zishuan court itself was in danger. She was only the palace master of Yunqi Palace. There were 3 palaces and 6 halls in Zishuan court. Even with palace master Yun Qi's strength, she was still so afraid of the poison sect in Nanjiang. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the people from the poison sect in Nanjiang were. They deserved their reputation. One day, the poison sect in Nanjiang will definitely be destroyed in our hands. Palace Master Yun Qi said coldly. At this moment, outside the eaves, a figure gradually emerged. The figure landed gently on the ground and turned around to look at the spring flower and autumn moon tower behind him. So, it's the people from Zishuan court. If I remember correctly, the poison sect in Nanjiang's previous life finally achieved an explosive breakthrough because it captured a large number of people from Zishuan court. At this moment, Li Zongjio suddenly realized that these women from Zishuan court were natural nourishment for southern Xinjiang's poison cult. So why not? Killing a few people was nothing to southern Xinjiang's poison cult. If the people from the poison sect in Nanjiang were willing, they could even slaughter half of the world's people. The remaining half of the world's people would naturally become the slaves of the poison sect in Nanjiang. It seems that the poison sect in Nanjiang has already started to take action. I can't delay any longer. It's about time to start some actions. Li Zongjio's eyes were also filled with cold light. In Nanjiang's previous life, the poison sect in Nanjiang killed countless people. In this life, their nature had not changed. Some time ago, they even almost killed Li Zongjio's uncle. The hatred between them had probably been formed long ago. Chapter 571. However, when it came to cooperation, whoever lowered their head first would have already lost. Moreover, with Li Zongjio's temper, it was impossible for him to beg Zishuan court to cooperate. Li Zongjio's expression was grave. The threat of the poison cult in Nanjiang was no less than that of Qingyuan Villa. One of them had been accumulating and spreading the situation to a large extent. There were countless potential threats. However, the other one was the poison cult of the southern region. They were a great threat. Their appearance seemed to be able to destroy everything in this world. One of them revealed their fangs rhythmically and regularly, while the other started killing in all directions. Most of the time, they were never reasonable and killed without any scruples. In that case, Li Zongjio couldn't let these people continue to be so arrogant. Slaughtering the southern border's poison cult would be an act of boundless virtue. Now that Li Zongjio's wings were growing, he began to prepare to deal with these people. Li Zongjio went to the Great Delight Casino to check on the recent results. When he arrived, he saw that a pawn shop had been opened in a shop opposite the casino. The intention of opening a pawn shop opposite the casino was very obvious. Come here to borrow money to gamble. If you win the gamble, you can return the money. However, many people didn't know that the boss behind this pawn shop was the Queen of 9 Victories, Duliani. The pawn shop's name was directly called Spring and Autumn Pawn Shop. It seems that the Pan family still has some tricks up their sleeves. Li Zongjio couldn't help but praise her in his heart. A small girl like her had already endured a lot of pain in the Pan family. Now that she had broken free, she would definitely have to put up a struggle. She directly cut into the business of the old boss. At the same time, she probably took away many of the old boss's new and old customers. Li Zongjio naturally welcomed Du Liani to join their Broad Joy Casino. Recently, our casino's revenue has been booming. We have also taken over the Sparrow Saint Casino. Now we have people there. The Pan family doesn't dare to make any moves because we have opened some small gambling stalls near some of the Pan family's important properties. Taifai said, it could not be said that this move was not sinister. In fact, most of the time it was done in this way. Usually, they would arrange some spies within the range of the hostile forces. Firstly, it was convenient for them to report information. Secondly, they could play a certain role in threatening the enemy at this critical moment. It's as if he's hiding a lot of time bombs around you, so you don't dare to act rashly. If you dare to send people to the Sparrow Saint Casino to cause trouble, Taifai will probably take action instantly and destroy some of the Pan family shops. Everyone was doing business outside. If you don't let me do business, I won't let you do it either. As a result, the Pan family was extremely passive. The Pan family originally relied on the 9th prince, but recently, the 9th prince seemed to be doing something. It seemed that he didn't pay attention to the Pan family for a long time and didn't pass down any orders. In addition, they had heard about the Pan family before. Li Zongjio had caused a ruckus in the spring flowers and autumn moon in some time ago. As a result, they didn't dare to make an enemy out of Li Zongjio at such a critical time. As long as this guy didn't do anything too excessive, they would let it go. They would endure it for the time being and wait for the situation to become clearer before making a decision. Now, Li Zongjio and the Great Pleasure Casino could be considered as a small tyrant in the city. It was said that the Blue Tiger Gang, who was in the limelight recently, had to take a detour when they saw them. Many people had asked the Blue Tiger Gang to help them, hoping to gain some benefits from the Great Pleasure Casino. However, they were all rejected by the Blue Tiger Gang. What a joke! They didn't see the tragic situation when they fought with the Great Pleasure Casino. Pay attention to the recent movements in the city. If there are any strange forces entering the city, immediately inform me. If you can't find me, just leave a message in the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor. Li Zongjio said. In the next period of time, he would enter the Genius Pavilion to make a final push. Of course, that wasn't a big problem, but the poison sect of the southern region was a potential threat that he had to guard against. Yes, young master. Taifai said, you two have to cooperate with each other. I don't care about other things. No matter how many methods you use, how much money you spend, how many people you kill, it doesn't matter. If there's trouble that you can't solve, just come to me. Who did you say your enemy was last time? Li Zongjio asked. Du Lian's eyes were still filled with hesitation and concealment because she was worried that Li Zongjio would not take her matter to heart. If that was the case, then everything she had done now would be in vain. She might even be abandoned by Li Zongjio and be hunted down by the Pan family. That would be a real tragedy. The son of the Imperial Guard commander, Xiao Tiance, hearing Li Zongjio's question, Du Lian hurriedly said. She was even a little nervous, but now it seemed that Li Zongjio was indeed a man of his words. Okay, I know. Li Zongjio nodded. Help me take the elixirs here and give them to Wang Ding. There are a total of 1,500 level 3 spirit strengthening elixirs in this bottle. Let him use them well, Li Zongjio said lightly. Tai-Fai, who was originally full of confidence, heard that there were so many elixirs in the storage ring. His hands trembled violently. So many elixirs. Tai-Fai didn't know where Li Zongjio got so many elixirs. But the price of these elixirs was already sky-high. Even some big families couldn't take out so many elixirs at once. These were thousands of elixirs. They could easily build a powerful army. Du Lian, who was standing aside, was very surprised when she saw this scene. She already knew that Wang Ding came to join them. Since he had already joined the Buiwai casino, he was one of them, so Tai-Fai didn't hide it. But Du Lian also knew that Wang Ding had just joined. Even if Li Zongjio trusted Wang Ding's words, he shouldn't have given so many elixirs to Wang Ding so quickly. There were 1,500 elixirs, and they were all level 3 elixirs. Could this be Li Zongjio's charm? In fact, even Du Lian didn't know why she trusted Li Zongjio, so she did such a thing and pinned all her hopes of revenge on Li Zongjio. But it was also because Li Zongjio never doubted the people under him. Or perhaps Li Zongjio didn't care about what would happen to these people. If they were obedient, it would be good, but if they were disobedient, he would kill them directly. Chapter 572. Li Zongjio didn't care if you rebelled or not, and he didn't care what you were thinking. He just wanted you to complete what Li Zongjio asked you to do. Nowadays, it wasn't strange for people to have their own thoughts. After all, they were humans, not metabeasts. Even metabeasts had their own thoughts. It was hard to say. However, it didn't matter if you had your own thoughts. If you couldn't complete what Li Zongjio asked you to do, you would be useless. Li Zongjio would eliminate you without hesitation. That was why Li Zongjio let them do what they wanted. If Li Zongjio continued to stay here, he would probably bring pressure to them. As for the compensation, it wasn't for Wang Ding. The elixirs in their hands were enough for them to use. It all depended on what these people needed. No matter how much money they had, it would not be as effective as this pill. As for Xiao Tiance, he would deal with him when he was free. The most important thing now was to pass through the 14th level. Otherwise, that mysterious girl would probably pester him relentlessly. However, a lack of cultivation level was a lack of cultivation level. No matter how much time he spent to break through, it would be of no use. When Li Zongjio returned to the front of the Genius Tower, he realized that there was no movement at all on the 14th floor. It was obvious that the girl wanted to break through, but the effect wasn't obvious. Li Zongjio entered the Genius Tower again. Li Zongjio had only appeared for a few days, but he had already offended several groups of people. Bin Qingyi had also gotten himself into a lot of trouble. First of all, it was Lei Gong who was brought back. Ever since he was defeated by Li Zongjio, Lei Gong had been seriously injured when he returned. He had to recuperate for a full 7 days before he was able to fully recover from his injuries. Fortunately, this pharmacist was also a top existence in Qingyuan Villa. The opponent that Thunder District Mistress met this time around is not simple. Other than the injuries on the surface, there are also many hidden forces hidden within her body. If not for my good eyesight, I reckon that these hidden forces would have completely shattered Thunder District Mistress's meridians. An old man in a green robe said. Lei Gong was lying on the bed with a pale face. Thank you, Huang Yaoshi. Lei Gong said. Huang Yaoshi was one of the top pharmacists in Qingyuan Villa. Huang Jingxie. It was rumored that he could revive the dead. He used to travel among the people, saving the dying and helping the injured. Later on, he was recruited by the villa owner of Qingyuan Villa, studying all kinds of medicine books and treating these people at the same time. In addition, he could also invent some formulas and medicinal herbs. Through this method, he could also publish some of the formulas that could be used to treat diseases. This way, more people could be saved. Huang Jingxie's yuan power cultivation was ordinary. However, his medical skills were relatively strong. There were probably not many people in the world who could compare to him. At the same time, he was also good at acupuncture and was obsessed with it. This is what I should do. Qingyuan Villa doesn't keep idle people. Huang Jingxie said, if Huang Yaoshe has any requests in the future, just let me know. Lei Gong said, Huang Jingxie had saved his life. Lei Gong was a proud person and naturally didn't want to owe him a favor. Don't worry. If there is, I'll definitely come and ask for your help. Huang Jingxie said as he stood up and packed up his medicine box. Li Zhongjiu, next time, I'll definitely tear you into pieces. Just as Lei Gong was speaking, he suddenly felt a wave of hot air assaulting his ear. In an instant, his ear was blown off with a loud bang. Lei Gong's entire ear was destroyed. It was a pity that Huang Jingxie was already far away. On Lei Gong's ear, it was obviously a hidden force left behind by Li Zhongjiu. However, who would have thought that this hidden force would actually deceive Huang Jingxie? Huang Jingxie only checked most of the joints in Lei Gong's body. He didn't expect such a situation. There was actually a hidden force hidden in the ear. Fortunately, the force wasn't too strong. Therefore, it only blew off one ear and didn't leave any fatal injuries. He was relatively lucky. If this force landed on his neck and blew it off, he would probably be dead. However, Huang Jingxie had already thoroughly checked these fatal parts. Even if there were any, Huang Jingxie would directly clean them. On the other hand, places like the ear were insignificant and didn't need to be checked. There were so many parts on the human body. If he were to check them one by one, Huang Jingxie would probably collapse here today. He was already old, so it would be very difficult for Huang Jingxie to make such a big expenditure. This was a very challenging task. Lei Gong's hatred for Li Zhongjiu deepened. Damn it, damn it. Just you wait, just you wait. Sooner or later, I will kill you. Lei Gong's hand directly hammered the bed, making a dong 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 sound. The maid outside the door heard this and hurriedly came in. When she saw that Lei Gong was covered in blood, she immediately hurried over to help Lei Gong deal with it. In a short period of time, Lei Gong wouldn't be able to affect Li Zhongjiu. Firstly, the injuries on his body hadn't fully healed. Secondly, the Thunderfall sword, the Thunderfall blade, and even the blade case with the power of lightning had been taken away by Li Zhongjiu. There was no need for him to go to the extreme Yin pool anymore. There was also no need for him to go to the Black Water Forest. The sword had been snatched away by someone else. What was the point of going there? Furthermore, the ninth prince, who had been taught a lesson by Li Zhongjiu in the sacred Flame Royal City, had learned from his humiliation and made use of this opportunity to break through to the level of a grade 2 Yuan monarch. The bright moon genuine qi in his body continued to circulate. The ninth prince's temperament gradually became extremely feminine. Even his body was gradually becoming slender. The bright moon genuine qi has increased my feminine strength. Although this looks a little strange, a man of great ambition doesn't care about trifles. The ninth prince's eyes flickered with a cold light. He was an extremely ruthless person. As a man, he had obviously been surrounded by beautiful women, but he had never been tempted. His heart was only filled with ambition and ambition. When the ninth prince said he didn't care about trifles, he was referring to the thing below his crotch. As his bright moon genuine qi broke through, it actually became smaller and smaller. However, the ninth prince didn't care because he didn't need it. Chapter 573. In the military camp, the camp of the city guards. Outside the sacred flame royal city, there were figures of the city guard army. In the south of the city, in the tent of the deputy commander of the city guards. "Father, please allow me to lead the troops immediately. I want to tear that brat into pieces," Guan Holiang pleaded in front of his father. However, Guan Shifei shook his head and rejected the offer firmly. "We can't touch Li Zongjiu for the time being." "Why, father?" "That brat is just a student of the small Heavenly Dawn Medicine Mansion. What kind of background could he have?" "I've already contacted the Shi family, one of the 4 great families. With the young master of the Shi family as a witness, that brat will definitely die. This matter isn't as simple as you think. And that Shi Baoshan, you better stay away from him. The Shi family is already in a mess, yet they still want to meddle in the arms business. If the emperor finds out about this, both of us will lose our heads," Guan Shifei said in a deep voice. At this moment, Guan Shifei's heart was in a mess. His son was beaten up, but that wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that the person who beat him up was Li Zongjiu. After the conflict between Guan Holiang and Li Zongjiu, Guan Shifei received a warning from the 5th prince. The warning was that he was not allowed to take revenge on Li Zongjiu. Guan Shifei didn't tell anyone about this. "Since father isn't willing to give me the authority, I'll think of a way myself. No matter what, if I don't take revenge, what will the army think of me?" Guan Holiang didn't have much ability, but he cared a lot about his reputation. He stood up, clenched his fists, and roared at Guan Shifei. Guan Shifei saw that his son dared to talk back to him and slapped him. Slap. The slap was crisp and clear. "You brat, do you think I'm dead? That Li Zongjiu is someone that the 5th prince has his eyes on. If you dare to mess around, I will directly chop off your legs." Guan Shifei sent Guan Holiang flying with a slap. Guan Holiang, who was lying on the ground, looked at Guan Shifei, who had slapped him. His eyes were filled with unwillingness, but he listened to Guan Shifei's words. The 5th prince, his entire body quivered. "5th prince, Dad, is this Li Zongjiu one of the 5th prince's men?" "I'm not sure yet, but the 5th prince did sound out Li Zongjiu some time ago. It seems that the 5th prince thinks highly of Li Zongjiu. It's hard to say." "Don't worry, I think Li Zongjiu is an arrogant and unruly person. If the 5th prince is tired of Li Zongjiu, I will personally chop off that brat's head." Guan Shifei's hands were naturally stained with blood. At this moment, when he said these words, he released a murderous aura. Even Guan Holiang, who was beside him, could feel the evil aura coming from Guan Shifei. It was only now that Guan Holiang remembered. His father was the butcher of tens of thousands of people on the battlefield. After that, he was transferred to the city guard army to assume the position of deputy commander. Although it could be said that he had been in a semi-retired state for many years now, in reality, he was still a sharp and shiny long blade that had been hidden for a long time. If it was necessary, he would definitely create a storm of blood when he made his move. Just because this fierce tiger was in a deep slumber, he could not let his guard down and think that the latter was harmless. In fact, such a person was simply hiding his strength and biding his time. In the darkness, he sharpened his teeth and waited for the right opportunity to kill. Guan Shifei had been waiting for a long time now. Among the 7 camps, there were already 3 battalion commanders standing beside Guan Shifei. He only needed to wait for the old commander to retire, then he would be able to stand out in the next round of competition and become the commander of the city guard army. He would be in charge of a regiment. The reason why Guan Shifei was so nervous and hated Li Zongjiu to the bone was because Li Zongjiu's subordinates were actually cooperating with Wang Ding. This was not a good thing for Guan Shifei. Now that Guan Shifei had chosen to rely on the 5th prince, the 5th prince's attitude was unclear. Even until now, he still hadn't given a definite answer. It was clear that the 5th prince knew Guan Shifei's goal. He just wanted to borrow the 5th prince's influence. Therefore, the 5th prince had seen through everything clearly. He did not immediately agree. Now that Wang Ding had come to disrupt the situation, it was obvious that this would affect Guan Shifei's power to a certain extent. If the fifth prince had taken a fancy to Li Zongjiu, he would definitely support Wang Ding to ascend the throne. Perhaps before Guan Shifei became the regiment commander, he would have already been taken down by Wang Ding. Currently, the Tusk battalion strength was average, but their spirit was definitely a clear stream in the city guard army. The people recruited below were all people who had slowly climbed up from the bottom. Therefore, in the face of danger, they would be even more united. With Guan Shifei's insight, Wang Ding's appearance at this time meant that he was definitely up to something. These days, you should pay more attention to Wang Ding's movements, Guan Shifei said. Wang Ding, that useless battalion commander. Guan Holiang did not understand what this matter had to do with Wang Ding. Why was it related to Wang Ding again? You still don't know, but Li Zongjiu and Wang Ding seemed to be working closely together. Guan Shifei didn't know about the matter of the ninth prince being beaten. However, Guan Shifei's intelligence network was still able to find out about the relationship between Wang Ding and Li Zongjiu. There were already signs of it. Now that he looked at Li Zongjiu, there was an even bigger problem. Even the fifth prince had come forward to protect Li Zongjiu. Who exactly was he? I see. Since Wang Ding is related to Li Zongjiu, father, don't worry. I will definitely not let Wang Ding have an easy time. Guan Holiang's eyes flashed with a cold light. Since Li Zongjiu could not be touched, but it did not say that Wang Ding could not be touched. Now, as long as he could deal with anything related to Li Zongjiu. Their hearts were also extremely carefree. He would definitely not let Li Zongjiu have an easy time. The Tusk battalion was stationed near the South City Gate. After making a trip to deal with the ninth prince, Wang Ding, who had returned, was initially frightened. However, he quickly took the 5 soul essence elixir that Li Zongjiu had given him and took it. After all, in front of such an elixir, no one would be able to resist it. It took Wang Ding 2 whole days to refine the elixir. Wang Ding, who had taken the elixir, had also tasted the sweetness of the elixir. In these short 2 days, Wang Ding had also tasted the sweetness. In just 2 short days, his cultivation level had actually jumped by 2 levels. Now, Wang Ding's cultivation level had directly reached the 9th grade origin ancestor realm. It should be known that Wang Ding had been stuck in this realm for a whole year. He had not been able to make any progress. He had thought that there was a problem with his talent or the cultivation method was wrong. Under such circumstances, he had taken the elixir that Li Zongjiu had given him. It directly caused the elemental energy in his body to be in a state of great explosion. Chapter 574. At this moment, Wang Ding was beaming with joy as he led everyone to a night drill. This was simply a display of exuberant energy, which made the people under him suffer unspeakably. The few deputy battalion commanders under Wang Ding were also complaining incessantly. Liu Pei was considered to be more energetic and not afraid of trouble. However, when he saw Wang Ding's exuberant energy today, he could not help but be surprised. "Did you take some medicine? How can you be so fierce?" Liu Pei understood Wang Ding. Their hometowns were right next to each other, very close to each other. Now that he saw Wang Ding coming out to train so desperately, there must be something joyous going on. Wang Ding was very showy as he spun around a few times on the spot. "Look for yourself. You guys over there, don't be lazy. Do 600 squats on a 250 kilograms stone block. Why do I see you squatting on the ground and counting ants?" Liu Pei circled around the cauldron and realized that the cauldron's aura was extremely dense, as heavy as a mountain. Such a scene was not common, and he could even see that the cauldron's aura seemed to be on the verge of erupting. Liu Pei's eyes immediately widened. You. Liu Pei pointed at Wang Ding and stuttered. At this moment, his eyes were wide open and filled with disbelief. He could not believe that the scene in front of him was actually real. Naturally, Wang Ding was so proud of himself that his tail was raised to the sky. He could not wait for the passers-by to come up and praise him. Liu Pei himself was also very excited. One should know that Liu Pei had followed Wang Ding for many years because Liu Pei's character was very straightforward. Sometimes he would not even care about who the other party was. If there was a problem, he would directly rush up and confront it on the spot. Therefore, it was very difficult for such a person to mix well in the army. His strength was not bad and his ability to do things was not bad. However, his temper was not good and he did not know how to flatter his superiors. Therefore, in the end, he was directly transferred to the Tusk Battalion, which had no future at all. Do some hard work. Although in everyone's eyes he was an arrogant and despotic deputy battalion commander with a large number of troops in his hands no matter where he went, in reality, such a position meant that if one was unwilling to become the claws and fangs of others, they would only be continuously pushed aside. Liu Pei was considered lucky to fall into Wang Ding's hands. At least Wang Ding could help him block some of the attacks. If anything happened, Liu Pei and Wang Ding would take care of it. Therefore, there wouldn't be any problems. When Wang Ding fell, Liu Pei's good days would come to an end. The current situation was that most of the people who were upright and didn't want to hook up with other people were assigned to the Tusk Battalion. Therefore, the Tusk Battalion was basically a hopeless place. However, if Wang Ding couldn't keep his position as a battalion commander, for example, if he was robbed by the wind-chasing battalion, then the Tusk Battalion would end up like those people before. There would no longer be a peaceful place in the army. Now, Wang Ding was not too pure because he was already in a state of cooperation with the Great Pleasure Casino. In the future, he would be under Li Zongjiu's control. However, Li Zongjiu was an outsider after all. At this moment, it seemed that following Li Zongjiu was not a loss. In fact, Wang Ding was not a pedantic person. If there was a good place to go, he would naturally go. However, with so many people following him, if he accidentally found a bad boss, then wouldn't he be done for? Whether he died or not was a small matter, but the brothers under him could not be sacrificed in vain. As for Li Zongjiu, to be honest, Wang Ding didn't think so much at that time. The only thing that caught his eye was the domineering aura that Li Zongjiu exuded. Just this point alone made Wang Ding want to follow Li Zongjiu. Later on, he investigated Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu was just a village boy from Luoxia City. How could he have such great power? Later on, he found out that Li Zongjiu exuded this kind of aura. At that time, Wang Ding thought that if Li Zongjiu was able to get through the current crisis, it would be a pretty good thing. If he relied on Li Zongjiu in the future, he might be able to escape from Royal City unscathed. But when he saw Li Zongjiu beat up the Ninth Prince, Wang Ding understood. Now, he had to rely on Li Zongjiu for the rest of his life. There was no room for retreat. If he wanted to live, the only way was to stand on Li Zongjiu's side and wait for Li Zongjiu to finish off the Ninth Prince. Stop drooling over here. Hurry up and go train. You're going to lift 3,000 pounds today. Wang Ding said. A kick landed on Liu Pei's body and sent him flying. Liu Pei rolled on the ground and crashed into a stone block. It happened to be the 3,000 gene stone block. The onlookers at the side burst into laughter. The scene in front of them was really comical. What are you laughing at? Get over here. Go, hell's rope. Crawl back and forth 20 times. No, boss. Stop talking nonsense. With Liu Pei's sudden suppression, the people in front of him who were originally smiling instantly turned into frowns. At the same time, they kept their smiles and began to immerse themselves in the training. Wang Ding was very satisfied with this busy process. Only by constantly training and becoming stronger would he be able to have a better future. Even if he did not become a soldier in the future, with his strong body, no matter where he went, he would still be able to make a living. Just as Wang Ding was watching these people train, a messenger came to report that a person named Tai had come to see him. Tai? Old Tai, why is this guy here? Could it be that something happened to the young master? Wang Ding thought in his heart and then waved his hand. Quickly, invite him in. Tai was invited into Wang Ding's tent. When Wang Ding saw Tai Fai enter, he revealed a smile. "Old Tai, what's the matter that requires you to make a trip here personally?" It could be said that Tai Feiha had almost died in Wang Ding's hands when he came to seize the Great Delight Casino. However, in the blink of an eye, the two of them had become such close friends and brothers. It was all because of the relationship between the two of them. One had to admit that the world was indeed unpredictable. "The young master asked me to bring you something," Tai Fai said mysteriously. To be able to befriend this city guard battalion commander was an opportunity that he cherished very much. During this process, Tai Fai naturally wanted to have a good relationship with Wang Ding. After all, they needed each other. "Oh, what is it?" A light flashed in Wang Ding's eyes. Looking at Tai Feiha's mysterious expression, he could not help but guess in his heart. Could it be that he was sending a medicinal pill to him at this time? However, even if it was really an elixir, it had only been a few days. If he wanted to refine this elixir, there shouldn't be many of them. But for Wang Ding, even if there was only one elixir, he would be grateful to Li Zongjiu because Li Zongjiu was a man of his words. Chapter 575. Tai Fai placed a storage ring on the table. "Why don't you take a look at it yourself?" After he finished speaking, he picked up the teapot beside him and took a sip. Wang Ding looked at him suspiciously. Then he reached out and took the storage ring on the table. He injected his mental energy into it and immediately saw the contents of the ring clearly. However, when Wang Ding saw it clearly, he even thought that his eyes were blurred. He couldn't feel the existence of these things in front of him at all because he was already muddle-headed. Is there something wrong with my eyes?" When Wang Ding saw this scene, he couldn't believe his eyes. He wondered if there was something wrong with his eyes, or if there was something wrong with his brain. He couldn't believe that he was seeing things wrongly. However, when he saw Tai Fai's half-smile, Wang Ding confirmed it again. This time around, Wang Ding was able to personally verify that these medicinal pills were genuine. Every single one of them emitted a vigorous aura. Judging from the quality of these medicinal pills, they definitely did not come from the hands of an ordinary alchemist. These, don't tell me that you guys have robbed some elixir store? Wang Ding's breathing became hurried. Even though he had just broken through, it wasn't as intense as grabbing such a large amount of resources in his hands. If Wang Ding was willing, he could take these elixirs and leave. These elixirs alone were enough for him to not have to worry about the rest of his life. Of course, Wang Ding wouldn't do such a thing. However, if Li Zongjiu and the rest really robbed this elixir store, it would be troublesome. Which elixir store in Sacred Flame Royal City didn't have a backer? The status of an alchemist was different from that of a blacksmith. The status of an alchemist was extraordinary. Moreover, there would be an alchemist union to manage them and protect their rights. They weren't people that could be touched just because one wanted to. Even the friends of an alchemist were also alchemists. If one offended one, it was equivalent to offending a group. This was much more troublesome than destroying a casino or a gang. After all, many experts were unwilling to help a gambler or a gang leader. However, they would be more than happy to help an alchemist. It was extremely rare to be able to gain the favor of an alchemist. That was why Wang Ding was so worried. "Don't worry, we aren't that stupid. Don't you know that the young master is a 5th-grade alchemist?" Tai Fai shook his head and said. Wang Ding also remembered that Li Zongjiu was a real imperial alchemist. Anyone who could obtain this status couldn't be an ordinary person. "I know this, but this is too fucking awesome." Wang Ding finally spat out these words. It was simply too shocking. Wang Ding simply couldn't find any other words to describe his feelings. "Here are 1,500 third-grade pills. The young master said that you are free to use them however you want." Tai Fai stood up and said. Wang Ding listened, and his heart was extremely excited. What kind of trust was this? To hand over 1,500 third-grade pills to him without saying a single word. Moreover, before this, he directly gave him a 5th-grade pill. Otherwise, he didn't know how long it would take for him to make a real breakthrough in Nanjing Street. At this moment, in front of Li Zhongjiu's gift of pills, he easily broke the shackles of many years. It also gave Wang Ding the capital to work hard in his future career. Wang Ding will never forget the young master's kindness. Wang Ding thumped his chest and said, his eyes were gushing with a flame of loyalty. Even if Li Zhongjiu really had ulterior motives, people with discerning eyes could see that they were poor. What could they possibly want? They had already come to this point. With the support of Li Zhongjiu and Taifai, Wang Ding completely saw hope and confidence. With such a large amount of wealth in his hands, his heart was naturally excited. However, as the dignified battalion commander of the Tusk Battalion, it was not a problem to protect the wealth in his hands. In a while the barracks will open. Why don't you stay and drink? Wang Ding said. No, I have other things to do. I have to take care of the business of the casino. I can't leave now. Next time, when you are on vacation, let's have a good drink. Taifai said. Drinking was forbidden in the barracks. Of course, with Wang Ding's identity, it was not a problem for him to drink a small amount. Therefore, this matter was not urgent. After the two talked for a while, Taifai took the lead and left. After a period of excitement, Wang Ding's heart gradually calmed down. After he calmed down and made arrangements, he found some problems in his heart. No matter how much he got in his hands, no matter how many benefits he got, he always had to pay back. He would never take advantage of others. There was no such thing as a free lunch in the world. Wang Ding understood this in his heart. He sat there quietly and pondered for a while. In the end, he called Liu Pei and some other people in. The 1,500 grade, 3 medicinal pills in Wang Ding's hands were enough for him to train his men into elites in the city guard army. However, there was also a problem. That was, there were more or less spies from other battalions among the people under his command. Of course, this was not a serious matter. At most, they would just keep an eye on his movements. It would not cause too much of an impact. In fact, these people in the upper echelons were well aware of the situation of many people. However, if you got rid of one of them, they would send another 1 or 2. There was no need to waste time on this. A man's life and death are fated. This time, I, Wang Ding, will fight a battle to turn my life around. Wang Ding clenched his fists. At this moment, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity was placed in front of him. For Wang Ding, this was a chance to change his fate. He would not hesitate or hold back. He would go all out. Time flew. A month's time passed in the blink of an eye. Even during this period of time, Sacred Flame Royal City had never been peaceful. Moreover, it seemed that something even more serious had happened. First of all, the officials announced the cause of death of the commander of the Special Envoy Department, Han Wuxiu, and the others. They were killed by a group of insect masters who were good at using poison. Insect masters, a profession that could control some strange insects. People in this profession stayed away from them. However, the range of activities of these insect masters had gradually spread to Sacred Flame Royal City recently. It was even said that these insect masters had continuously invaded several cities. The current situation was precarious. Chapter 576. Heavenly Star Medicine Manor, Genius Tower. In front of the Genius Tower, a woman in green stood there and looked up at the tower. Behind her, there were even more people who were watching from the back. Above the Genius Tower, they were witnessing the emergence of a miracle. According to the previous speed, we should be able to see the result by today. Someone in the crowd said. At this moment, even Morong Jian was standing in the crowd, looking up. Currently, the overlord of the Genius Tower, Li Zhongjiu's identity was known to everyone, because at this moment, the girl standing at the front had already broken everyone's previous guesses. This girl was the one who stopped Li Zhongjiu that day. Li Zhongjiu roughly knew that this girl's identity was extraordinary, but he didn't know her specific situation. The majority of the people stood at the back, because they knew that with their strength, they didn't have the qualifications to stand side by side with this girl. Even Guasi stood at the back of the crowd, looking at everything in front of him. Li Zhongjio. It's Li Zhongjio again. Fuck his second uncle. Guasi was a person who wanted to be a star very much. He wanted everyone's eyes to be focused on him, but these days Li Zhongjio's actions had already taken the limelight. Now, everyone in the academy was talking about Li Zhongjio's glorious history. Even the matter of Guasi and the others being beaten up by Li Zhongjio at the entrance of the library was gradually dug up by people, and it became more and more exaggerated. Guasi was almost treated as a villain, which made Guasi quite angry in his heart. However, public opinion was powerful, and it was indeed true that he was beaten up. This point was hard to deny. Now, everyone's eyes were on Li Zhongjio, not only in the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor, but also in the other academies and even in the alchemist world. Li Zhongjio's name gradually became famous, because now Li Zhongjio was also challenging the last obstacle of the 14th floor. Once it was conquered, some of the older mentors would enter and gain more things. This genius pavilion would also become a place where people would come in an endless stream. Many experts would come to visit in order to comprehend the alchemy insights in this genius pavilion. Although after getting older, one's potential would decline and would be more rejected by the genius tower, this didn't prevent one from learning more things inside. It's true that one's potential was insufficient. After getting older, the only thing that could compare with these younger generations was their own experience. Most of the people in front of them were here to inquire for their family elders. If the 15th floor could be opened, then even a 5th grade alchemist would have a rich harvest. After all, this was a place for young people to train. If they saw this group of very old fellows and these young people crowded together in a room, wouldn't it be shameful if word of it spread everywhere? Therefore, they couldn't come because of their face, but if the 15th floor was opened, it would be different. After reaching the 15th floor, it could be regarded as entering a new level and domain. 7 was the limit. The 7th floor and the 14th floor were both very big hurdles. Therefore, even the green-clothed woman chose to give up. After all, she hadn't been able to solve this difficult problem in the past month. From this point, it was clear. This was the gap between realms. Although her mental power had reached this level, she couldn't deepen it too much and have more effects. The only thing he could do was to continue accumulating experience. At the same time, he could also raise his own realm through this comprehension. He had to have some sort of comprehension in order to stand out from such a difficult situation. She wouldn't be able to do it in a short period of time because Li Zhongjio's rate of improvement was simply unimaginable. This guy, could it be that he's the reincarnation of a 7th grade alchemist? The woman in green couldn't help but purse her lips. His pair of shiny black eyes also emitted a trace of intelligence. The brilliance in his eyes made his body shine even brighter. Many pairs of eyes were also on this woman, but she was completely unaware of it. In other words, she directly ignored them. It was this kind of arrogance that was present in his body. Her aura was very strong, so the people behind her didn't dare to get close. Do Ling Er's aura is too strong. Do Ling Er's identity is something that even our Morong family cannot find out. Father even specifically told me not to get too close to her. But now it seems that even if I wanted to get close to her, it would be harder than ascending to heaven. Murong Jian looked at the woman in front of him from behind. This woman with an incomparably mysterious identity. Even if they flipped through the ancient records in the palace and even asked the Rain Pavilion to investigate, they still couldn't find any information about Do Ling. This was a strange thing in the world. The Murong family that Murong Jian belonged to was considered to have a certain status in Royal City. With Prince Murong's strength, the resources from all directions were under his control. However, even under such circumstances, they still couldn't find out Do Ling Er's true identity. If Do Ling Er didn't appear out of thin air, then it meant that Do Ling-er's background was so strong that even the Murong clan couldn't touch her. Therefore, Murong Jian was very obedient and didn't offend Do Ling-er too much. In addition, he didn't like Do Ling or his temperament. However, if there was a way to subdue Do Ling-er, no man would be willing to refuse. Right now, almost all the experts on the alchemist ranking have gathered. If Li Zongjiu can walk out of the 15th level, he will be ranked first on the alchemist ranking. Sima Chun glanced at the crowd. There were many girls here waiting for a miracle. Now, they wanted to see if Li Zongjiu could succeed. Yao Lei, did you really come with Li Zongjiu? Are you also from Kuan province? In the middle, there was a group of girls surrounding each other and chattering away. In the middle of this group of girls, one could see a figure with an extremely cold expression. However, this was only on the surface. In fact, Yao Lei was a little nervous and shy in the face of these people's enthusiasm. When these girls found out that she had participated in the same exam as Li Zongjiu and came from the same place, these girls became abnormally excited. It was a pity that Yao Lei didn't know much about Li Zongjiu. However, if it wasn't for Li Zongjiu teaching her the mental cultivation method, Yao Lei wouldn't have been able to prove her talent with her strength in the second round in just a month. In the end, she was accepted by the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor. She became the first person to successfully enter the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor after the second round of the exam. After all, in just a month, it was very difficult to have a breakthrough and change, unless you had a great opportunity. Under such circumstances, there was a chance. Obviously, these girls were very interested in Li Zongjiu. Yao Lei didn't know much, and she knew that she couldn't tell these girls that Li Zongjiu lived in the manor that she sold to him. Otherwise, there would be peeping incidents every 2 to 3 days. After coming into contact with these girls, Yao Lei thoroughly understood how terrifying it was when girls went crazy. Chapter 577. It's here. The lights are on. Fuck, he made it through. Everyone cried out in surprise when they saw this scene. Do Ling-er's eyes narrowed into slits, appearing especially dazzling under the lights. This guy actually ran away. Do Ling-er's mental strength was quite strong. She could clearly feel that Li Zongjiu's figure had disappeared from the Genius Tower. No one knew how Li Zongjiu did it. Li Zongjiu, you took away a very hot potato. Do Ling-er couldn't help but sigh in her heart. From now on, if Li Zongjiu wasn't willing to hand over the item, there was only one outcome waiting for him. Since you don't want to make a deal with me, then I'll come and save you when you've suffered enough. Do Ling-er also turned around and walked away, disappearing from the square. There was no trace of him. Do Ling-er was also very clear in her heart that Li Zongjiu would be targeted by many forces. Even the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor wouldn't dare to interfere with some of these forces. Some of the people in the crowd also gradually dispersed. The Universe 9 revolving needle was an extremely rare acupuncture technique. Since the appearance of this technique, a large number of medical families had emerged. They were all chasing after this set of acupuncture techniques. Later on, they gradually understood the knack of it and knew that this set of acupuncture techniques was in the Genius Tower. However, despite knowing that there was a treasure here, no one could obtain it. What a sad thing it was. The last obstacle on the 14th floor of the Genius Tower was this supreme acupuncture technique. Now almost half of the eyes in the sacred Flame Royal City were staring at this place, waiting for the appearance of the Universe 9 revolving needle. Who would have thought that it would be obtained by an unknown brat? These people wouldn't let such a valuable item go to waste just like that. Although Li Zongjiu's strength wasn't bad, it was impossible for him to withstand the coercion of these forces by himself. The people below the Genius Tower had already seen the lantern on the 15th floor light up. They knew that this person had already passed. However, they didn't expect that Li Zongjiu's figure wouldn't appear for a long time. Later on, someone went up to check and found that Li Zongjiu's figure had already disappeared. So many people had to wait bitterly for half a day. When did Li Zongjio disappear from the Genius Tower? He's so fucking awesome. He flew away without even seeing him. How did he do it? Sure enough, it's true that the real person doesn't show himself. He actually disappeared just like that. We didn't even see him in the capital. When Li Zongjio's reputation gradually appeared, many people wanted to see who Li Zongjio was. However, they found out that it was already too late. Previously, Li Zongjio also showed his face in public. However, it was extremely difficult to make friends with him now because you couldn't even find him. In the library, when Li Zongjio's figure appeared, he saw the library elder leisurely lying on the rattan chair. There was a feathered duster in his hand that was gently fiddling with it. What's wrong? Did you encounter some trouble? The corner of the library elder's mouth curled into a smile. Finally, this brat came to ask him for help. Based on the elder's experience, it would be extremely difficult for Li Zongjio to come and ask for help. That's why the elder was so smug. When Li Zongjio saw that the elder seemed to have come prepared, the corners of his mouth curled into a faint smile. Old man, how many years have you lived? If you want to find trouble with me, you will probably have to continue cultivating for another 2,000 years. It's not my trouble, it's yours. Help me deliver something to a person called Alchemist Nansheng in the Blackwater Forest. Li Zongjio handed over the long black bag to the elder in front of him. When the old man saw this scene, he stood up with a thump. There was a trace of shock in his eyes. He even looked at Li Zongjio in disbelief. This is the thing there. Even the elder had only heard of the thing hidden on the 14th floor of the Genius Tower. He had never seen it before. Now that he saw Li Zongjio take it out, he was shocked. He guessed that if Li Zongjio was smart, he would definitely come to him for help. However, he didn't expect that Li Zongjio would directly entrust this thing to him. One must know that this thing was extremely precious. Countless forces wanted to get their hands on it. Now that it was in front of him, with his strength, he was completely confident that he could snatch it away and sell it for a good price. He might even be able to exchange it for an elixir that could heal him. However, the old man felt that it was beneath him to do so. However, Li Zongjio's unhesitant trust touched the elder's heart. In this complicated society, trust between people was precious. Aren't you afraid that I will take this and run away? The elder took it, but didn't open it. Although he had heard of the thing inside and was interested in it, it didn't mean that the elder would casually pry into it. Since Li Zongjio had handed this thing to him, he would just give it to him as it was. You saw it a few days ago, right? Even if you are a peak Yuan monarch, it will be difficult for you to escape from my pursuit. However, if I make a move, there will definitely be some trouble. Li Zongjio said. Upon hearing Li Zongjio's words, the elder was shocked. What Li Zongjio had said a few days ago was that he had destroyed the clone of a Yuan monarch powerhouse. To be able to do so was definitely not the achievement of a teenager. Therefore, Li Zongjio himself had endless secrets. His potential and strength were undeniably powerful. He actually knew that the elder was spying on him in secret. This was also a very strange thing for the elder. This meant that Li Zongjio's senses were much stronger than he had imagined. However, the elder still didn't believe that Luo Yunyan had chased after him. Everyone had confidence in themselves. No one would admit that they were inferior to someone else. That's not right. The old man's thoughts raced at this moment. When he saw Li Zongjio's incomparably confident expression, he understood in his heart that Li Zongjio's goal was not to be afraid of those who had designs on him. Instead, he wanted to play with these people slowly. This was why he was able to delay those who wanted to obtain the second half of the 9 Revolutions Universe Needle, because he was able to deliver this item smoothly. Good lad, can you hold on? These guys aren't small fries like the previous ones. They are truly powerful and courageous. Just as the elder was about to teach Li Zongjio a lesson, he looked up and realized that Li Zongjio's figure had already disappeared without a trace. Fuck, this lad is really something. When did he leave? Even the old man was shocked by Li Zongjiu's actions. Li Zongjiu was indeed powerful. He had actually disappeared in an instant. Even the elder couldn't sense it. This surprised the elder. "Looks like my old bones need some exercise too." The elder twisted his body and walked out of the library. On the way out, he casually grabbed a teacher from the academy. "I'm going out for a few days. During this time, you'd better look after the library." The teacher who was caught didn't even have time to react. Who dared to order him around so boldly? However, when he heard the words library, he looked up and saw the elder's gloomy face. Immediately he shuddered. Yes, Elder Gu. Then, Elder Gu's figure disappeared from the spot and left the sacred flame royal city. On the other side, Li Zongjiu had just walked out of the Heavenly Dawn Medicine Manor when he realized that there were at least 3 groups of people following him. They are really looking for something in their coffins. Courting death. Li Zongjiu sneered in his heart. Then he led the 3 groups of people and walked towards the small path in the city. Chapter 578. The Sacred Flame Royal City had a population of over 8 million. Among the many cities, it was definitely a giant existence. In such a city, except for some places where people could be seen everywhere, most of the other places were less populated. Even if the houses and the like had been renovated, it could still be seen that it was a relatively barren place. It was not that everyone in the Sacred Flame Royal City was rich. If that was the case, there would be no way to differentiate between classes. Li Zongjiu had only walked a few intersections away from the main road when his surroundings were already pitch black, as if there was no light or fire. There were only a few farms in the surroundings. These places were so poor that there was no profit to be made. Even the traces of the envoys were very rare. These envoys naturally would not wake up early if there was no profit to be made. If they could not make some profit in the area they were in, then there was no need to continue staying here. They were all thinking of ways to transfer themselves to places with more profit. Otherwise, how much money could the small salary in their hands be worth? Prosperity and stability were not as important as money. Who knew if they would encounter some extremely vicious people, and not only would they not be able to make much money, but they would also be slaughtered by the other party. Wouldn't that be a loss for them? Li Zongjiu walked in front and stopped. A few figures took the lead and walked out. In the process of tracking, one of the factions had already found the reinforcements. In terms of the number of experts, this faction was much more than the other 2 factions. Therefore, they naturally took the initiative to attack first. They had to be the early bird that catches the worm. The early bird that catches the worm. The early bird that catches the worm must catch the worm first. Looking at Li Zongjiu's appearance, it seemed that he wanted to stop and negotiate. As long as they took the item away, there was no need to care about it. Li Zongjiu's life and death had nothing to do with them. Young man, hand over the item. Today, I guarantee that you will leave here alive. 5 figures surrounded Li Zongjiu. There was even a person crouching on the roof with a crossbow in his hand, locking onto Li Zongjiu. If Li Zongjiu wanted to escape from the roof, he would definitely feel the power of the crossbow. An old man wearing a white long-sleeve shirt and a pair of black cotton linen pants walked out. He wore a string of large black beads on his wrist, giving people the impression that he was an immortal. Hundreds of meters away on the street, someone saw the white-robed old man walking out and immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. Yuan splitting hand mountain tiger. Who would have thought that they would be able to invite such an expert? The people from the other 2 factions did not dare to move for a moment. They were on guard against each other in the darkness. At the same time, they had no choice but to send out someone to spread the news. The appearance of this mountain tiger required them to be very careful. It had to be taken seriously. It was rumored that this person was proficient in a set of Yuan splitting palm techniques. Any kind of Yuan energy was useless in front of this person, and he could easily tear apart the opponent's Yuan energy. It was as if someone was tearing a meat bun apart with their bare hands. tearing a person apart. It was rumored that this person had once torn apart a Yuan monarch powerhouse. When he tore the person apart, the fresh internal organs could still be seen twitching violently. It was truly disgusting and cruel. Furthermore, this person never kept his word. He often went back on his word. Although he looked benevolent on the surface, in reality, whenever someone asked him to do something, he would kill the entire family of that person. He would not leave even a chicken or dog alive. Therefore, when they saw the mountain tiger appear, everyone became very cautious. Li Zongjiu looked at the people in front of him. These people did not seem to have any intention of restraining themselves. They directly held their weapons in their hands. These were true killers. The old man in front of him was hiding a murderous aura. Naturally, Li Zongjiu could see everything clearly. The latter was clearly not qualified to show off in front of him with this little bit of ability. A casual glance was enough to see through him. The words that came out of his mouth were all nonsense. "I'm in a good mood today. If anyone wants to leave now, it's not too late," Li Zongjiu said. Then he glanced at the people in front of him. There was no emotion in his eyes. There was only a sense of indifference. When he heard Li Zongjiu's words, the corners of the mountain tiger's mouth curled into a cold smile. Although directly killing a person who surrendered seemed to be a smoother thing on the surface, he still preferred to kill those who resisted, because it was such a wonderful thing to be able to see the unyielding internal organs of such people when he cut open their stomachs. It was an unbelievable miracle. "Very well, then let's go." The old man waved his hand. The remaining 4 people immediately attacked. 3 of them held swords and sabers in their hands and attacked at close range. As they approached, vigorous sword aura was released from their swords and sabers. Boom! Boom! The person walking on the roof also shot out the crossbow in his hand. Swoosh, swoosh! Under the sharp aura, it was enough to see these terrifying ripples spreading. The cultivation of the 3 sword-wielding experts was all at the 7th grade origin ancestor realm. Li Zongjiu stood motionless in the face of these people's attacks. In the next second, he disappeared without a trace. Everyone's attacks fell on thin air. Zuoshan frowned when he saw this. He quickly caught sight of Li Zongjiu's figure. When he raised his head, he saw that Li Zongjiu's figure had already appeared behind the person on the roof. He grabbed the crossbow in the person's hand. His left hand slapped the person's head. Immediately, the person's head hit the ground and he fell with a bang. Li Zongjiu used the crossbow in his hand to aim at the 3 sword-wielding experts. He didn't even need to aim as he quickly pulled the trigger. Swoosh! Swoosh! The crossbow was made of special materials. It was enough to pierce through an 8th grade origin ancestor realm expert. Bang! Bang! When 2 of them heard the sound, it was already too late to turn around. The sharp crossbow arrow directly pierced through the back of their heads. Puff! Blood splattered as they fell to the ground without any extra movement. The cultivation of a 7th grade origin ancestor realm expert was completely useless. On the other hand, the other person reacted slightly faster and turned his head around. His fate wasn't any better. He was shot in the head by an arrow. The difference between him and the previous 2 was that he had fallen face first, while the other 2 had fallen face first. After that, Li Zongjiu once again shot an arrow through the head of the person under his foot. He was slapped to the ground and hadn't been able to get up until now. Now that he had a taste of his own weapon, he probably had no regrets in dying. He glanced at the crossbow in his hand. The 5 arrows had all been used up. The first arrow was shot at Li Zongjiu. Zuoshan, who was stunned. He didn't expect Li Zongjiu to be so skilled. It was really unexpected. Such a move, such a seasoned method. It wasn't something that could be taught by an ordinary person. The way he killed and the expression he had. Even when he killed, there wasn't the slightest bit of killing intent leaking from his body. This was the truly amazing part. This is getting interesting. Zuoshan, who laughed. The more you resist, the more excited I get. Chapter 579. Your skills are not bad. However, your concealment of mental strength is useless in front of me. Zuoshanhu sneered as he started to move his hands. His elemental energy surged towards Li Zongjio like a tidal wave. Boom! A domineering palm energy came from 20 meters away and blew away the roof that Li Zongjio was standing on. Countless bricks and tiles fell to the ground. Die. If I, Zuoshanhu, want to kill someone, no one can escape. Zuoshanhu laughed out loud. With elemental energy infused into his laughter, Li Zongjio's figure landed on the street once again. Coincidentally, his opponent's sound wave technique swept towards him, causing the surrounding walls to explode like compressed dust. Boom! Boom! Elemental energy filled the air. Li Zongjio stood still on the spot. The surrounding walls exploded, causing dust to fill the air. However, this had nothing to do with Li Zongjio. There was no movement in the surroundings at all. Li Zongjio, on the other hand, was standing still. Even standing still was enough for him to face the terrifying energy fluctuations. Zuoshanhu's feet trembled. Li Zongjio seemed to have been scared stiff by his aura. This was the best opportunity to attack. Zuoshanhu quickly charged towards Li Zongjio. Boom! Origin splitting palm. Mount Tiger's figure melted into the cloud of dust in front of him and disappeared without a trace. The two groups of people who were watching from afar were shocked. Oh no, if they had subdued Mount Tiger, it would be difficult for them to pursue and capture it. Tailing Li Zongjio was easy. However, tailing Zuoshanhu would put one's life in danger at any time. If Zuoshanhu was unhappy and turned around to kill them, it would be useless no matter how closely they pursued him. However, before they could give chase, they saw a figure flying out from the thick fog. It seemed that the figure had suffered an extremely strong blow, causing him to lose control of his body. With a bang, he crashed into the wall. When he crashed into the wall, he instantly fell to the ground. He never got up again. Quite a number of people were shocked when they saw the scene. Looking from this angle and sitting in such a posture, the bones in this person's body were almost completely shattered. Hiss! The one who died was Zuoshanhu. Zuoshanhu, how is this possible? Zuoshanhu was slapped to death. Just as these people were in shock, they suddenly felt that there seemed to be some movement in their surroundings. A bone-chilling wind suddenly blew over their heads. What is that? Just as these people had a bad premonition in their hearts, they turned around and saw a hand suddenly grabbing their heads. Their eyes were covered and their skulls were held in the other party's hand. Under such circumstances, they had no ability to resist at all. They could even smell the scent of blood on the hand. Crack! His entire head instantly exploded on the spot. Quiet down, all of you. Let's see where that kid went. When the person in front heard the commotion behind him, he couldn't help but frown. These fellows only knew how to cause trouble at such a crucial moment. If they were to let them escape, how would they explain it to their superiors when they returned? No, there's a scent of blood around here. Suddenly, the person in front smelled the scent in the air. He immediately realized that it was the scent of blood, and it was coming from behind him. He immediately turned around and saw that his subordinates had all fallen to the ground. A figure flashed past him. Just as he turned his head around, two hands appeared above and below his head. Crack! Then he easily broke the neck. After killing everyone, Li Zongjio wiped the blood off his hands and disappeared from the alley. Tonight was just the beginning. He was the great evil lord, Li Zongjio. After his rebirth, he wouldn't be treated as a pawn. It was impossible for anyone to manipulate him at will. He would let these people know how terrifying the evil lord was. In just a few minutes, 3 groups of people died on the street, which was less than 100 meters away. The blood flowing all over the ground hadn't dried yet. Several figures landed and found the place where the corpses were piled up. A young woman in a wide-sleeved, flowing dress came in front of the mountain tiger. She pressed her finger on the mountain tiger's neck, and a look of shock immediately appeared in her eyes. What a powerful palm technique! After shattering the mountain tiger's bones, it still managed to keep it alive for another 3 minutes. The young woman in the long dress was slightly shocked. This mountain tiger was an expert that they had spent a lot of money to recruit. Even if they could stall Li Zongjio, they would have accomplished their mission. Moreover, there were some extremely fierce killers in the Jianghu. At this moment, they couldn't do anything and were directly killed by Li Zongjio. It's impossible to practice such a powerful palm technique without hundreds of years of cultivation. There must be an expert beside Li Zongjio. Find this person for me. No one can be the enemy of my Valley Immortal sect. The woman's eyes were sharp. She also looked in another direction. In the darkness of the street, 3 people slowly walked out. The woman in the long dress subordinates immediately surrounded them, guarding against them. Hall Master Fong is quite early today. I didn't expect to see Hall Master Fong of the Valley Immortal sect in such a desolate place. It's our honor. The elders of the Spirit Valley sect are also very diligent. Let me warn you first. If you want to take the things of my Valley Immortal sect, I advise you to prepare a coffin first. The 3 elders of the Spirit Valley sect were walking over. Regardless of whether it was the Spirit Valley sect or the Valley Immortal sect, they were both the largest suppliers of this pill in the market. They were places that specialized in the production of some high-level elixirs. Therefore, the power in the hands of these forces was very frightening. He wasn't someone that could be casually provoked. Martialists at the Yuan monarch level all hoped to gain the favor of these 2 sections. If they were hired by these 2 sects, they would have a great chance of obtaining high-grade elixir pills. If you want to give an example to let you understand how powerful these 2 sects were. Now, the famous South Heaven Elixir King in the Jianghu. He was an honorary elder of the Spirit Valley sect. Such an identity was enough to shock people. In terms of influence and strength, the South Heaven Elixir King could even establish his own sect. However, in the Spirit Valley sect, he could only be an honorary elder. It was just a name. In other words, it was a dispensable status. If it really couldn't be done, there would be no problem even if he didn't want to be an honorary elder. He seemed to be used to Fong Liuxin's impolite tone. Lu Wenshan of the Spirit Valley sect just smiled and shook his head. Hall Master Fong is still as straightforward as ever. Since we've put it this way, I, Lu Wenshan, will also say something. Whatever my Spirit Valley sect wants, no one can stop us. If anyone wants to try, then my Spirit Valley sect will accompany you till the end. The 2 giants of the elixir industry did not give in to each other. After Lu Wenshan of the Spirit Valley sect finished speaking, he waved his hand and the group quietly left the street. Chapter 580. I didn't expect the people of Valley Immortal sect to come so quickly. A slightly shorter, middle-aged man beside Lu Wenshan said. There was a piece of bullshit ointment on his face. Because of his physique, he was allergic to the dust in the outside world. So he had to use this kind of ointment to suppress his allergic condition. Ah, I told you not to go down the mountain if you have nothing to do. Look at the situation around here. How terrible it is. The short and fat middle-aged man wiped his nose with a handkerchief. Coming to such a place was simply a living torture. How could anyone like to live in such a terrible environment? Yang Hui, you asked to come out. Now that you're out, you're talking nonsense again. Lu Wenshan said. Then he looked at the tall man who had been silent all the time. Zhou Kong, how's the situation? One palm shattered the bones and veins, but the internal organs are intact. This kind of move, the control of the power, is extremely exquisite. If you want to cultivate to such a level, you'll need at least 80 years of cultivation, the tall man Zhou Kong said in a deep voice. Just now, they had already done a check. In fact, although these 2 people had just been promoted to elders, they were only apprentice elders under Lu Wenshan. So strong? Lu Wenshan could clearly understand the seriousness of Zhou Kang's words. 80 years of cultivation. That's 80 years, not 1 year less. It seems that this kid must be protected by experts around him. To be able to kill mountain tiger with one palm, it's not just a matter of experience and cultivation. Thinking of this, Lu Winshan also took a deep breath. Although he knew that this mission would be incomparably difficult, he did not expect that this was just the beginning, and they would be given such a powerful show of strength. If this matter could not be settled, then he would be too ashamed to continue to be an elder when he returned to Spirit Valley Sect. In addition, this Universe 9 revolving needle was of great importance. It must not be taken away by others. Once it fell into the hands of others, it could be imagined how much pressure it would bring to them. Right now, only these few sects had high-level pills. If there were other sects that caught up with them, then it would be fine. But if one of these sects had directly increased their strength, then it would definitely be Spirit Valley Sect. Boss Lu, this Fang Liuxin doesn't seem easy to deal with. Yang Hui chewed on a stalk of herbal medicine. He could feel that Hall Master Fang's aura was quite fierce. He reckoned that Hall Master Fang was also a master who could kill without spilling blood. In terms of the usage of herbs, Hall Master Fang was even better than them. He was an extremely strong opponent. Fang Liuxin is hard to deal with, but we don't have to do it ourselves. There are some things where just being powerful is useless. You have to be smart. Let's go. Leave? Where are we going? The Shi family of the 4 great clans. Li Zongjio wanted to go back to the Bo Yu Casino first. Maybe the Bo Yu Casino had already been targeted. In any case, it was his own business. Li Zongjio didn't want it to be so easily destroyed. However, when they passed by a residential area, they noticed that something was wrong with the area. There seemed to be a lot of figures hiding here. Li Zongjiu stood in front of a house. There seemed to be a lot of figures in the courtyard behind the door. They were all trying their best to hide their aura. Insects. Li Zongjiu's nose twitched. He smelled something unusual. It was the disgusting smell of insects. Li Zongjiu immediately pushed the door open and entered without hesitation. He didn't even need to use his mental strength to sense. Li Zongjiu could feel that there were at least 6 or 7 people hiding in the courtyard and the house. They obviously used this place as a stronghold. The people who originally lived here had been killed, and their corpses were used as nutrients for the insects. Obviously, Li Zongjiu's intrusion was not what they expected. They were even a little nervous. 3 of them hid under the wall, 1 behind the door and 2 inside the house. When they saw Li Zongjiu walk in, a person came out of the house. A man walked out of the house, his face covered with a black cloth. "Friend, what's the matter? Why did you intrude into my house?" The person who spoke in a low voice. He didn't approach Li Zongjiu. As an insect charger, if he got too close to the enemy, it would be very dangerous. Therefore, it was necessary to keep a distance. "This is your house?" Li Zongjiu couldn't help but smile. Obviously, these people weren't waiting to ambush Li Zongjiu. It was just that Li Zongjiu happened to barge in, which made them a little helpless. If they could, they wouldn't have chosen to kill Li Zongjiu. However, their elder had gone out and hadn't returned yet. Before he left, he had warned them not to act rashly. They had to be very careful in their actions in the city. "We have no enmity with you. If there's nothing else, I advise you to leave this place," the person said. Li Zongjiu suddenly laughed. "Of course I'm here for something. What are you asking? What do you want?" The insect charger said in a low voice. He already had a bad feeling in his heart. "Of course I'm here to kill you." Li Zongjiu waved his hand and said. In the next moment, his figure suddenly rushed to the side. The people who were hiding behind a tree near the wall were immediately shocked. Li Zongjiu directly grabbed his head and slammed it against the tree. Bang! Suddenly his head exploded on the tree. Blood and brain matter splattered everywhere. "Ah!" the other person suddenly shouted. Obviously, he didn't expect Li Zongjio to suddenly appear in front of him and kill him directly. Just as the other person shouted, Li Zongjio had already broken his neck easily. "Kill him!" Immediately after the middle-aged man finished speaking, he found that his throat was tightly gripped by a hand. He couldn't speak anymore. Crack! His neck tilted and he lost his breath. As for the other people, Li Zongjio didn't show any mercy and killed them all. None of them could escape. Has the southern border poison sect started to act? Li Zongjio couldn't remember the time. Moreover, history might not be the same in this life. At the very least, many things had been reversed by Li Zongjio. This courtyard was only used as a secret base by the southern border's poison sect to make it easier for them to move about in the city. However, they didn't expect Li Zongjio to meet them when he passed by. Since he met them, there was no need to let them go. It was a pity that the original owner of this house was a family of 4. Their intestines and stomachs had long been torn apart, and they no longer looked human. In the end, Li Zongjio could only burn this place to the ground. Some of the unhatched insect eggs were also burned by Li Zongjio. It would be very difficult for the officials to intervene in this matter. After all, even the special envoys wouldn't be willing to come to such a place. In the distance, a group of 5 people was walking. Suddenly, they saw a ball of fire in front of them and immediately stopped to look. Why does the direction of the fire look so familiar? Elder, isn't that our stronghold? What? Our stronghold was burned. When the poison sect elder heard this, his eyes widened. Quick, rush back. I'm incubating a batch of precious insect eggs. Who set the fire? Unfortunately, by the time the Southern Region's poison sect members rushed back, the house had already been burned to the ground. Who did it? Find out who did it. Just looking at the elder's face, his anger was almost overflowing. He had spent a lot of effort to cultivate those insect eggs. He deliberately found a relatively remote place and even sent people to protect it, who knew that it would be burned to the ground by a mysterious person. How could he not be angry? Chapter 581. Tonight was also a turbulent night. However, Li Zongjio, a person who walked in the dark, did not need to hide his identity anymore. Relying on his current strength, there were not many people who could defeat Li Zongjio. When he returned, he also exterminated some of the southern border poison cult members. This immediately made Li Zongjio feel good. However, Li Zongjio recently had a feeling that there was an inexplicable gaze that was watching his every move in the dark. The street in front gradually revealed a slight chill. The weather was gradually turning cold. Of course, for a Yuanli expert like Li Zongjio, it was naturally not a problem. Murong Jian had been waiting for Li Zongjio on the street for a long time. Tonight was destined to be a difficult night for Li Zongjio. Who knew how many people wanted to obtain the Universe 9 revolving needle from Li Zongjio's hands? Brotherly, I am Murong Jian. Murong Jian looked at Li Zongjio, who was walking towards him. Li Zongjio recognized this person. In the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor, they had met several times. However, he did not remember if Li Zongjio had beaten him before. It must be said that Li Zongjio had beaten up too many people. Occasionally, he would miss 1 or 2 people and forget about them. This was a very normal thing. Do you also want the thing in my hands? Li Zongjio asked as he walked. Seeing that Li Zongjio did not stop and walked straight towards him, Li Zongjio could not help but feel nervous. Li Zongjio's aura was unpredictable. This was something that Murong Jian had a deep understanding of. In addition, the latter's strength was constantly increasing. It seemed that from the beginning, he had already shown a state where he could crush his peers. As for now, they could only look up to him. Therefore, Murong Jian knew that the gap between him and Li Zongjio was very big. However, as the son of Murong Wang, how could he admit defeat so easily? Naturally, he had to straighten his back. This was the only way to win glory for the Murong family. Even though Murong Jian already had some thoughts of retreating in his heart. As Li Zongjio walked over, a kind of tremor still spread from the bottom of his heart. "No, I am here on behalf of the Morong family to discuss a cooperation with you," Morong Jian said. At this moment, Li Zongjio's footsteps were already very close. At such a close distance, if Li Zongjio's body was filled with killing intent, then Morong Jian's legs would probably go soft and he would kneel down. "What cooperation?" Li Zongjio asked. Since it was a cooperation, then Li Zongjio would definitely welcome it. The Morong family's strength was considered quite good in this city. Since he wanted to hang his signboard on Li Zongjio's door, then what reason would Li Zongjio have to refuse? Who? When Morong Jian saw Li Zongjio's footsteps stop, he finally felt relieved. If he continued to approach, then he might be crushed by Li Zongjio's aura. It was too terrifying. He did not want to become enemies with such a person. It was hard to imagine how terrifying it would be if he had an enemy, like Li Zongjio in his life. The Morong family is willing to help your Bo Yu casino to integrate all the underground casinos, including the Blue Tiger Gang's territory. In exchange, the Morong family would like to borrow a copy of the Universe 9 revolving needle. We will return it in 3 days, Morong Jian said. He sorted out his emotions. At this moment, he should not be moved. He forced himself to be calm. At least, he did not lose face in front of Li Zongjio. If you want to negotiate, then you still don't understand the main point. Go back and study for 2 years, then come and find me. Li Zongjio's figure appeared beside Morong Jian. He put his hand on Morong Jian's shoulder and gently patted him twice. Morong Jian was so scared that his whole body tensed up. However, he did not feel Li Zongjio's approach at all. Li Zongjio's cultivation had already reached the point where he could appear and disappear unpredictably. As he said that, Li Zongjio lifted his head and looked at a tall building in the distance. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. These people were really interesting. Was this also called cooperation? Integrating the resources of the underground casinos was a simple matter for the current Li Zongjio, even the Blue Tiger Gang. If Li Zongjio did not want to continue playing, then it would not be a problem for him to directly wipe out the entire Blue Tiger Gang. If Morong Wang wasn't a fool, then he would be too naive if he wanted to take away a treasure that even a Yuan monarch martialist would sacrifice his life for. In the direction that Li Zongjio was looking at, there was a private room in the tall building with a window facing Li Zongjio. When they saw Li Zongjio looking over and his arm on Morong Jian's shoulder, the 2 people in the private room stood up and looked a little nervous. "This kid actually dares to threaten me." Morong Yunjan was stunned when he saw this scene. Then he sneered. He, Morong Yunjan, had seen all kinds of situations in his life. Today, he was actually threatened by a teenager. The teenager's meaning was very clear. If he did not have enough sincerity, then don't come looking for him. If the next person to appear was Morong Jian, then Morong Jian's life would be in danger. "Your Highness, do you want me to teach this person a lesson?" Standing beside Morong Yunjan was a black-clothed old man. His appearance was a little skinny, but his hands and feet were filled with power. With a single glance, one could tell that he was a martial arts expert. Although his eyes appeared turbid, his gaze was filled with sharpness. With a casual move, he could launch a thunderous attack. No need. In my opinion, there is still room for negotiation with this person. There is no hurry to make an enemy out of him. Furthermore, it would not be a good thing for the Morong family if we rashly make an enemy out of such an unknown person, Morong Yunjan said. When he said this, the old man beside him was completely shocked. One had to know that this Morong Wang, who dominated the world, had never been afraid. When had he ever been afraid? Even when he was facing millions of soldiers, he was able to ensure that his aura was not affected at all. Instead, he became more and more courageous as he fought. Now he was actually hesitating in the hands of a teenager. This was something that had never happened before. "Looks like I need to find a time to pay this person a visit," Morong Yunjan said. The old man beside him was even more incredulous. With Murong Yunjan's status, if he wanted to meet this kid, he only needed to issue a summon order. Naturally, there would be someone to invite this Li Zongjiu over. But now he actually said that he wanted to meet him personally. What did this Li Zongjiu do to deserve this? He actually got Murong Wang's favor. Chapter 582. Li Zongjiu did not make things difficult for Murong Jian. Perhaps among the younger generation, Murong Jian was considered quite outstanding. At the very least, he was able to stand in front of Li Zongjiu for such a long time without being scared to the point that his legs went soft and he directly knelt on the ground. They walked into the Great Pleasure Casino. Tai-Fai happened to have some information to give to Li Zongjiu. Young master, you asked me to pay attention to the recent movements in the city. Something big must have happened in the city recently. The two of them sat in front of the table. After a while, Du Liani also came. According to the authority that Li Zongjiu had allocated, Tai-Fai naturally had the most authority. However, he also gave some authority to Du Liani. At least, Du Liani could use a lot of power. Wang Ding was considered a reserve power. The real development still depended on the joint management of the two of them. Therefore, Du Liani was also asked to come and listen when there was something, so that it would be easier for them to take action and deploy. What do you mean? Li Zongjiu asked. Tai-Fai then took out a stack of information. The few top forces in the underworld, Snowfield Spirit Valley Sect, Valley Immortal Sect, and Longevity Pavilion, have all sent important people to the city recently. Moreover, some famous people in the underworld have also appeared. Each of them is very strong, such as Yuan Splitting Hand, Mountain Tiger, and Demon Staff Nanhe. These are all top experts in the underworld, and they are notorious. If not for the temptation of money, these people would not appear so easily. Tai-Fai said, these people were all famous. Before Tai-Fai set foot in the underworld, he had already heard of their names. If these people were still alive, their strength was simply unimaginable. Yuan Splitting Hand, Mountain Tiger? This name sounds familiar. Is this person powerful? Li Zongjiu asked. Rumor has it that this person's palm technique is amazing. He once split a Yuan King expert in half with one palm. Du Liani said, sounds interesting. Li Zongjiu nodded. If there was a chance, he would definitely exchange blows with this person to see what kind of skills he had. Of course, Li Zongjiu's C was naturally to let the other party make a move and then kill him. It was just to let the other party show off his moves and see what kind of skills he had. Otherwise, wouldn't it be too cruel if he didn't even have the chance to use it after cultivating for half his life? What Li Zongjiu didn't know was that he had already killed the spirit severing Palm Mountain Tiger. In fact, during the battle just now, Mountain Tiger had announced his name. Unfortunately, Li Zongjiu didn't remember it, which was why he said the name sounded familiar. Young master, it's best that you don't encounter this person. It said that this person is vicious and merciless, and he kills people like scything flax. Most importantly, he goes back on his words and likes to toy with his prey. He's an extremely dangerous person. Tai-Fai said with a dignified expression. This was not a joke. If he really encountered this person, although it would be embarrassing to run away, at least he would be able to keep his life after running away. He wouldn't have to die in vain. I'll be more careful next time. What's the background of Spirit Valley Sect and Spirit Valley Sect? Li Zongjiu had never heard of these two sects in his previous life. However, Chongqing Pavilion was a famous sect in his previous life. Before the true heyday of alchemy, Chongqing Pavilion was the only sect in the world with a level 7 alchemist. Li Zongjiu had once wanted to enter Chongqing Pavilion to learn alchemy. Unfortunately, he couldn't even find the entrance, not to mention participating in any assessment. However, Li Zongjiu's achievements were far beyond anyone in Chongqing Pavilion. Therefore, in the later days, Li Zongjiu didn't give Chongqing Pavilion any face at all. Even Chongqing Pavilion was a little puzzled. Why did evil Lord Li Zongjiu seem to have a prejudice against these sects? These two sects are mainly alchemy sections. However, They aren't very famous in Jianghu. Only the real higher-ups who have reached a certain realm can come into contact with these people. It can be said that most of the level 5 pills in the market today are from the alchemists of these two sections. Li Zhongjie understood after hearing this. Even though there were a lot of alchemy geniuses in the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor, it was still difficult for them to refine some 5th-grade pills, let alone sell the pills they refined. It was estimated that not many people would be able to do it. Being able to refine one pill was already a very difficult thing. If he wanted to sell this pill, wouldn't it be a huge loss? They didn't even have enough for themselves. Why would they want to sell it to others? Since Valley Immortal Sect and Spirit Valley Sect had such a surplus of pills, it meant that these two sects had a lot of level 5 alchemists. Once an alchemist broke through to the level 5 realm, he would be recruited by these two sections. People strive for higher heights. If an alchemist above level 5 wanted to break through, he could only enter such a place to learn. Nantian Dan King is the honorary elder of Spirit Valley Sect. Du Liani said, because Du Liani was also the 9th prince's follower, some news of Jianghu would also flow through Du Liani's hands. Naturally, she knew more than ordinary people. A bunch of trash, not worth mentioning. After knowing the nature of these people, Li Zhongjie waved his hand again and again. He thought they were some powerful people, but they were just a bunch of alchemists. If you want to compare who is better, Li Zhongjie wouldn't dare to say that he is the best in the world. But if it is a competition of alchemy, he has never been afraid of anyone. Hearing Li Zhongjie's words, Taifai and Du Liani just smiled in agreement. You are the young master, so you can say whatever you want. They seem to have come to this city to participate in some alchemist exchange. Maybe they will also send an invitation to you. Taifai said, with Li Zhongjie's identity, it was natural to invite Li Zhongjie to this level of exchange. At least in the city, the most popular young alchemist recently must be Li Zhongjie. What's the point of going to these rubbish gathering places? I just found some gathering points of southern Xinjiang's insect masters in the city. Send someone down to check where these guys are hiding. I want to wipe them all out. Li Zhongjie said, speaking of the southern border insect masters, Taifai and Du Liani's eyes flashed with a trace of doubt, but they didn't ask much. Since they were the young master's enemies, then they were naturally their enemies. Young master, Songjiu of the 7-Star Stove wants to see you. Chapter 583. Songjiu was invited to Li Zhongjie and the others. Previously, it was precisely because of Li Zhongjie's support and assistance that Songjiu was able to regain her position as the person in charge and stabilize the current situation. The toying between these methods also appeared to be quite advanced and mysterious. Although it became very simple, it was still very difficult to achieve this point. Songjiu did it. With a spirit of overcoming all difficulties and an arrogant attitude, she forcefully incorporated the new Saber Axe Pavilion. Now, the 7-Star Fire Room was officially on the same level as the Sky Sword Pavilion. Young Masterly, long time no see. The storm in the city has not calmed down because of you. Songjiu said with a smile after seeing Li Zhongjie. As the saying goes, people are in high spirits when faced with happy events. Now, Songjiu's position in the Song family was getting higher and higher. More power of the 7-Star Fire Room was also in her hands. Now, as long as Songjiu did not make any major mistakes, she could basically continue to stay in this position. You're also not bad. You completed the task ahead of time. I underestimated you before. Li Zhongjie said. It only took him 1.5 months to deal with the Saber Axe Pavilion, which was earlier than the plan. Not only did he deal with it crudely, but he also integrated the power of the Saber Axe Pavilion into his own subordinates. It became his own sharp knife. Such a method was also extremely brilliant. Have a seat, Li Zhongjie said. Songjiu sat beside Du Liani. She had heard about Du Liani, who was gradually becoming famous recently. Du Liani was originally an expert in the gambling world. Now, she became the lady boss of the pawn shop. There was a mysterious force behind her. If it was not for the strong financial support, it would be difficult to do things well. Song Jiu only found out later that Du Liani was Li Zongjiu's subordinate. The financial support behind Du Liani was the Great Yu Casino. Li Zongjiu's move was very brilliant to be able to open up this line in one fell swoop. At least, while he was constantly accumulating wealth, he was also constantly taking some treasures into his arms. In the long run, there would definitely be some valuable treasures that would fall into Li Zongjiu's pocket. As long as there was enough time, money would just go in and out in the left pocket. It was not a big deal. Congratulations, young Master Li. Today, you killed the yuan-splitting palm mountain tiger. Tomorrow, your name will enter the list of the major forces. In the future, there will be more people coming to seek cooperation. Song Jiu said. Her words made Li Zongjiu somewhat confused. Not only was Li Zongjiu confused, but even Taifai and Du Liani were also puzzled. Miss Song, what do you mean? Just when Taifai wanted to confirm whether Song Jiu was stupid or made a mistake, a subordinate immediately came in. Manager, young master, urgent news. Taifai glanced at Song Jiu, but Li Zongjiu waved his hand. Why are you so flustered? Speak, there are no outsiders here. After receiving Li Zongjiu's permission, the messenger hurriedly said, The news has already spread like wildfire. The legendary yuan-splitting palm mountain tiger was killed by a palm strike in a third-class district in the southern part of the city. There are no less than 10 corpses at the scene, all of them experts. What? When Taifai and Du Liani heard the news, they both gasped. Taifai continued to ask, Who did it? The outside world has different opinions. There is no accurate information for the time being, but most people say that it was done by Young Master. Young Master did it. Taifei immediately looked at Li Zongjiu. Du Liani's eyes were also filled with disbelief. This was too shocking. They were just talking about the extremely ferocious and dangerous yuan-splitting Han mountain tiger, but it had died just like that. This expert, who had dominated the Jianghu for at least 10 years, was killed just like that. They couldn't believe this news. It came too suddenly. Looking at Song Jiu, Taifai seemed to understand, or rather confirm, that it was Li Zongjiu who had killed the palm mountain tiger. After dismissing the messenger, the two of them looked at Li Zongjiu doubtfully. Li Zongjiu also had a feeling of sudden realization. Oh, so that old man was the yuan-splitting palm mountain tiger. He couldn't even block a palm strike for me. Li Zongjiu said. It seemed like the famous people in the Jianghu were basically bragging. Otherwise, how could the real situation be so different from the legends? According to Taifai's explanation, Li Zongjiu even thought that the palm mountain tiger strength was at least at the peak of the Yuan monarch realm. However, the person who had killed him with a single palm strike was only at the peak of the second-grade Yuan monarch realm. How could someone who had killed a first-grade Yuan monarch, or someone who had just broken through to the Yuan monarch realm, claim to be able to kill a Yuan monarch elite with a single palm strike? The standards of people nowadays were really low. After hearing Li Zongjiu admitted himself, Taifai and Du Liani finally understood how terrifying Li Zongjiu was. Where did such a monster come from? It was really unbelievable that such a terrifying existence existed. Li Zongjiu was too much of a monster. He killed without hesitation. Even after killing the other party, he didn't even know who he had killed. Wasn't that a little too careless? It's a small matter. I will settle these people myself. You don't have to worry. Li Zongjiu waved his hand and said, These people? Who? Taifai and Du Liani did not understand. What exactly was Li Zongjiu talking about? Could it be that he had gotten into some trouble recently? Valley Immortal Sect and Spirit Valley Sect. If nothing goes wrong, Chongqing Pavilion will also become your enemy. Song Jiu said. What? Taifai felt that his brain was not enough. Had he been sleeping in bed for half a year? Why had the world become like this after he woke up? When did these things happen? They did not know before. According to the information from the 7-star fire room, the 3 groups of people that young Master Li killed happened to be the people sent by Valley Immortal Sect, Spirit Valley Sect, and Chongqing Pavilion to monitor them. Now, Valley Immortal Sect and Spirit Valley Sect know that they have dispatched experts at the level of Hall Masters and Elders. In addition, we have just received information that Elder Lu Winshan, the leader of Spirit Valley Sect, has brought people to the residence of the Shi family, one of the 4 great families. Song Jiu said in a deep voice, this matter was of great importance. Therefore, Song Jiu had to come and inform them. This matter was not simple. If the Spirit Valley Sect were to cooperate with the Shi family, it would definitely cause an earth-shattering change in the relationship between the 4 great families. Even the slightest ripple could bring about great changes. So what? Even if these people join forces, what can they do? Li Zongjio said disdainfully, what are you doing here today? Don't tell me you're here to congratulate me. Li Zongjio looked at Song Jiu. Earlier, Valley Immortal Sect had sent people to test the 7-star fire room. They wanted to use the strength of the 7 forces, including the 7-star fire room. Now, these forces are in a wait-and-see state. Our 7-star fire room does not have much interaction with elixirs, so you don't have to worry. Songjiu said, and then glanced at the expressions of the others. Li Zongjio indeed had an indifferent attitude. In addition, these 10 sets of Raging Dragon Capturing Flames are my private sponsorship. Chapter 584. 10 Sets of Dragon Capturing Wrath. After Li Zongjio had displayed the might of Raging Dragon Capturing Fury once at the Essence Weapon Conference, almost everyone had shown an extremely strong interest in this ferocious operation of Raging Dragon Capturing Fury. But unfortunately, the price was too high. It was not a wholesale agent, but the price of one set was 50 million purple yuan. Although some families had large businesses, it didn't mean that they could casually take out 50 million purple yuan and leave it here, waiting to use it for self-defense. After all, this thing required a lot of money to buy energy stones, and only through constant training and repeated operation could its power be stimulated. Therefore, only some bored collectors, especially those who had money to spare, would buy it. At most, they would buy 1 or 2 sets. Even if they bought more, they would not be able to afford it. 10 sets of Dragon Capturing Wrath. That was a total of 5 billion purple yuan. Private sponsorship was so generous. If they cooperated with each other, who knew how generous it would be? You know how to conduct yourself. I appreciate your kindness. Li Zongjio laughed. Tai-Fai and the others also realized that Song Jiu's move was indeed brilliant. In such a situation, it could be said that she had sent charcoal in snowy weather. If Li Zongjio really became the enemy of the 2 big sects, or even the 3 big sections, in that case, this power was a must. But it must be said that Li Zongjio and Song Jiu had a cooperative relationship. If Li Zongjio had not asked Shadow Fox to assist him, Song Jiu might not have become what she was today. Now, Li Zongjio could be said to be facing a formidable enemy. The enemy's strength was also very strong. At this moment, Song Jiu had sent 5 billion purple yuan worth of equipment as support, which was quite reliable. If Li Zongjio was eliminated in the end, Song Jiu would only lose 5 billion purple yuan in the whole process. Even if she was questioned by the people of the 3 big sects, she could easily get away. It was not a big deal. If Li Zongjio won this battle, Song Jiu would have done her best. She was really a smart woman. Li Zongjio did not dislike such a person. After all, this was the way of the world. Some stupid people could barely survive if they followed the right person. But if ordinary people did not have their own means and ideas, they would be used sooner or later, stepping on them as a cushion. It was also a very normal thing. You could play tricks, but if you wanted to use tricks to violate Li Zongjio's interests, Li Zongjio would directly cut your hands off. Other than that, this is the newest one, the second-generation Raging Flames Dragon's Lair. Currently, this is the only finished product. According to our previous agreement, this also belongs to you. Song Jiu took out the other storage ring. The storage rings were placed on the table. The dragon capturing wrath. When they heard this name, Tai-Fi and the others could not help but be shocked. If a weapon was upgraded, although it was not as difficult as developing a new weapon, it was not that simple. Just making some small changes might require a huge amount of financial and material resources. That would be a very scary number. According to the current market situation, even if the second-generation Wrath was developed, it would have to be delayed for at least half a year or even a year before it could be sold and promoted. After all, the dragon capturing Wrath was still relatively stable in the current market. It was difficult for anyone to compete with it. The latest research was handed over to Li Zhongjio so quickly. If this thing was leaked, it would definitely cause a huge blow to the 7-star Fire Workshop. The second-generation Wrath came out so quickly. Li Zhongjio did not expect that the 7-star Fire Workshop's ability seemed to be a little stronger. Even if it was a top forging workshop, the speed of the weapon's upgrade still made Li Zhongjio very surprised. During the last Yuan Weapon Grand Meeting, you have already displayed all the functions of the first-generation Furious Flame Capturing Dragon. Therefore, we are naturally aware of the flaws that still exist within it. Hence, we also have a direction if we want to improve it. Song Jiu said, these days, not only were they busy dealing with the Saber Axe Pavilion, but also researching the functions of the second-generation Wrath was naturally the most important thing. Only by having a new weapon in hand could they be considered to have control of the lifeline of the weapon industry. As a Yuan weapon shop, the 7-star Fire Workshop naturally had to pay attention to this point. The value of the second-generation Wrath is even more than the value of the 10 first-generation Wrath. Tai-Fi said, it was already very good for Song Jiu to be able to reach this point. Moreover, there were some people who did not understand whether she was here to help Li Zhongjio or to draw a clear line with Li Zhongjio. Now, it's your turn to show your value and strength. Song Jiu looked at Li Zhongjio and said, in Song Jiu's mind, in the previous operation, even if Li Zhongjio was not there, she still had a way to get rid of the Saber Axe Pavilion. Now that she had such a cooperative relationship with Li Zhongjio, Song Jiu, had shown her strength. Therefore, it should be Li Zhongjio's turn to show off as well. From the beginning to the end, Song Jiu had placed herself in the same position as Li Zhongjio. Only when they were in a cooperative relationship would they have a chance to take down this matter. If she wanted to dominate the Song family, Song Jiu, must have a strong backing. If Li Zhongjio wanted to destroy Qing Yuan Manor, he naturally needed Song Jiu's 7-star Fire Room as a strong support force. Song Jiu's body naturally exuded a trace of domineering aura. Du Lianyi and Tai-Fi looked at each other. This Song Jiu did not seem simple. From Song Jiu, they could see a lot of things. It seemed that Song Jiu's ambition was far beyond the sacred Flame Royal City. After delivering the items, Song Jiu immediately took her leave. In the face of the 3 major sects that were about to appear, Tai-Fi and Du Lianyi appeared to be under great pressure. It should be known that with the strength of these people, it would be easy for them to destroy their casino or whatever. They did not even need to inform anyone. So what if they destroyed it directly? No matter how much preparation they made, it would be useless. Both sides were not on the same level of strength. However, Li Zhongjio did not seem to be in a hurry at all. Since the Shi family and that Spirit Valley sect want to join forces to deal with me, I'll start with the Shi family. Li Zhongjio said indifferently. The corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. It was an extremely dangerous smile. As of now, Li Zhongjio had temporarily completed his tasks in the city. The Universe 9 revolving needle had already been sent out, and he had come to the Heavenly Dawn Medicine Manor. Therefore, the remaining time did not matter to him. Even if he wanted to barge into the Genius Tower, there was not much point in doing so. If there was enough time, Li Zongjie would like to study the Hell Prajna technique. It was a set of cultivation techniques born from the Black Dragon Sovereign's Yuan spirit. With Li Zongjie's current strength, he could barely touch upon it. The space domain could only be fully displayed when he reached the Yuan King level. But now, Li Zongjie's strength had increased significantly. Among the 4 great Yuan spirits, the White Dragon Yuan spirit had already stepped into the Yuan King level. But the Golden Dragon Yuan spirit and the Blood Dragon Yuan spirit, they were still a little lacking, especially the Blood Dragon Yuan spirit. In comparison, the number of people Li Zongjie had killed was still too little. Chapter 585. In that case, Li Zongjie would no longer have to hold back in the sacred flame royal city from this day onwards. After the massacre in the first half of the night, the people from the 3 major sects, who had vowed to take down Li Zongjie in one fell swoop, finally calmed down. The people from the Chongqing Pavilion were the last to arrive in the city. They stayed in the Inkai Inn. The leader of the Chongqing Pavilion was the young pavilion master, Pei Si. He had 3 generals under him, all of whom were at the elder level, in addition to their Yuan monarch level cultivation. What was even more shocking was that they were all grade 5 alchemists. When the 3 grade 5 advanced alchemists entered the city, it naturally caused a huge commotion. On the surface, it was as calm as still water. However, countless people were secretly racking their brains to invite the masters from the Chongqing Pavilion to their own clans. Even if they did not refine pills this time, they believed that the people from the Chongqing Pavilion would not reject them the next time they had a need. In Cayenne, the 3 great elders sat in front of Pei Si. The 4 of them seemed to be waiting for something. At this moment, someone knocked on the closed door. "Young master, they are here." A female disciple from the Chongqing Pavilion came in and reported. "Let them come in." Pei Si waved his hand and said. Then a figure walked into the room. Pei Si had a playful smile on his face. When he saw the person in front of him, the smile on his face became even wider. "Brother Xianming, long time no see." Shi family. When the people from the Spirit Valley sect stayed in the Shi family, the current head of the Shi family, Shi Chuji, was overwhelmed by the unexpected favor. He even almost emptied his room for the elders from the Spirit Valley sect. "Welcome, elders. Your presence brings light to the Shi family's humble dwelling." Shi Chuji led a group of elders from the Shi family to welcome them at the door. Shi Baoshan followed behind Shi Chuji and the others. When he thought about how he had been humiliated by Li Zongjie, Shi Baoshan gnashed his teeth in hatred. He wished he could skin Li Zongjie alive. "Patriarch Shi, you're too modest. We came here in a hurry and didn't even have a place to stay. We'll have to trouble Patriarch Shi for a few days." Lu Winshan said, It's okay. Even though the Shi clan is not the #1 clan in the city, it's not a problem if all the elders and disciples of the Ling Valley sect come together. Then I'll have to trouble you for a few days. Lu Winshan said very politely. "Oh, that's right. Could I trouble Shi family head to help me prepare a person's information?" Lu Winshan said. He went straight to the point without hiding anything. After all, he didn't come here for sightseeing but to deal with Li Zongjie. "Whose information does Elder Lu want?" "His name is Li Zongjie." Lu Winshan thought for a while and said, "Li Zongjie." Shi Chuji found the name familiar, but he couldn't remember where. Instead, Shi Baoshan exclaimed, "Li Zongjie." "Little brother, do you know anything about Li Zongjie?" Lu Wenshan looked at Shi Baoshan. Shi Baoshan was also a little frightened. After all, he wasn't sure if Li Zongjie had offended Lu Wenshan, or if these people came here to ask for help from Li Zongjie. Lu Wenshan said slowly, as if he saw the hesitation on Shi Baoshan's face. "Li Zongjie has something that our Ling Valley sect wants. If necessary, even if we have to kill Li Zongjie, we must get it. That means there's a grudge." Shi Baoshan's face suddenly changed, as if he couldn't wait to tear Li Zongjio into pieces. Elders, don't worry. I have a complete set of information about Li Zongjio, including the properties under his control. I have already investigated it thoroughly, Shi Baoshan said. Lu Winshan and the others looked at each other. They didn't expect their luck to be so good. Since someone had already prepared for it, it saved them a lot of effort. Very good. If that's the case, then you've helped us a lot. Haha. Elders, please come in. I have already prepared some food and wine. Shi Chuji said. Let's go. Shi Baoshan didn't expect that someone would come to avenge him so soon. It seemed that he didn't have to wait too long to kill Li Zongjio. He had to cripple Li Zongjio first. Shi Baoshan didn't think that someone would come to avenge him so soon. It seemed that he wouldn't have to wait too long to kill Li Zongjio. The news of Lu Winshan and the others staying in the Shi family had reached Shi Shu's ears. Recently, Shi Shu and Shi Tairan had also been staying in the Shi family. Shi Tairan had been dismissed from his position, and now he was focusing on his cultivation. He didn't care about the matters of the family, and some of the authority was gradually taken over by Shi Chuji. Plus, there was the support of Qinyuan Manor. Shi Tairan even believed that Shi Chuji was already planning to kill him. On the other hand, Shi Shu's presence was usually quite low. Plus, he didn't have long to live, so these people didn't put Shi Shu in their eyes. They were just waiting for Shi Shu to suddenly die one day. However, Shi Tairan also heard that Lu Winshan and the other elders of the Spirit Valley sect were coming. Shi Tairan, who was in seclusion, quickly went to find Shi Shu. I just received news that someone is here to deal with your friend, Li Zongjio. Immediately go and inform your friend to leave this place. The one who wants to kill him is the Spirit Valley sect. Shi Tairan said solemnly. Shi Chuji, this trash wanted to turn the Shi family into a puddle of muddy water. Moreover, the people of the Spirit Valley sect wanted to kill with a borrowed knife. These people who came were all alchemists. Killing someone and robbing them didn't require them to do it personally. Of course, they would leave it to these people. Shi Shu was shocked when he heard this. Over the past few days, other than refining a few elixirs and giving them to Zhao Jingxian, he treated it as payment for interest. After that, he started to improve his strength. Although Shi Shu's Yuan power had entered the Yuan King realm, he had never fought in a battle. However, if one were to talk about combat, he had practically never experienced it before. Most of his time was spent on alchemy. With regards to combat and how to use his Yuan power, he was completely clueless. Since he had finally returned to normal, he naturally wanted to experience it properly. Many martial arts and Yuan skills had to be cultivated from scratch. Fortunately, Shi Shu's talent was good, and with the help of the withered meridians, Shi Shu's meridians became clearer and smoother. Therefore, when he came in contact with martial arts, his learning efficiency was greatly improved. Deal with Li Zongjio? I'll be back soon. Shi Shu heard this news. As an alchemist, he naturally knew how powerful the Spirit Valley sect was. Back then, he also wanted to ask the elders of the Spirit Valley sect to treat his withered meridians. However, these people politely rejected him. This was because they didn't have a way to cure this illness. Generally speaking, this kind of treatment that they didn't have much confidence in would not be easily done. Otherwise, wouldn't it be tarnishing their reputation for nothing? If that were to spread, others would say that they directly killed a person. Shi Shu hurriedly left the Shi family and went straight to the Boyu Casino. The Boyu Casino was Li Zongjio's property. Since he found the casino, he naturally knew where Li Zongjio was.